Hello. Getting close to them, man. But how you go? How the company? Foot. Yeah, I still got it. Okay, yeah. All right. Oh, it's still on? Yeah, come here. I could have took that outside. I'm mad about that. Sorry, y'all. I went and put the trash out.
And ah, hmm, 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 hmm. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I'm here. All right. All right, y'all. Where's everybody at? Where you at? Where you at, ladies? I told y'all last week. I've been saying it the whole time that he strangled that young lady. And y'all kept telling me, oh, you're making up scenarios. We watched the body cam footage. That young man was stuck with that lady in that van and had no escape. He even tried to lock her out the van. There is a problem with Gabby Potato. She has anxiety. Now, he could send her home if he getting on her nerves. He could go out with his friends if she getting on his nerves. They out touring the country. He's responsible for her. He can't leave her. Obviously, this young lady is brittle. I'm surprised the parents even let her go. I'm sure they're regretting that decision. We saw her tell the cops that he had his hand on her chin like this. And I told y'all, eventually that hand is going to move down here. And that's what I believe happened. And when they catch him, we'll find out for sure. But I told you that she was strangled. I told you that. Because she won't shut up. She won't stop crying. Some of y'all would say, well, okay, well, if you sitting there stuck with her for a long period of time, you can get up and walk away. And that's what he should have done. He should have just got up and walked away. She wanted to get in the van, he should have got out of it. If he had to sit on the corner, on a wall somewhere over a cliff and look out, anything to get away from her. That's what he should have done. And he probably has done it many times. But that one time, was he drunk? Was he high? Did she push him too far? Where are the ladies at? Where's everybody at? Hello? Hello? Where everybody at? Oh, we're talking about we don't have shows like that. Hey, Nia, where's everybody? I want to talk. Because I told y'all what happened. Y'all try to tell me, oh, you trying to make scenarios. And I told you what happened. That hand went from right here to right here. That's what happened. Yeah, they're not saying nothing, no. Where all the people that were telling me, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're making up scenarios. Where everybody at? Let's take a look. David, you don't sit down. Seriously. Nobody call you? Like I said, nobody wouldn't say nothing last night. I came back on last night. Where was everybody? I was here last night. Where was y'all at? I was here. Stop that screen shine. Let's go ahead and take a looky. My eyes still blurry from that what you call 'em, but I'm doing the best I can.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. We want to begin with the revelation tonight from a coroner in Wyoming that Gabby Petito was strangled to death. The 22-year-old's body was found in Wyoming more than 3 weeks ago, just days after her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, disappeared. The coroner says Petito's body had been exposed to the elements and wildlife for several weeks before she was found. He did not offer many details. He wouldn't say if she was buried, but in response to a reporter's question, the coroner did reveal Petito was not pregnant. A toxicology report was done, but the results won't be released because of Wyoming laws. Laundrie is the only person interested in the case and remains the focus of an intense multi-state manhunt. His family says he went for a hike in a nature preserve in Florida nearly a month ago and hasn't been seen since. CBS's Manuel Bojorquez is going to lead us off tonight with shocking new details in the case. Good evening, Manny.
Good evening, Nora. Tonight, the family of Gabby Petito had no comment on the day's developments, a story that is largely unfolding in 2 states, here in Florida, where the search for Brian Laundrie continues, and in Wyoming, where the county coroner revealed the cause of death: manual strangulation and throttling.
In the manner of death of Gabrielle Lenora Petito, we find the cause and manner to be death by strangulation, and manner is homicide.
Teton County, Wyoming coroner Dr. Brent Blue also revealed how long her body had been in the wilderness.
The DNA samples were taken by law enforcement, and all I can tell you about remains is that the body was outside for 3 to 4 weeks.
The 22-year-old's body was discovered September 19th in Wyoming's Bridger-Teton National Forest.
I love the band.
What started as a cross-country summer trip with her fiancé, 23-year-old Brian Laundrie, devolved into fights witnessed by passersby and police.
This is a rough morning.
Like this one, where officers were called on August 12th in Moab, Utah.
She just gets worked up sometimes.
On August 27th, around the time of Petito's death, there was a text message sent from her phone that her family questions was from her. On September 11th, they reported her missing after Laundrie returned home to Florida without her and refused to cooperate with investigators. Less than a week later, Laundrie was reported missing himself. His parents told police he went hiking at a nearby reserve and feared he may harm himself. His father helped in the search last week, but so far, there's been no sign of him. And while refusing to comment beyond her cause of death, Dr. Blue did allude to domestic violence.
Unfortunately, this is only one of many deaths around the country of people who are involved in domestic violence. And it's unfortunate that these other deaths do not get as much coverage as this one.
The Laundrie family attorney issued a statement this afternoon reminding everyone that Brian Laundrie remains only a person of interest in the case and has only been charged with using someone else's financial accounts. It is worth noting that as much interest as this case has garnered, the National Crime Information Center says at the end of last year, it had nearly 90,000 open missing person cases. Nora?
That's an important thing to note, Manny Bojorquez. Thank you.
All righty. I said all righty. I told y'all a while ago that he did it. You know, I told y'all something and y'all got offended. But I hope that you listen. When a man come home from work, most men want to relax. A lot of the time, as soon as they come through the door, the wife come at them and the kids did this and this and that. Y'all got to learn how to ease up to a man, not just come in. God don't give you everything. And God gave this beautiful young lady, she had anxiety. It's that anxiety that just don't let you relax. The kind of anxiety that don't let you go with the flow. Even though she's considered attractive, in her mind, she always thinks she's in the way. She said she was OCD. Nothing's ever good enough. Nothing's ever fine. Gotta always be working on something. Sometimes people just want to hang back and relax. And you buzzing around. You know, and they want to tell you, sit your butt down somewhere. Go relax your nerves. Know y'all heard that phrase before. And instead of saying, okay, I'm too much right now, I need to go off and do something else, you keep buzzing back around like a bee that won't get away from now. And there's a lot of women that do that. And y'all can jump on me all you want. You don't get whooped on this one. You can come on in here with your feelings. Because that's the kind of person where you say, everything is good. Just relax. When I feel, make it like go sit down somewhere. Relax your nerves. Take it easy. Take a chill pill. Go walk around the block. Take the dog for a walk. Do something. Just you too much. And they still keep coming up in your face and coming up in your face and coming up in your face. This man was stuck in a van with her. Sometimes it must have felt like being in prison. But see, he was willing to pay that price to have that beautiful young lady. But at some points, the fact that people saw them fighting, that was starting to wear off. All the lovey-dovey and all that, it was starting to wear off. Because now he realized he got a basket case on his hands. And that he's engaged to her. He probably couldn't wait for that trip to be over. Or did he still say, but she's so pretty, I can deal with it. She comes from a good family. I can deal with it. And it got to be too much. I believe that day or the next day after that police stop, I believe Gabby was done for. Then he flew home. He flew home to get ready for his escape because he knew he didn't hide the body that well and they would find it. He used her credit cards and her bank cards. He actually took her money. Well, I guess she couldn't do nothing with it because he killed her. What was she going to do with it? He used her money to finance his getaway. And he's on the run right now. This is a man who has killed And y'all gonna say he's a nice guy. Well, he killed his fiance. What he gonna do to you if you come across him? A man that know how to live out in nature. A man that can live without a TV. He can live without a shower. He can hunt and trap. Nia says it takes two. It do take two because the one is going to make the other do something out of character. You can't keep nagging somebody. Who remembers the scene from The Color Purple when Celie was trying to comb the girl's nappy hair and she was yelling? Celie saw that it was bothering her husband, Mister. Why she didn't take the girl outside on the porch and do it? But then when Mister came over there and said, keep that child quiet, instead of taking that child to another room, she gone, well, you shouldn't let it get bam right across the face. You do what I tell you. She still didn't get up and take the child outside. She's trying to put her hand over the child's mouth. Why she didn't do that in the beginning then? Why she had to get slapped? Just answer the question. Why she couldn't do that in the beginning? Why she had to be slapped? I'm sorry, Nia. I'm trying to read what you say. She gave me something to dilate my pupils. It was really hard to ride home. It was really hard to see the prices in the market. I'm having a hard time reading the chat. Let me see. Let me look on the computer screen. I can't see what she's saying. Nia said, "This isn't a movie. It's real life. Obviously, if he strangled her, he had worse issues than the young lady. He could have walked out at any time." You're absolutely right, and that's why he deserves to spend the rest of his life in jail for doing that. But I'm giving an example because I've seen it in my lifetime. I've seen it many times. And you're going to get offended because you think I'm picking on the ladies. But deep down, you know what I'm saying is true. Because not all, but some of y'all don't know how to stop. Hey, I told you I don't want you no more. Why you keep calling me? Why you keep texting me? Why you go down to my job and try to get me fired? Why are you over my parents' house telling them how bad I am? If I'm so bad, why do you want me? That don't work. Now you're busting out my windows. Now you slash my tires. You beat up my new girlfriend. When is it going to stop? Why is it that some women just can't stop? That's the question I'm asking. Now, you said my example is one-sided. Men can be just as crabby. You're right. If somebody already has a lingering issue and you keep picking at them, you bring it out. It gets to a point where you just want them to stop, and they won't. It's something in their head that makes them think, well, they said it's okay, but I don't think so. I feel like I got to keep getting at them. Nia said they both had issues. That's why they bonded. I say it again. You don't know a person until you have to spend time with them. I've been telling y'all for years, if you can find somebody who you can be with, just the two of you, no other outside stimuli, no TV, no friends, no movie, no concert. Y'all can just be together and have a good time. Y'all a good match to get married. But how many people do we see just going out and doing things? Got other people around. Always at the club, always at the bar, always at the museum. They're always doing something. But you very seldom see them just, them two. A woman that knows that the game is on, knows how to fix her man something to eat, come in there and snuggle under his arm, and just watch the game with him. Not nag him every minute. Hey, what's that? And what this for? And why they doing it? And will you shut up and try to watch the game? Well, why they doing it? Why can't you wait till the game over and then let me explain it to you? And what do you want? And when you shut up? Somebody tell me I'm wrong. I've seen it, Nia. I'm not making stuff up. I've seen it. I have seen it. It's a lot of people that are together for political reasons, financial reasons. But if they ever had to just be on an island with just the two of them and nobody else, sooner or later, they're going to kill each other. Sooner or later. What do you think the police officers that was supposed to arrest Gabby, but because of white privilege, they allowed them both to go free? Wouldn't have done that with no minorities. You heard the cop say he had a daughter almost her age. Yes, you are correct. And I realized it. Hey, this ain't gonna work. They all had a similar kind of issue. But Brian should have walked away like I did. Now her life was over, and his life was over. He gonna spend the rest of his life on the run, or the rest of his life in jail. No one's not perfect. Nobody is. Only Adam, Eve, and Jesus. But you see the warning signs. And you got to ask yourself, can I put up with this for the next 60 years? Can I deal with this? Brian was asking himself that. That's why I say, in a fit of anger, the hand slid down the throat. Think about it, Neil. He's asking her to go, Brian, Ryan, Crime, whatever his name is. He ain't got no name now. He a number when he get caught. He gonna be prison number 0019234. He ain't got a name no more. He belongs to the state. Mm-hmm. So you're going to ignore the evidence. I believe that when he flew back, she was already dead. Somebody said they saw the van sitting there with nobody in it. Now I'm thinking that he came home and got ready to go on the run. Then he flew back out there and got the van. I do not understand why. I would have hitchhiked back home. And I'd have said, hey, where's Gabby at? We're like, what do you mean? Oh, we got into a fight. And so I flew back home. It's her van, so she had to drive it back. So where is she? The van or Gabby ain't here. Oh, my God, call the police. What the hell's going on here? Get the FBI. What happening? Where's my Gabby? I'd have been on the TV every day. Help me find my fiance. What's going on here? That's what, and then they would have found her in the woods. I'm here with y'all. I wasn't there with you no more. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Yeah, that's what I would have tried. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, it had sense. I believe the charge. Find my fiance. Find my fiance so we can get married. Been with the family, grieving and looking, and not him. He's too simple. I believe that it was around the time when they got pulled over. And if he had sense, he could have said, we had a stay away order. We couldn't be in contact with each other until the next day. I don't know what happened to her. I thought she went home. Thought the parents came and got her. I don't know. She ain't talked to me. But we have a no contact order. He could have tried anything. I'm telling you, this is a conversation. This is a conversation that we're having. I told y'all that she was strangled to death, and I was right. I use pure logic and common sense. I even told you how I think it happened. She kept saying, he kept putting his hand on her and telling her to shut up. And she kept right on talking. Kept right on whining. And that hand slid down. We understand. The man lost it. He lost it for a second. I don't even think he realized that she was dead until she wasn't moving. Because I understand. When that woman cut me and I forearmed her and tried to put her through a damn wall, when her own mother said that I was the aggressor when she was chasing her mother around the house with a knife, I tried to prevent it and got stabbed. That let me know right there. But like a dummy, I still stayed around and wound up losing everything. We at a hotel. I just came home from work, sat down, turned the TV on. She yelling something from the other side of the room. I ain't paying her no mind. She come up and hit me in the back of the head. And then called the police and told them I hit her. That was it. You ain't got to, that was it. See, because you think you cannot pay them no mind. Like with one woman, she was rattling on about something. I didn't want to hear that mess. I just didn't pay her no mind. Till that roundhouse came. You know what? It's time for me to get up out of here. Keep the ring. I got to get up out of here. I'm not going to stay. Especially being a black man. I'm the one that's going to be behind the bars. I'm going to be the one that's going to have uncles and fathers and relatives, cousins looking for me, and I ain't done nothing. I got to go. And when you try to go, they don't let you go. They got to come harass you and follow you around and try to mess you up on the job. I had a woman come down on the job one day. I had to duck into the office and hide under the damn table. She in there. Where's Derek at? Where's he at? Having to be fired. Luckily, I told everybody what was going on, and they all knew. And they were able to get out of there. I said, goddamn. I know. There ain't nothing like a woman's wrath. When they on, they on. And a lot of them don't know how to turn it off. They don't turn it off until it's too late. How do you trust them? How do you trust them? How do you lay your head down at night next to them? Some men do it every day, putting their life on the line. Nia said, good storyline for Hollywood. I've told the story many a time. They were trying to handcuff me and take me away. I'm like, I'm sitting here bleeding. All she got is a busted lip. You don't see the 2 knives right there? Well, if we have to come back here, somebody going to jail. Take her fat behind the jail right now. What do you mean? But you was going to take me to jail. Shit. I got up out of there. But you keep saying I need to stay. Brian stayed. He stayed too long. He knew that the pressure was getting to him. Them being around other people, he could show her off with her girlfriends. He can go out with his boys. If she got on his nerves, she could send her home to her parents' house for a couple of days. They locked in a van together, traveling the country. Unless they come across some other people along the way, it's just them two. That's different. He feels responsible for her. I'm sure the parents probably grilled him. You better take care of my baby. She ain't never been nowhere before. You better keep an eye on her. You know she got issues. So he know he can't leave her. He's telling her to go for a walk. The parents will probably pass out. You told her to go walk in the middle of nowhere. You know how she is. How could you tell her that? He's locked. A young man that got the ball and chain. He got the ball and chain. He feel like he chained to that woman. And she keep asking him the same thing over and over again. Are you all right? Are you okay? Is everything okay? You need me to? You want me to clean the van up? You want? I just want you to chill out. Go relax your nerves. What do you mean relax my nerves? You got me all sitting there. I'm trying to do everything for you. I love you, man. Well, you shut up. Go do something. You mad at me? That for 24 hours, I don't know how you do it. At some point, you got to say, will you please go in the corner and do something? Just be quiet. You just can't sit here. Let's put some music on or something. Or let's watch a movie or something and just watch it. Put the movie on. Watch the movie. I understand. I didn't say she deserved it. No, I didn't see that. There you. I didn't say she deserved it. It's not her fault. He knew what she was like. He knew he had the responsibility. But see, he let the beauty. He let how sweet and innocent she was. There's a price to pay for that. The price is you got to deal with her. It'd be like if you was dating a blind person. And even though you took them to the therapy and to learn how to use the cane and learn how to use the Doug. And they won't do it. But they want to come nag you and want you to lead them around everywhere. After a while, it's going to get on your nerves. And if you don't have the intestinal fortitude to be patient and put up with that person, sooner or later, you're going to snap. Sooner or later, you're going to snap. Something's going to be a trigger. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's anybody's fault but the person who did it, because it's his hands. He allowed his hands to go around her neck. He allowed it. There ain't no excuse for it. That's why he deserved to spend the rest of his life in jail or death row if they decide to give it to him. But he had the decision. If she wouldn't leave, if you to the point that somebody is reaching in through the window to hit you, you got to go. Let her get in the van and you go. It's her van. If she wanted to get in the van, let her get in it. You go walk around and do something. Go, you go calm down. Be the man. Liz says, shame, BD. Nia says, you may as well. You're implying it. Well, I'm bringing it. I want somebody to bring some knowledge here. All y'all doing is picking on me. I didn't kill nobody. I'm telling you, I had the sense to walk away. You tried to make fun and say, well, you've been engaged 9 times. Well, God darn it, I'm smarter than Brian Laundrie because I got the hell about them relationships. One of that 9 was so pretty, she could be a daggone model. But you know what? Right now, she putting her hands on some other dude that's going, well, you know, she hits me sometimes, you know, but you know, she's just so beautiful. And all the guys, when she on my arm, well, he's willing to put up with it. And up to that point, so was Brian Landry. Now, this is what I'm saying. Now, break it down and dispute it and chop it up. When somebody loses it, they lose it. They don't care anymore. They lose it. And then they snap out of it. And they go, oh my God, what have I done? It's too late then. You got to recognize before you get. You got to recognize. You got to say, hey, this is not going to go well. I really love this person, but for my sake and theirs, I got to get up out of here. You have to say it. As Nia said earlier, this relationship is toxic. I thought I could handle this. I can't handle it, and it's going to get out of control. It's going to get out of control. I remember I was working security. Dude was beating up his girlfriend. And I mean, he was beating her. I came out and got involved. And me and the dude got into it. When the police came, she told the police that I was beating up her boyfriend for no reason. Now, luckily, I knew the cops. But I just asked one question. Did she tell you that I hit her? Well, who beat her up? Who beat her up? Did she tell you that I hit her? No, she didn't. So who hit her? And I learned real quick, stay out of domestic squabbles. Because the women will sit there and say, even if you come to help them, they still gonna ride with their abuser. They still gonna ride with the abuser. During that police body cam interview, you know that he did more to her than just grab her like this. She was trying to protect him. Instead of saying, get him out of here, she sat there and tried to protect him. And that's what cost her life. Because she had intervention right there. She had the help right there. And she should have had the police separate them. She should have drove home and threw away his phone number and erased all his pictures and started over. Instead, she wanted to hang on. And this is another problem that we have, and it's men and women. We know the relationship is going bad, but we want to hang on. We know it ain't going to get no better, but we still try to tell ourselves it'll get better. As everything start to fall apart, we try to convince ourselves it'll get better. It don't get better, it get worse. And it's a shame that all the red flags was there. But it get to the point that you find yourself choking. Whenever you have to put your hands on somebody in order to calm them down, you have to put your hands on somebody to make them be quiet. You are stone's throw away from killing that person. You are stone's throw. The same way I tell you that a crack addict at an intervention to say, hey, I'm a functioning crack addict. Look at that woman down the hall. Look at her kids and look at mine. I'm doing this. You only a stone's throw away from being that woman down the hall if you keep doing the same thing. You see yourself in a situation, men, if a woman tries to get you locked up, tries to get you beat up by her family members, breaks your car windows, go down to your job and try to get you fired, you should never say another word to that man again. To that woman again. Women, if a man hits you one time and he coming back for forgiveness, see, one time, that's your warning. Say he never hit you again. Then he hit you again. If you stayed in that relationship, you're going to be a Gabby. Because sooner or later, that one hit going to be 2. Then it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you put makeup on, trying to hide the bruises and everything. All you doing is getting your grave ready. Liz says yes, but she could have been scared of what he could do later. If she'd had the police put him out of her van and she'd have came back home, to her parents and had got the papers to keep him from coming by, from bothering her. If she had got the order, she might still be alive. And some of y'all are saying, shoulda, coulda, woulda. I'm saying to you, that's what she should have done. Instead of being anxious of being alone, she should have been anxious to be free. Because there are some men that'll come after a woman, but most of these men are cowards. She could have made sure she stayed around the men in her family. She was a pretty girl. She could have found a couple jocks to hang with. I don't say these things just to say them. I hope that somebody see this video and say to themselves, I don't like what he's saying, but it makes sense. Maybe somebody will watch this video and say, hey, you know what? We're in the same situation. Because every time you start nagging me, God darn it, I want to pick up something and throw it at you. And maybe they'll say, hey, we need to leave each other alone. We need to just move on. We ain't right for each other. We got to start worrying about how somebody look. We got to start worrying about how much money somebody make or how much power they or their family have. Because there are a lot of relationships that's built on that. And as long as you don't have to spend all your time Nia was saying that it's not TV. But if you look at most TV shows, especially the 80s and back, the women did their own thing. They had their knitting, their sewing. They had the bridge club with the girls. Even if you go back to I Love Lucy, Lucy and Ethel, you see Ricky sitting over there reading the paper. Dinner time and bedtime seemed to be when the couple was together. You didn't see them sit around each other all day. Everybody had their own place. They had the space. When you watch the Cosby Show, when did you see Claire and Heathcliff together? In the kitchen, sometimes in the living room, when the kids is upstairs, they put the jazz on, or you see them in the bedroom. They weren't around each other 24/7. And that's what I think that's what did this relationship with. They hadn't been around each other that long, all the damn time. And like I tell you, that's when you find out whether or not you're compatible with somebody. Can you be with them with nothing else going on? Do you still feel that love when ain't nothing else going on? Or do you have other things? Do you have relationships and you talk to the friend of the person you with? And the friend of your person said, hey, did you know I saw the person do this? You go, huh? Yeah, and then they were hanging down there. You be like, what? I didn't know that. A mate should never be able to say, I didn't know that. That's because a lot of the time, y'all are spent apart. You only come together to eat and to sleep. That's not a good relationship. That's not. Now, if they had brought another couple along on a trip, the two men could have went off and went fishing. The women could have went butterfly hunting or looking for flowers. And they could have been separate. And while they were doing these things, they would start to miss. And then they would come back together. And it'd be bliss. But if you around somebody 24/7 and can't get no damn break, you don't get sick of them. Especially if they needy and whiny and crying. And no matter what you do, you can't settle them down. And I hope if somebody watching this show, I hope you take a look at your own relationship. Because there are people that's not going to never say a word in this chat. But they hear what I'm saying. And I want them to question themselves. Are you with somebody just because of the way they look? Nia said, well, what's butterfly hunting? You know, where you get the net and you go hunt butterflies. You never seen Gilligan's Island? I was just giving y'all an example. Yes, some people go bird hunting or bird watching. Some people actually want to catch the bird and study it. Some people are satisfied just to watch it with a pair of binoculars. But it's giving them something to do. You know? I just told you. You catch them and you study them, then you let them go. The same way some people catch fish. They study them and then they put them back in the water. You were like, well, you didn't need it. I just wanted to study it. You'd have gave it to me. I'd have ate it. Why you throw it back in the water? I'm just saying, take a look at your relationships and just see. And to the men, be more patient, especially if you got a housewife. She been home all day watching the soap operas. On the soap operas, the men on there do all kinds of stuff. She dealing with the kids, and then you come home, and she got an adult to talk to, but you come home, you don't want to talk. You just want to relax. You been nagged by your boss all day. You want to come home and relax, and she and the kid and you like, hey, let me, and she don't understand that. You don't understand what she went through all day. She don't understand what you went through all day. She's waiting for you to come home so she can have an adult to talk to. You coming home, you don't want to talk to nobody. You've been dealing with people all day. She dealing with kids, you dealing with adults all day. You ain't done your job, whether you like it or you hate it. And you just want to come relax. And here she comes, and you don't understand, she needs that attention from you. But you don't give your attention away all day. And it's going to be annoying to you. You got to realize that. And the women got to realize, let the men come in, let them relax. And then slowly come up. As soon as you come through the door, hey, honey, that's what the kid did this, and he pooped on the floor, and he did all this, and then, like, I just want to relax. And what do you mean relax? That was it. Deal with this all day, got nothing. I knew one of y'all was going to say that because it's house husbands, too. Could be in the same situation. It's some men that stay at home. The same thing. They've been around kids all day. Except for if the repairman come by or the mailman come by. They can't wait to tell you about their day, and they can't wait for you to tell them about yours. All you want to do is relax. That's male or female. You come home, first thing you want to do is relax. Don't y'all remember the old days? Man would come home, woman would have the bath water. She had the food warming in the oven. The kids would come down and bring you your slippers and your robe. Y'all don't remember that? Y'all don't remember what was that man on used to come on at Sesame Street? Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. What's the first thing he did when he came in the house? Changed his sweater, put on his house sweater, took off his shoes, put on his slippers, and went and sat down on the sofa. Mrs. Rogers didn't come running down the stairs. Hey, you're home. I'll just give y'all an example. Liz said she don't want to stay at home husband. I got news for you. I think that separation is good. You said when you had your lady friend, did you want her to greet you with a bath due to travel you're putting in? Well, one of the things that I liked about her was something that later on made me want to leave her alone. I like the fact that she wasn't clingy. I like the fact that she went to her place, I went to mine. 'Cause, But I realized last December that it wasn't independence. It was so none of the men will cross paths. Now, she has supposedly been married the past 3 years. One of them Masonic marriages or whatever. That man wasn't even in the ground. And I found out she had men already coming over our house to see her. She always seemed to be money hungry. And her Masonic husband had money. So I figured, well, she should be getting the money from the husband. So she should be good. She shouldn't need money. So we should be all right. Shoot. That woman didn't get nothing. That old fake marriage. Kids came and took every damn thing. She ain't get nothing. I had made I got I had built a small relation with one of her neighbors, and I saw him, and he said she had a dude that she said came from Georgia come by our house, and he stayed for a whole week. She said the dude looked like an older version of you. I thought it was you at first. I almost said, "Hey, Derek, what's up?" Then I found out it was a dude from New York, a dude from Philly. And I said, well, I'll just keep at arm's length for companionship reasons. And then whatever she stole that day, that was it. I was just talking to her on the phone, Remember, she only came over twice. Christmas Eve and the move. Just so I could say, I had somebody so the people we were beefing with couldn't use that. So I was just, or like I said, when she stole from me, nah, she had to go. Especially when well, that's what she said. They got married in some Masonic wedding or something. But see, I started to find stuff out. The family didn't like her. They didn't respect her. Only on big occasions did he even take her around the family. How you gonna marry somebody that you can't even take around your family? And even though they're supposed to be married, he didn't live with her. He would come over her house and see her, but he wouldn't stay. If that man got so much money, why does he care about your Section 8? Why don't he just pay the rent? See, when you stop and think, you say, wait a minute, something ain't right. But like I was saying, just talking to her on the phone, at least I can say I had somebody. And it would shut most of the roasters that we were dealing with up on that issue. Just like I was telling you earlier, if somebody got money or if somebody looked good or if somebody's family got power, if you with them just for that reason, it's not going to work. I wasn't looking for the relationship to go anywhere. But I realized when she stole, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. Just to keep up the facade. The same way, a couple of days before Valentine's, I realized I was talking to that person as much as I was her. Why don't we just be, fake Valentines? So at least people would think that we had a Valentine rather than nail us for not having one. She had came over to help me move. She didn't help me move nothing until I went with the mechanic to go find two guys to move the bed. We came back. She was sitting on the bed the whole time. Well, now they've taken the bed. All of a sudden, she's packing stuff up. She ain't moved an inch. Had been there for a day and a half and didn't move an inch. It got to the point where I said, well, look, I need to move. I started moving stuff. She didn't do anything. All she did was sit there and watch gangster movies on YouTube. That's all she did. Sat in the same spot. I still got the same spot in my damn bed. She ain't moved not 1 inch. Except to go to the bathroom or to go to the kitchen to get something to eat. But now all of a sudden, the bed is pulled up and the frame is pulled up. And it's a lot of stuff under the bed. And looking at my bed now, you won't find that. But I had a lot of stuff under there. It was something valuable because after the guys had moved the bed, I came back and got a load and put it in the wagon and went down. Went here, dropped it off, rested for a minute, went back downstairs, got in it, went around there again. All of a sudden, she's moving now. She's bagging stuff up. Like, wait a minute, this woman ain't moved. So I take another trip. I come back. I almost get run over by a cab. Who the hell is the cab coming in the alley for? She come running out. I ain't never seen her run. She came running out. Like, what the hell? Talking about, here, put this bag in the cab. Like, are you going? Yeah, I'm going down my mother's house. You just were going to leave without saying nothing? You going to leave my door wide open? Well, you was coming right back, wasn't you? Why do you have my hospital bag? I had underwear, toothbrush, deodorant. I had stuff that you need to go to the hospital. And when I'm saying bag, I don't mean a plastic bag. I mean a real duffel bag. It was the bag that they gave me when I had to wear when I had to wear the pacemaker vest. They gave you a bag to carry all the stuff in. And I made that my hospital bag. And she knew that bag is if I had to if I had to call 911, all I gotta do is grab that bag. It got soap, it got everything in there that you would need. It got the cords, the 10-foot cords, so you can charge your phone up, while you're in the hospital. I had all that in there. She had taken all my stuff out and throwing it on the floor. And she's all of a sudden rushing to leave. What did she find underneath that bed? Seriously. For you to take somebody's hospital bag. I had trash bags. I had 2 packs of trash bags. Why she had to use my hospital bag? Y'all understand? Where are my meters at? We just had to buy a glucose meter. I had 3 of them. Now she a diabetic too. I had over 30 boxes of Lancets that I never used. You know what I said? Go ahead. That's the last thing. Go ahead. That's the last thing you're going to get from me. That's the last thing you're going to get from me. Have fun with it. I can replace all that stuff. But I'm getting you out of my life. That's the point y'all not getting. When somebody show you who they are, believe them. Now that the underwear was thrown on the floor. The toothbrush missing. The hospital soap that I brought, saved from various times in the hospital. What was she stuffing in that bag? And she had that bag on her arm and was dragging a trash bag. What the hell was she dragging in the trash bag? I thought to myself, whatever she got, it been under that bed for 3 years and you ain't missed it. Your life ain't changed. But you need to make a change and get her out of your life. Whatever that was, I didn't miss it. Whatever it was, I didn't miss it. Because because trust me, if I known something was under there, I would be using it. So whatever she got, I hope she have fun with it because that's it. Remember what they say? You can give a man a fish, he'll eat for one meal. But if you teach a man how to fish, he can feed himself forever. She'll never be able to feed herself forever. She's always got to take from somebody. So let her go take from somebody else. That's the last bit she's going to get from me. And that's why I'm not mad. The Bible says if you give in little and do nothing with it, why would God give you a lot? So if somebody would steal something from you, little, when you doing stuff for them and you giving them stuff and they still steal from you, they ain't gonna never have a lot. Because they don't know how to create. They can only take. I told y'all I didn't pick that apartment out. She did. But see, I helped her find that 1-bedroom house out near the county line. She was looking down around the jail. You know the place where I told you I was gonna go to the dentist at first. I showed y'all the projects. She was looking for a 1-bedroom house in that area. But look where she put me at. I was out in the county. I let her talk me into moving here. She told me that my brother kept hitting on her. That's why we don't talk anymore. I let her isolate me and destroy relationships. And is she gonna steal from me? Oh no. No, she wasn't my brother's girlfriend. But she told me several times that he hit on her. That's why. She also told me that he said he couldn't believe that I had a girlfriend. He admitted to that part, but he didn't admit to hitting on her. Well, he wasn't married then. I've known this woman for 12 years. He's only been married for 3. But like I say, you got to know warning signs. You got to know warning signs. Her mother used to call me son-in-law. And I used to say, and I told her, I said, she's talking to all these other men. She goes, yeah, I know. But the way y'all are together, I think y'all are going to get married. She just got to stop messing around. But she said she messed around with them men because they got money. And she said she learned that from me. Well, I thought she had changed. And then I thought after her husband or whatever died, because she didn't know that I knew that before they got married, that she was seeing him. She thought I didn't know. And then when I found out, y'all have to realize I haven't laid down with that woman since 2016. 2016. Keep that in mind. Now I was driving for a living and I was working. I used to come out at 10 in the morning and I would stay out till 1 a.m. the next day. Then I would come in at 10 or 11, catch up on my TV, maybe bring her over, we watch a movie or something, get up, I would take her home and go to work. We just spent a lot of time on the phone. But I was waiting for, a job to come in. I'd be talking to her on the phone. That's why I said the companionship. It wasn't even about the physical. It was just a companionship. I don't want nobody around me all the time. But like I said, it took the pressure off. But like I said, if asked, I could still say I had somebody and didn't have none of the drama or none of the headache. You know? My refrigerator is cold. These tangerines have been sitting here right before I started the show. I took them out the refrigerator because I was going to eat them this morning and I didn't have enough time. I had to get out of here. So I grabbed a handful of nuts, took my medicine and insulin, jumped in the shower, hurry up and got dressed. And like I said, when I got off last night, I went in the bedroom. The TV wouldn't cut on. I'm like, wait a minute. I had this TV. I know I had the TV since 2014. It ain't never gave me a problem. But I don't know where. It must have been when we brought the bike in the house yesterday. I'm saying we when I brought it in the house. But I wound up having 3 flies. And I chased them. I locked them. I locked 2 in the bathroom and killed them. And I locked 2 in the bedroom. And I was running through the bedroom just spraying the breeze spray. And I got both of them. Then I came and did the show. And then I went and I cooked. And then I went to go turn the TV on because I had the phone in the kitchen with me. And I was listening, to the scam baiting shows. And the TV wouldn't turn on. So then I went and got that old tablet. Y'all know that old tablet that we won in that auction. That thing's so old that when you go to YouTube, it tell you to go to Chrome and watch YouTube. I had to watch YouTube off of Chrome. I couldn't use the YouTube app. That's how old the tablet was. And so I stood, the tablet up and I laid down and put on a scam baiting. What was he watching? We was watching Kid Boga. Kid Boga and that other guy. Is it Scammer Revolt? No, is it Scammer Jammer? Anyway, it's another dude that wear a white wig. And he always no matter what call he on, he always got diarrhea problem and be going in stores and overflowing the toilets, and he's crazy. But anyway, I wound up going to speak to that. When I woke up this morning, I went and tried the TV, and because it was coming on, but nothing was happening. And I don't know if I sprayed the cord or behind the TV and got it wet or whatever. I don't know what it was, but I know I was running around chasing them. I don't know where them flies came from, but they were fast. So I was literally running behind them. I was literally running behind them. And I was putting a wall up, just a wall of bleaching dawn, just a wall. And when it would hit them, they would drop. And then you got to hurry up. And if you think you can, stomp on them. If they still moving, you have to keep the pressure on to the point that they start to, flow into it, and then you stomp them. When I opened up the door and I was talking to the guy, I noticed that 2 flies that came in. One of them actually made it into the apartment. And we're going to get him. We're going to get him. I don't know if the camera was still going in, but I was talking to the new building manager. Right now, the Circuit Court of Baltimore owns the place, and they just managing it for the court. So they're not the owners; they just manage it. But what I'm thinking is, I had unplugged it several times. I actually was on eBay last night trying to find a TV. I am so glad. I kid you not, because I was like, man, if I had to come ask for a TV, they were like, does anybody have an old TV they're not using? Can they send it to me? That was going to be the title of the day's show. So I'm glad it came back on. They were like, God darn, this dude always needs something. No, you just got to look at things like, you know, now y'all know she came over on Christmas Eve. I had everything that she said she wanted, and yet we still wound up going to the market anyway. While I'm in the market, she gonna sit there and say, my mother said she needs some flowers. What the hell are you telling me for? Your mother should have a man to get what she needs. And so before I knew it, I was spending $25 on flowers. But okay, whatever. So then I said, well, what did you say you needed? She started picking. I'm like, what do you think this welfare day? Don't you get stamps? Well, I don't get as much as you do. I said, you get Section 8. That house I found for you is $1,100. And what do you pay, $70? And you know that I pay full rent. So of course I get more stamps. That don't mean for you to have them. They for me to have. I started taking stuff back out the car. She was getting mad. What are you getting mad for? Well, it ain't fair that you get more in stamps. It ain't fair that you only pay $70 for your rent. I said, everybody you know at some point or another has lived in that house, the house that I found, the house that I negotiated with the landlord for. I negotiated that house for you and ain't spent not one night in it. But everybody else you know at some point or another has lived at that house. I found a house for you to get you away from them people. Every time I turn around, you got somebody up in the house from the place you came from. Like, God darn. The hell wrong with you? Trying to get you better, you still keep clinging. Police coming up in there, all kinds of stuff going on. Like, what the hell, man? How you sit there and have somebody that got you evicted and got you and get you kids sitting on the steps, not knowing where the hell you're gonna go, and you're gonna let that woman gonna come in her house with her kids and live in your house? I said, you a damn fool. So if I'd known you were that stupid, I wouldn't even have got you. I'd let you got the house down there by the jail you was talking about. Should a person try to take you out and make you into something, but you want to still be nothing? I told her, I said, you had a dude living with you around your kids. You tell me, yeah, I know, my kids say that you ain't like him. not like him, but this man is married. And this man came and stayed with you for how many years and then went back to his wife. Why the hell would you want a man like that? Well, oh, her kids hate me. They hate me because I'm not ghetto. They hate me. Made them accept me. I'll be taking them out to eat. They in the back cracking jokes. I'm like, I ain't seen that one person take y'all nowhere. But y'all try to crack on the person that's actually taking you somewhere. Your own family. Your family won't even take you no damn where. But the one person that's willing to take you out. And I don't care if it's Denny's. I don't care if it's all you can eat. I don't care if it's beer. I don't care what it is. I take you out. That's the one thing. When you go to school, you got something to say. Yeah, Mr. Derek took us somewhere. But you're going to make fun of that person. That's why y'all ain't going to never have nothing. Y'all ain't going to have nothing. Actually, I had saw a phone number and I was cleaning the phone out. And I saw a phone number, and for some reason, it kept something just said, don't get rid of it. And then I got a phone call from the doctor's office, and they said, we were trying to get a hold of you, and we tried to reach your emergency contact. And she said she hadn't seen you in years. I said, what's the number? And then that's when I knew that was that number. See, I didn't know what that number, I didn't remember what the number was, but it was hers. And so I called her and I said, I'm still at the same place, the place you picked for me. Can you still be my emergency contact? And that's how we started talking back up. Then she told me that her husband died, and that's how we started talking. And I said, well, supposedly the husband had money, so maybe she won't be so money hungry. This might not be so bad. But she still was money hungry. So yeah. She would say, do you got $30? I said, I'm just like you now. I'm on a fixed income. I said, why you need money? Let your husband have money. You had to really be stupid if you supposedly married to somebody and you ain't got, and you know he dying, and you ain't got a life insurance policy or nothing. You had to be stupid. I told her several times, I don't know why you just don't marry me and take out an insurance policy. Just don't let me know about it. She ain't had sense to do that. All you gotta do is take an insurance policy out on me. See, the problem, a lot of ghetto people don't want to do anything. Like I told you, she told me I would never have any success on YouTube. We've been rocking since 2017. Well, I told y'all at first, she was like, why you keep playing this man? I said, because the spirit told me to. Well, ain't nobody gonna never watch you, and I don't know why you keep playing this man. I'm getting ready to walk home because you keep playing this man. So then the 3 years went by. She's like, oh, you still doing that YouTube stuff? I said, yeah. Well, yeah, you got a lot of videos up, but you ain't gonna never be Tommy Sotomayor. But yeah, I see you know you doing well, you ain't gonna never be like Tommy Sotomayor. So first she couldn't stand the man, and now she want to throw the man in my face. Do you see how phony ghetto people are? She couldn't stand the man, and she can't even walk around a block, but she was gonna walk home because I was sitting there, had this video on in the car, and now 3 years later, she's using him to try to downgrade me. Yeah, well, you're doing all right, yeah. You ain't gonna ever be like Tommy Sotomayor, okay, I was wrong. I said nobody will watch it, but you ain't gonna never, be able to do what he did. And that's why she will never be successful. Those kind of people won't put the work in. And when they see you starting out and you laying down the groundwork, they make fun of you. They belittle you. They try to make you think you can't do something. But then when they see you get somewhere, hey. When she came over Christmas Eve, she got angry because I went and did a show to tell everybody Happy Christmas Eve. I'm supposed to be here. Oh, why are you doing the show? And then she sat there and said, she was putting the sheets on the bed. She said, who the hell bought these ugly ass sheets? I said, what do you mean ugly? I said, my friend Liz bought them. Well, she got bad taste. But you're going to sit there and complain about them, but you're going to sit your fat ass on them. Somebody make that make sense. What do you do with ghetto people? You sit there complaining about it, but you ain't got no problem because the old sheets could have stayed on that. Well, no, you wanted to put your behind on the new sheets, but you want to bitch about them. I don't know what kind of taste she got. Well, y'all asking, I'm telling you. I did a video. We were at the market waiting for a cab. You know that this woman has the taxi. She has the card where you pay $3 and you can go $20 2 times a day. You know that this woman sat there and let. Why can't we use the card to go home? You know what she told me? Oh, I ain't even think about it. The card at your house. But you wanted to go to the market. You could only pay $3. I was like, you just about as trifling. You don't think about nothing. You just don't think. That's why, you see the signs. And you think, can I put up with this? Can I put up with it? When I shot the video and I'm sitting on the bench up at the Giants on Christmas Eve, the video's on one of these channels, probably on this one. I'm telling everybody, Merry Christmas, and she's sitting there. You better not put me on the camera. And let you have me on the daggone screen. I'm like, so wait a minute. So you're not ashamed or worried? No, say ashamed. While I'm spending money on you, but you don't want nobody to see. Who you afraid gonna see you? And that's when I started doing my research. So wait a minute, why is she worried about being on camera? See, I like a lot of these men that she was seeing that I didn't know about, that I came to find out. I've been around a family. Liz, I was grateful. Okay. And it worked out because with the I went down to Family Dollar and the only sheets, the only curtain set happened to be the same color. And y'all remember when I thought I had got some curtains for $1 and they wound up being them little doilies? Guess what? They matched the sheet set too. So the whole room is everything: the sheets, the pillowcases, the curtains, the doily things. They all the same color. Well, very near. I got a set going on. Nia said, please refrain from fat shaming. Why should somebody be ashamed? I'm fat. And what of it? What did I say that was shaming? That she got a daggone indention? And even when I flip the sheets, flip the mattress, when I flip it back over, the indention's still there. I had that fat shaming. When we put the D sheets on the bed, she kept sliding off. And you can't say that I put the dent there, because if I try to lay it, that's fine. I slide off. I'm sorry. I'm telling the truth. Nia said it ain't like I'm telling the truth. Oh, shucks. It ain't easy to flip a king size mattress by yourself. But I flipped the bed over one day and I went and sat down and went, I felt like I was enveloped. All right, y'all. Let's talk about some. All right, let me stop. Oh man. But yeah, when you start putting 2 and 2, 3, 4, and 5 together, and you say, hey, like I said, I was already thinking I need to get out of this. But whatever she took, that was the final straw. Because it ain't the first time. Because when I moved, over the years, I had picked up about 30 to 40 different lighters. And I had them all in this thing right here. And I noticed that she moved this. So I'm at the new place and the burners blew. It was a windy day. And actually, the burners blew out. Y'all remember? I told y'all I was scared like the stove. Y'all remember? Y'all know I had to go walk down to the store, that high price store I tell you about. I had to go buy some matches so I could light the burners, so I could cook. I literally had to go buy some matches. I had 30 lighters in there, and I hadn't smoked. All the lighters were gone. Now, she had stopped smoking too, but she was still smoking. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I ain't gonna say the words on there. And one day, I saw her with one of the lighters. I said, hey, that's my lighter you got. No, I said, that is one of my lighters. No, it ain't. Why lie about it? I'm just saying, why lie about it? I asked her what happened to the vacuum cleaner that you took. What vacuum cleaner? I said, the vacuum cleaner that you took. Because when I asked you where it was, you said, well, you got hardwood floors. You don't need a vacuum cleaner. So I took it. I said, well, where is it? Y'all remember the day I rolled over our house? I asked, I said, where is the vacuum cleaner? I don't know what happened to the vacuum. Oh, and then you admit it. I said, that used to be in my house. That used to be in my house. What happened to the video game system? I want it back. Where's the Nintendo 64 at? I don't know. You don't know what none is. But I see that's still here. That's still here. That's still here. And she had a relative over the house, a young one, and they were trying to keep her away from her boyfriend, and like I said, we came over, we had the KFC and everything, had got her liquor, and I had known this girl since she was little. I think 3 or 4 years old. And apparently, they're not real sisters. The mother adopted some kids. And the mother was calling and they was talking about the boyfriend. And I said, well, you staying out here now. You not in the hood. Why don't you find yourself a nice young man out here whose parents got some money and can take you nice places and probably got a car? Well, why are you still messing around with the hood mess? She was like, you don't understand. These guys out here, they not men. I like you, Mr. Dark, but you're not a man. You're not a, you know, you're more of a nerd, you know. And I looked at I said, I haven't talked to your sister in 3 years. 3 whole years. But this house you in right now, I found this house and I negotiated because she would have never got it. She don't know how to talk to people. I negotiated with the white folk and got her in this house. They didn't even want to fool with Section 8. I negotiated for her to get this house. The house you laying your head in. I said, that TV you in there watching, that's mine. And I went and I pointed everything out in that house that I brought in there or that she took without me knowing. I said, in 3 years, she's been here about 8 or 9 years. I never spent one night in this damn house. But look, you can look around and see me all in here. That's the kind of man you want, that you can look and see. This is what they done for you. Come show me what this man you talking about got for you. I'm still waiting. She couldn't go in. She couldn't come back with nothing. She couldn't come back with nothing. When I say nothing, I mean nothing. But that's a real man. She couldn't come back and couldn't. He got me this phone. He couldn't come back with nothing. He got me a road, nothing. I'm still waiting for her to come back. But this is the generation that's coming up. This is the generation that's coming up. She has the card. All you gotta do is pay $3, $20 in any direction. Anything over 20, you gotta pay the difference. Couldn't come back and tell me nothing. I said, how you with somebody and you got nothing? Could at least came back with a love letter or something. God, no, she didn't come back with nothing. You say I'm adding to the story. No, I'm not. I'm just giving y'all more. Since y'all want to know, I'm giving y'all more detail. Since y'all want to know. Because we're talking about Gabby. Gabby made the boyfriend crabby. And he went from being stabby with his fingernails to actually digging into her goal. And even though he's choking her, I bet you she still kept, yeah, which made him squeeze even harder. We need to stop this before somebody else do it. Because all it takes is a few minutes. And think about it. For you to strangle somebody, it's not quick. And you have to really be using a lot of force. That means your adrenaline pumping. It requires a lot of strength. And he choked every bit of life out that young lady. And probably didn't realize it. And probably came back and was like, Gabby, get up. Gabby. Uh-oh. What do I do now? Instead of being a man and saying 911, I think I just killed my girlfriend. Being a man and calling the family and saying, hey, I lost it and I killed your daughter. I didn't mean to, but I did. I'm sorry. They cuss him out and you just take it like a man. Nope. And maybe he would have got manslaughter. Maybe they would have gave him 10 years. And, you know, he would have been in his 30s. He can come out and make a life for himself. But nope. Instead, he chose to cover the body, lie, and do all this stuff. And now he on the run. And when they catch him, he ain't gonna see the light of day. And every time he come up for a parole hearing, it's gonna be thousands of people there. You killed Gabby. You killed. He could have still had a life. He could have still had a life. But nope. He wanted to be a coward. And I understand, but now you got to understand his life is over. Let's say they never find him and he live in the woods the rest of his life. Not being able to see nobody. To be on the run, looking over your shoulder every minute. Not being able to have a relationship with anybody. I think that that's torture. I think that that's death. You the walking dead. Because don't nobody know if you did or lie. Don't nobody really care either. You know? Funny, Nick. No, because y'all got mad when we was talking about what was the woman, Breonna Taylor. If you have to have a gun on you to go see somebody that supposed to love you, they'll let you know right there. You shouldn't be there. Y'all got mad at me when I said that. I'm just glad the sister wasn't home. Because the sister could have got shot up too. You don't know how many times as a young man. You don't know how many times. Y'all know I'm an insomniac, so when I go to sleep, I go to sleep. You don't know how many times I heard somebody pulling on me, punching on me, telling me to get out that damn bed. Like, your bed. That's why I don't go over a woman's house. I told y'all several times, I found that house. I negotiated it for her. I've never slept in her bed in that house. Never. I can count on my fingers how many times I've been inside the house. I can count on just, I don't think it's been 5 times that I've actually been in the house socially. I might have helped carry something in. Because I've spent too many days where I had somebody waking me up, telling me, get the hell out that house. Like, what? I don't go over a woman's house. That's why I tell you, if a man don't have a place to take you, A woman shouldn't fool with him. And a man should never. I don't think a man should ever stay the night at a woman's house. Because you don't know who she's seeing other than you. And you don't know who might decide to drop by. Because see, women try to calculate when somebody gonna come by or hey, you come by on certain days. But some guy always breaks it. Next thing you know, somebody trying to chase you down the street. I'm not jumping out nobody's window in my drawers. We're gonna stand there and fight. Because men do the same thing that women do. A woman catch a man with another woman. They don't go after the man, they go after the woman. A man catch a man with who he think is his woman. He go after the man. The man ain't the problem. The woman is. The woman ain't the problem for the women. The man is. Why you ain't going after them? I'm doing for you, spending my time with you, and you messing around with somebody. What the hell wrong with you? No, you go after the person. That person is victimized the same way you is. Some women got 4 or 5 men. I've driven women to the courthouse. They got faces all messed up. She's like, yeah, I'm going down there. I'm gonna teach him a lesson. I'm gonna wait until they about to give him the decision, and then I'm gonna say, I don't want to press charges. I'm like, it don't work that way, honey. You go that far, they're gonna give them to him. Nah. I just want him to be scared. I want him to know that he can't put his hands on me. So I'm gonna let him think he'll get locked up. At the last minute, I'm gonna tell the prosecutor I want to drop the charges. I said they're not gonna drop the charges. I don't know what happened with that case. I wish I would have got on. I would love to find out, but that just shows you. That just shows you. Who said Brian is innocent? Brian is not innocent. Sat there and killed that girl, took her money to finance his getaway. What I don't understand is why did he go back and get the van? That's the part I don't understand. I would have left the van where I left the body at. Somebody could think, well, somebody came across her, saw her by herself, maybe fooled around with her, and then killed her and threw her in the woods. That's the impression, that I would have left. Because if he flew home, I'd have said, yeah, I came home to take care of the storage thing. And where's Gabby at? She was supposed to ride back. Oh, somebody got her. Oh, well. Yeah. If he had sense, but he didn't have the sense to do that. And I heard that he was trying to beat up a waitress. They went out to dinner a couple of days before she disappeared. They say he tried to beat up a waitress. She said she put scratches on his face and arm. Scratches. To a man, a scratch is nothing. But she said, and if somebody want to get the body cam video link and put it in, I'll play it. She said that he grabbed her like this and was telling her to shut up. And like I said, this could real easily turn into this. real easily. Real easily. I told you shut up. Why don't you shut up and just be quiet? Just shut up. Yeah, shut up. God damn it. I said shut up. I never shut up. I said shut up. Shut up. Before you know it. That's what I think happened. Now, where are you, T mothers? I said this a while ago. Video is up. I told you that she died by strangulation and told you how I thought it happened. And everybody said I was crazy. Well, I can't be that crazy. She died by strangulation, homicide, and the coroner said it seems like it's abuse. So put 1, 2, and 3 together and give me your synopsis. Give me your hypotenuse. Brian is hiding it. Why is he hiding? If he didn't kill her, why is he hiding? If he didn't kill her, why would he drop the van off at the parents' house and keep moving? Don't he have a sense to just leave the van in the woods? And maybe he can say, well, I was on the airplane. Something must have happened to her. Somebody must have found her. Maybe they molested her and threw her in the woods or something. He didn't have a sense. He came back and started getting ready to go on the run and took her money to do it. That's a sorry man. He's scared of the person who killed her. Your explanation make him look even sorrier. He that scared that he drove the van back and ain't say nothing. And still ain't said nothing. Ain't said nothing. We ain't heard nothing from now in the explanation. Sat there, make sure he didn't take his phone so he can't be tracked nowhere. Nah. If that was the case, he should have never came home. Because then that would bring that person to his parents' house. Why would you bring somebody looking to kill you? Why would you come home? So that they can come home and they can't kill you, they can get your parents. Come on, T mothers. Here on this show, we don't deal with what I feel. We don't deal with what I think. We talk about what we know. And I'm looking at the examples. And this is what I know could happen. Not what I think, not what I feel. What I know could happen. I know what it's like to be around somebody that just won't shut up, that won't stop nagging, that don't know how to calm down. But even still, he might could have got 10 years. 15 at the most. He in his 20s. He can still have a life. When he get caught, what kind of life is he going to have? At least he was sympathetic. Somebody feel sorry for him. Well, you know, he made a mistake. But to go through all of this, ain't nobody going to have no mercy on him. He'd be lucky to survive his jail stint. Whether they give him 30, 40 years. By the time he come out, he'll old. Nobody gonna want him. Only them crazy women that you see marrying Charles Manson. That's the only kind of woman that's gonna want him. So, if you look at the odds, there's no good reason for him to have done what he did. And they go through all that trouble flying in. Why did he use our money? That doesn't even make any sense. So say somebody did. Why did he take our money? I mean, that's kind of rough right there. You kill somebody and then you take their money. That's rough right there. Parents could have used that money to help bury you. You sit there and take it. And I guarantee you, he bought supplies. He probably got a bunker. He had plenty of time. We talking weeks. He probably could have buried himself a nice little underground shelter and probably got food in there and everything he need for a while. Because, see, something else is going to happen. Right now, it's about Gabby. It'll be somebody else next month. It'll be somebody else. The fact that she young, blonde, blue-eyed, and look like Stephanie Tanner are Full House. Because there's other missing people. There's a black lady missing. You don't hear nothing about it. Just vanished off the planet. You very seldom hear anything about it. And pretty soon, it's going to be another story that's going to take over. That's just the way it works. And I think he's going to hide out to the point people forget and move on to something else. Because it's going to be the next day. Something's really going on with the Wi-Fi because I'm noticing that I'm flashing in and out. I want to test something real quick. What if I turn this air conditioner off? Let's see if it still does it. Now let's see if it still does it. Because I wonder, the computer and no, it's over there. They're not on the same plug, but they're on the same circuit. Doesn't seem to be doing it now. Maybe that's what's the cause. I'm looking to see. Maybe that was the cause, yo. He said he may think the police will put the crime on him no matter what. I ask you this, T-Mothers. If he would have done the right thing and said that he lost it for a moment, and she wouldn't shut up, she wouldn't calm down, and before I knew it, I choked her out. I didn't mean to. And he went to the family and begged for forgiveness, even if they beat him up. If he had came before the court, the judge probably would have gave him second degree or manslaughter. He probably would have got 10 to 15 years and probably would have served 9 or 8 with good behavior. And he'd be back on the street and he could start his life over. And he would just be in his early 30s. A young man. If they catch him now, he's going to get life, 35, or the death penalty, depending on what state he's in. And depending on the jurors, because the jurors There's nobody who hasn't heard about this case. Nobody. And when they see the videos and when they see the body cam footage and they see how sweet and innocent that girl seemed to be, they're going to throw the book at him. But at least if he was sympathetic, he was sorry, repentful. Like I said, he might have got 10 to 15 and probably would have served 8 or 9 with good behavior and been paroled. He could have befriended the family and the community that he was a part of. And when his parole hearing came up, they wouldn't be there. No, 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 no. But I guarantee you, if you come up for parole, it's going to be 300 or 400 people outside the courthouse with signs saying, don't let him go. He was calculated in what he did, but that was the wrong move. He's a coward. All he had to do was man up. All he had to do was man up. Think of the money that's being spent. You got another problem too. That state where that body cam footage come from, he can't set foot in that state because any cop that see him, he made that police force look foolish. I would never step into that state again if I was him. When I got free, somebody gonna get him. They made them cops look like total idiots. Some of them people, when this is over, are gonna lose their job. If the family decides to sue that state for not separating them and letting them go about their way, because the families of both sides could sue. Because if they would have done the right thing and locked up, Brian's parents could say if they had done the right thing, he wouldn't have been able to kill her. And the parents of Gabby could say if they had done the right thing, we would have came down there and got our baby. You don't think that them police officers wouldn't like 5 minutes with him? He made them look like total jackoffs. I don't even think he would be safe in the jail. He better not ever get thrown in a hole. He may never come out of it. Nia said that's no reason for extreme violence. I didn't say it was a good reason, but I'm trying to get into the head. I don't know if you ever heard of the stories, but I remember growing up hearing stories about people throwing crying babies out the window. Baby just won't shut up. It won't shut up. Yeah, shut up. I seen stories, people shaking babies because they won't stop crying. So don't tell me it can't happen. It happens all the time. This young man thought that he could handle this woman. and found out when there's others around, he can. When there's other people to help carry the burden, but when it's just you and her, and you really can't escape, and the more you try to reassure her and calm her down, her anxiety flexes back. Because at first, it's nice when somebody's clingy and wants to have everything perfect for you and everything. After a while, it gets to be annoying. And for you to say that that's not an excuse or a reason, I agree with you. But by the same token, how many babies are killed because they won't stop crying? How many babysitters have been sitting in jail right now because the baby wouldn't stop crying? How many people that run preschools are in jail right now for assaulting little kids that keep talking back? It happens. Some people have a trigger and they don't know they have that trigger until it's triggered. Some people have a hole in their roof right now. They don't know about it till that big storm hit. And they're going to find that attic is flooded. Well, if I'd known that, I would have fixed the roof. Well, you didn't know. Some people think that they can handle situations. That's why I say sometimes we need to come clean with ourselves. We need to come clean. People tell me I need to go to TikTok. They only got 5-second, 10-second videos. We live stream for 6 hours. Some people say, well, you need to go to Facebook. Some people say you need to get on Twitter. For some reason, when you on Facebook or Twitter, something always seems to come back and bite you in the butt. That's why I don't fool with them. A lot of the material we got off of Donald Trump was from what? He can't stop running his mouth on Twitter. Gives us plenty of material. That's why I don't use it. I got it. I think I tweeted Donald Trump about the virus last year before it even got big. He didn't pay me no mind. That's the last time I tweeted. I haven't touched Twitter. You can go look. You won't see nothing there from me. But we try to fool ourselves. We try to convince ourselves that we can handle something that we know we can't handle. You know, I almost didn't go to the appointment today because I got up later than I wanted to. I was like, man, it's almost 7 o'clock. How am I going to get a couple times? I contemplated taking Bessie instead of Marsha. I don't think Bessie's fully charged, but she's charged enough that I could have made it up there. But everything is on Marsha. If I had took Bessie, we wouldn't have had no footage today. But I didn't even fool. The fact that I got up at 6:50 and I took my insulin, my medicine, I ate a handful of nuts. Y'all saw me eat 2 oranges. But I showered, got dressed, and I was out the door at 7:31. For me, that's impressive. But I could have quit. And I got there with time to spare and still got screwed. The bike rack was on the side of the building with the entrance. Yay, we're going to make it. Guess what? The workers told me I couldn't go through, that it's blocked off for construction. I had to walk all the way. And those of you who remember when I was seeing the blood doctor, you know that's a big old building. I had to go around that whole building. There were places that I could have changed Marsha to right there at that doorway. But I made it. I got in there. It was 3 after. At any of them times, I could have quit. Even when I'm signing in, and I used the online sign in, but they still had a computerized sign in. And the guy said, we need $50. I'm like, what? He said, we need $50. He said, don't you see it on your card? I said, sir, I got the card yesterday in the mail. I ain't even really looked at it. But what? $50? Hey, AJ, where am I supposed to get $50 from? He said, it say right there on your card, we need $50. I said, sir, I got Medicare, Care First Medicare Advantage, and I got medical assistance. Why the hell I got to pay $50? He said, oh, you got Medicare? I said, yeah, A and B. He said, oh, well, you didn't hand me the Medicare card. I said, because I was told that card ain't valid anymore. He said, yes, it is. And so I was able to be seen. I ain't had no daggone $50. But I didn't quit. See, I fought. Most people would have just paid, if they had it, they would have paid the $50. They would have walked out. I fought. I ain't go through all that trouble to be turned away. We already got turned away once. Remember, we went out, we rode Bessie all the way out there for nothing. We rode all the way up to that hospital for nothing. Now, Marsha did good until we got to the hill. Y'all know the hill. And we only had to go halfway up it. And she cut out, hey, Ava J. But I let her rest for a minute. And then we got up there. That's why it was important. Yeah, that daggone hill. That hill got us. And she actually flew. The bike actually flew at the first part of the hill. I thought we was gonna make it. We got right to that light. Y'all remember where the accident happened at? We got right before that light and she cut. I said, we're daggone block from the place. But I let it cool down for a couple minutes, and then we went on. It was a lady pushing a baby in a stroller, and I passed her, and then she passed me. I said, "What?" And then guess what? I passed her again. Just like that couple I told you. I passed them and said hi. Then they passed me and said hi. Then I passed them again and said hi. And then I showed you the video where they was talking about the woman was talking about he stole that bike. And the husband was like, "Look how it's chained up, dear." I don't think so. Look how nicely it's chained up. Nobody steal a bike. Wouldn't be doing that. All right, so it wasn't that because it's still doing it, but not as bad. You know, Nia has said to me, stop making the appointments so early. I don't, but that's what they had open. I don't like early appointments, but that's what they had open. And we have a lot. We have a lot. It's not a lot, but god darn. We had to go back on the 19th. We got to go on the 20th. I think we go somewhere on the 13th. Tomorrow, I was supposed to take Marsha to get her brakes done, but I was supposed to get the front brake done, but it's we gave them 25. They said it would cost 70. I don't know what 25 from 70 is. But then I'm gonna need a Uber back. And then we're gonna need an Uber to go pick her up Friday. And I think we got an appointment on Friday. So sorry, Marsha. Your brake's gonna have to wait. Yep, your brake gonna have to wait. Well, we got one hydraulic. We'll see how long that lasts. But you know. We haven't had a problem yet, so we just gonna hang on. But like I say, it only take 1 second. You know, I watched that video of me a couple Mondays ago, and that was me, but it wasn't me. You know, Ava J says, "Be careful when don't be doing your wee moments." The wee moments will make it worth it. I don't know if you were watching earlier, but there was a guy that worked at the market, and I'm mad at him too. He sat there and took the mobility chair. He worked there. What the heck he need a mobility chair for? And he ain't about 140 pounds. Well, y'all remember the first bike that we had, the one that Nonate Baquez got us. You know, it was shaped like a bike, but it was it was a scooter. You know, it was the Wagtron knockoff. It was the Swag Cycle knockoff. And But the swag cycle supposedly had a 250 watt motor, and this one had a 350 watt motor. And he had got the DUI. Y'all ever seen them DUI bikes? They real little. It was just like the one we had, but it was called DUI. He had that bike. And we used to talk. If y'all been watching me going to the market, you've seen us have various conversations. And so I saw him today, and he got him one of them bikes. It looks like the Echo Trick Dolphin. He showed me a picture. It looks like the Echo Trick Dolphin or another version of it. For those of y'all who don't know what the Dolphin is, it has it's a foldable, right? But it has a real small, it's only about this tall, about this wide. It's real thin, the frame, the front frame. Our frame is like this because the battery and the controller is in it. But this bike has a real narrow frame, and it has the battery sitting behind under the seat. And y'all know I don't like them kind that got the battery and the controller hanging out. But he was saying that Nia says, laugh out loud, impressive after missing the first appointment, BDS. They'll charge you up to $50. If the Medicare supposed to pay 80%, and the medical assistance supposed to cover the other 20%, why am I paying anything? I'm just asking. If the Medicare pays the first 80% and the medical assistance pays the other 20%, why do I have to pay anything? The state is glad that they ain't paying 100%. They don't mind paying the 20%. The state is glad they're not paying 100%. They don't mind paying the $137 premium every month. They saving money. That's why I feel like they threw me over. They sold me out to the Medicare. Nia said the card is not valid for some services. AJ says, right. She says they'll cover diabetic eye exams for what they write. What she's right. Well, like I said, they had to get a referral from the doctor. Like I said, don't forget, y'all, because y'all think that I'm going to forget. Don't forget, our dentist appointment is on the first of the month. So first of the month, we go see the dentist. Y'all gonna see I'm back there. Have all the daggone cotton in my mouth and stuff. I ain't gonna be all messed up. We might have to have some solid lives. Well, I just show the news or something, not be able to talk to that. It's coming. And she gave me something to dilate my eyes. And I'm waiting for it to wear off. Nia says you'll have a co-payment. Well, she asked me if I wanted to get a prescription to get some glasses. She said if she does it now, it'll be $40. But if we set up an appointment, it won't cost me anything. So we're going back. Damn, I forgot what day it was. Oh Lord. I didn't put it in the calendar. God darn. But I carried I carried the box of contacts because it's the one for the right eye is a 5.5 and the one for the left eye is a 5.0. And I had a 5.0 for both of them for years, but then I noticed the left eye was getting weaker than the right eye. And we did the test today, and the left eye is weaker than the right eye. And I had to go to the bathroom today, and they don't have the bathrooms in the offices. They got like a bathroom out in the hallway, and you got to know the code to get in there. They got a lock on it. And man, she had dilated my eyes, and it was blurry. I had to wander through the hallways to find the bathroom just to use it, and then find my way back. I walked by the place 3 times. Ava says if you get the laughing gas, don't come on the live saying we. If it's that serious, I might ask them, is there a place here where I could take a nap and try and sleep it off and then ride the bike back? Now that we have left the bike in various places, I'm more comfortable about chaining the bike up. And once again, you can't go nowhere with Marsha without somebody talking about how pretty the bike is. When I got there, somebody was there with their bike, and they were like, "Oh, that's a nice bike." And you know how you running behind, and the guy's talking me to death. And I'm like, nah. Nia said he's going to have a comprehensive cleaning before anything. Well, whatever the insurance to pay for, I'm willing to get done. See, that's my motto. Whatever the insurance to pay for, I'll get it. If they're willing to pay for it, I'll get it. I'm not hard to deal with. But I think we go back to even the 19th or the 20th. And I think it's at 2:30 p.m. Praise the Lord. Liz said you probably had to do 2 since it's been so long. Shoot. Whatever they want to do. As long as they don't pull nothing. All right, no. That hurts. Pulling teeth, that hurts. And I already know that they're going to have to do something to make the front 2 even. That ain't going to be no fun. You already know. Somebody going to be grinding. But they want to give me the caps or whatever. I really don't want them, but I even take the braces. That's what it takes. Whatever it takes to get me a good smile. So can't nobody. Like I say, I really don't care. But I give somebody material to work with. Ava J says, I hate the dentist, but I won't keep my teeth. What? I don't know. You know them things, the dumb veneers or whatever they call them. I see the commercials for them. I don't care. Give me whatever you got. I'll take it. I told you, long as the insurance pay for it, I'm down for anything. Long as the insurance pay for it. They tell me I got to pay for it. Hold the presses, Nelly. Ain't that serious? Did y'all see me talking to the guy that had the moped? He was trying to front and perpetrate. That's why I told him. I said, "Oh yeah, I love to see the young boys on a dirt bike. They look over and give me that smile, like, huh, look at you." I look back at them and be like, "Huh, look at you. I'm not looking for the police. I ain't got to worry about the police pulling me over, but you do." That dude had that moped. He didn't have a permit. That means if a cop feel like it, he can pull him over and impound it. That's why I wasn't impressed. He was like, "Yeah, this thing goes 60 miles per hour. You're gonna need it when a cop decide to chase you." Cause see, the teenagers kept getting in accidents, like sliding under trucks, being chased by the police. So that's why no neighbor kids was saying to get a moped. And I was like, you have to get insurance now and you have to get a tag for it. I got teeth. Why would I need dentures? They just need to be straightened and clean. I'm talking about the stuff the stuff they put over your teeth. To give you that smile. I don't want to look old. Dude, look at me today. I had already had the bike halfway chained up. How much is that bike? I said $2K. He said, no, I asked you how much it was. I said $2K, $2,000. He went, oh, I was putting on the second lock. Unless he's gonna pull a gun out. He wasn't getting much. Because you had to get the key from me. You can hang that up. There were too many people around. And the dude sat there and watched me put all 3 locks on and the alarm. And was still standing there when I left. I was like, good luck. You got a lot of cutting to do. A lot of lock picking to do. Because I ain't saying you can't steal it. But it ain't going to be no easy go. It won't be no easy go on this one. I was showing the guy the rear suspension, and then the front suspension. He was like, "Well, my bike got front suspension." I'm like, whatever. You say Marsha. I need help getting the PS6. Marsha's okay. My bad, y'all. I'm back, y'all. Nia said, why would he care about the cost if he intended on having it for free? What were you talking about, Nia? They're talking about if I wanted to get a prescription for glasses, I had to pay $40. You had to pay for glasses? That was the reason for getting the vision coverage. That's part of coverage. That's sort of like saying, hey, you want to get this bike? And they ain't got no wheels on it. What? Yeah, well, you got to pay extra if you want wheels. What? You got to pay extra for some wheels. You can keep it. The one I got is fine. Hey, look. Y'all see me every day. And my eyes are clear to you every day. You paid $539 for a pair of glasses. Were they goggles? $500 for a pair of glasses. Are they Gazelles? Bill Blass? Polo Ralph Lauren. Well, no, just for the prescription. I still have to buy the glasses and lenses. Nia said they Ralph Lauren. I told y'all I used to sell stuff on eBay. I found a pair of Ralph Lauren. That's how I know they got took. And we'll leave that alone. I had a pair of Ralph Lauren frames that I found on eBay. I made a deal with the seller. Got them dirt cheap. I went to Walmart to their vision center, gave them my prescription, and got them to put lenses in there. And I paid $40 for the frames, and I paid Walmart $20. I paid $60. That was the last pair of glasses I had. I have no idea where they are. I kind of have an idea where they are. Nia says her exam is $15 copay. Nia says it's not the point though. This says I have a pair of Baby. What about you got Baby? Why don't you have Say whinings? They sing for you too? This how you get in contacts. I found out today I can get my contacts online. I didn't even realize it. Did y'all know you can buy contacts online? As long as you know the prescription. I got my contacts from America's Best. I don't even know why. I had to find one we can get the bike to. I actually can find one that we can get the bike to. I can just take the boxes in there and just say, hey, can I get these contacts, please? Nia says the frames are heavily marked up. Yeah, I know, because when you go to America's Best and they say 2 pairs of glasses for $99, I ain't never seen nobody pay $99 except me. I went in there and I found 2 pairs that fit my face. This was years ago. And then they were like, don't you want to coat them? What? No, I don't. Well, they're gonna be big, they're gonna be bifocal. Don't you want them to be narrow? I said, nope. They said, luckily I don't have the cataract, so you gotta get the little window. Oh, I think the glasses look so nerdy. And they kept talking about, well, you want to get this? I said, nope, just give me the glasses, please. And they were like, well, how come you won't, how come you don't want to put nothing into the glasses? Because I don't plan on wearing them unless I get an eye infection. Eye infection usually lasts 2 or 3 days. So if once in my lifetime I have to wear them, that's what I'm buying them for. I'm not buying them to look good. I'm having them because I got to, not because I want to. So why would I want to make them look good? That's sort of like if somebody say, well, you got to go to jail for 10 days. Once you get into your cell, you're going to fix the cell up the way you want it for 10 days. You're not going to fix the cell up like you want to live there. You're not going to be there in 10 days. Somebody else had a cell. Why the heck would you want to hook it up for somebody else? I told you, whoever was living in this house before me, whoever had this place before I did, they must have been a handful. The fact that they broke back in here twice and tore up the flooring that they put down in the bathroom, tore the tiles up and threw them in the bathtub. The fact that they yanked down the wallpaper, the fact that they left 100 cans in the closets. Do you think that person was trying to fix the place up for me? Or you think they were trying to destroy it? So why would I want to fix up something that I don't ever plan on using? I hope to never have to wear glasses again. I said never. But if I do get an eye infection, that's why I try and be very careful about touching my eyes and try to be very careful. You have to be careful. But it could happen. And then you have to go. And I can tell you right now, if I ever was to get an eye infection in one eye, I would take the contact out and use the other contact to see with and let the other eye heal and rest. But if it came to the point where both eyes were infected, if we ever got to that point where both eyes were infected, then I would have to wear the glasses for a couple of days. And that's all it is, for a couple of days. I don't like wearing glasses. And I wore glasses all the way up until my 30s. And I can't stand glasses. And you see my face curl up when I say it. I can't stand them. It makes you... It's something else you got to defend. Remember I told you my rock bottom was getting an oxygen tank to walk around with. Well, if something go down, you got to defend it. Glasses are the same way. What's the first thing somebody try and do when you get into a fight and they see you got glasses? They try to knock them off. You know? Hey, Sam. Sam says my hood doctor gave me the wrong contact prescriptions. He had me blind as a bat. I had to go to where the rich people live to see again. Shaking her head, laugh out loud. Liz said, laugh out loud. Well, I'm not going anywhere in the hood. And I'm trying to stay uptown as much as possible. Matter of fact, a dude told me today when I was chaining the bike up at the rotunda. He said, well, you couldn't have picked a safer place to put it. When I was coming out, you wouldn't believe how many people was walking back and forth. I said, he wasn't lying. Like, God damn, look at the daggone foot traffic. Even when I left, I had to sit there and watch the people go by. Because I wanted to back the bike into the sidewalk. It was too many people coming by. I said, God darn. A lot of people come through here. Good. A lot of traffic mean People ain't worrying about taking your stuff. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to get everything done, and I know some of y'all was in shock. Y'all thought I was talking smoke, but oh crap, I forgot to weigh myself and take my sugar today. Does anybody know how to use the sticker? You put the Lancet in, right, to a click, twist the top off, put the cap back on, put your finger at the top, push down, and it's supposed to pop the needle and prick your finger. It don't come through. No matter what setting I use, it don't come through. So what I've been doing is they gave me some alcohol swabs at the heart clinic, and I take the swab, and what I do is one side, I use it on my side for the insulin, right? Then I sit it down. Then when I'm ready to do the insulin, I flip it over and clean the finger off. And then I just stick myself until blood come out, and then I squeeze it out, and then I get the thingamajig and Sam said his prescription was so bad that he went to get LASIK. He said, I was rejected for surgery, but thank God they rejected me as I only needed a competent eye doctor. Has anybody gone blind from the LASIK? Yeah, it's daggone shame because one of those I never opened, but the other one, I liked it. All you had to do is go pooch, take your finger, squeeze it, put the little strip there, there you go. Now I literally had to take the needle, the raw needle, and poke myself in the finger with it. It's not fun, but you get used to it. I'm probably gonna have to get another one of them thingers, or what I might do is next time I go to the hospital, I'm gonna actually take it. I'm gonna take the meter with me, and I'm gonna ask them to show me how to get the needle to come out. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to put it on your finger and turn your head, and then pooch, and supposed to be real quick. But now I gotta look at it and I gotta dig my finger in, and then and me, I got to the point I ain't even scared no more. I just take my breath in and just poke in until I get blood. Then I just squeeze it out, put it on the strip, and let it analyze it. Like I said, I just ate about 4 oranges. I don't think this is the great time to do a reading. What do y'all think? Oh, you said to call her. She found out I got one. She might be trying to figure out a way to get over here and get that one. This is how you know when somebody bad. I remember when I first found out what she got, it was only 7 something. I said, how the hell do you live on $700 a month? At the time, I was making about $550, $600 a month. Like, how the hell you live on $700 a month? She was like, well, I pay my bills, grocery shopping, and basically depend on other men to help her get through the month. So I said there, I told her, I said, well, you know, I'm you now. Except I get more money than you, but I pay for rent. So I get less money than you. So why you ask me for anything? I should be asking you for some money. He said, oh no, I don't give men money. But you sure take it. And she didn't say anything. And he says, likely not, BD, you're supposed to eat them all. I'm supposed to eat all what in one sitting? Wait a minute, y'all got me confused. Well, I wasn't, but there was 4 of them won't kill me. I need to go in there and cook something. Maybe some eggs or a bowl of salad. Maybe I'll go in there and make a bowl of salad. No, I did what Brian should have done. Flee. And then embarrass her publicly so there's no chance of her weaseling back. Y'all know I can't eat no KFC. Can I? They gave me that book. I need to read it. But the problem is the stuff for the heart is in total contradiction to the stuff for the diabetes. I can talk to somebody that's a heart specialist and they say you can have this. But then I talk to somebody that know about diabetes. They say, no, you can't. I'm like, well, look. What does MGTOW stand for? Can you spell it out, Sam, buddy? I'm not sure what MGTW. Well, actually, let's find out. What's that? MGTOW. MGTOW is an anti-feminist, misogynistic, mostly online community advocating for men to separate themselves from women and from a society which they believe have neglected feminism. I don't totally agree with that, but I agree with some of what it said. Hey, what they say, where's your cookbook? I don't know. Wait a minute. Soul food. Let's find some recipes. Hold on. Mama's favorite, beef and pork. Althea's beef gumbo. Gumbo, jambalaya. What is that? Oh, Lionel Richie. We're gonna have a party all night long, all night long. Yeah. Baked pork Hawaiian, barbecue pulled pork. I thought you weren't supposed to have pork with diabetic. Easy beef casserole, marinated steak. Oh, we can have steak. Pork chops with fruit sauce, pork roast. There sure was a lot of pork in here. Quick beef stroganoff, smothered pork chops, stewed beef with vegetables, vegetable beef skillet, Asian lemon chicken, what? Chicken and dumplings, country fried chicken, Eunice's curry chicken. Doesn't curry give you the runs? Honey mustard chicken. I heard to say about the Indian people, they eat all that curry, and then they don't have public restrooms. So they make holes in the ground and poop in them. They say never shake the right hand because they wipe their behind with the right hand. Yeah. Lemon lime chicken, Mary Alice's chicken and rice, quick chicken casserole Creole, Rogene's Cornish hens, Cornish hen, stewed chicken, sunshine steak chicken a la Raj. Baked flounder au gratin, crab meat au gratin, crab meat delights, Curtis's favorite shrimp, Dawn's jerk fish, jerk fish, Devon's crab cakes, grilled catfish, oven fried fish, quick tuna casserole, I still got some salad left, but I got some salad left. I got some eggs left, and I still got I bought that big bag of fish. We still got fish, and we still got the 2 pieces of salmon, and I still got a half a thing of chicken thighs. So we got plenty to eat. That's why you didn't see me buy no food today. We didn't have no seasonal. So yeah, I went to the market to get some seasonal. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna go make me some salad now. Yeah, let me give y'all something to listen to real quick while I go get some salad. Give me 1 second, you know. She said pork is white meat. It's according to the Bible. You're not supposed to have it. Oh, I thought it was bad for you as a diabetic. You need to talk amongst yourselves. My legs are cracked We have to play that in a minute. I try to be y'all great. I could have played some Derek Detroit. I don't care what nobody say. They're using my beat. What is the song called? Our feet feet along. Listen to the drums. Let's speed up some. Y'all can listen. That's how you end a song. Now, hold on. Now listen. Y'all see how similar the beats are? But you can see I got more, it's more action in mine. I didn't discover this until we started doing the show when we were looking for instrumental music that wouldn't get us copyrighted. So I made my song 25 years ago. I'm 26 now. Uh-huh. But y'all can see. Anyway, phone call. Hello.
We've been trying to reach you from the dealer service center concerning your car's extended warranty. You should have received something in the mail about your car's extended warranty. Since we have not gotten a response, we are giving you a final courtesy call before you close out your file. Press 2 to be removed and put on our do not call list. Press 1 to speak with someone about possibly extending or reinstating your car's warranty. Again, press.
Hi, this is Mark with the Warranty Division. Can you please verify the make and the model of your vehicle so we can now pull up your file?
Well, this is my last chance. Y'all already know the make and model of my car. What kind of deal are you offering? That's how you handle a scammer. That's how you handle a scammer. Hit them with logic. The recording said, we've been trying to reach you several times about your car warranty. This is your last chance. Okay. Then you know what kind of car I got. How you going to offer me a chance on a warranty? You don't know what kind of car I got. How you going to make me a deal when you don't know what you're dealing with? See? He had no answer. Dear said I should have said a bike. See? That's how you handle those scammers. Hit them with logic. Give them with logic. Y'all remember we got the phone call a couple months ago. We were sitting here live. We got the scan call. Scan call said, the computer recording said, we have your file open. And this is your last chance. You got my file open. And the first thing they said was, what kind of car do you have? Well, you got my file open. You tell me. How you going to offer me something when you don't even know what I got? Make that make sense. I'm going to offer you a deal on something. Oh, yeah, what do you have? They'd be like me coming on here saying, hey, y'all, I got a brand new e-bike to show y'all. I got a great deal on it. And you say, well, what is it called? Oh, damn, I don't know. Let me go look. What? You got to go look. If I'm telling you I got a good deal for you, I should know what you have already. How can I offer you a deal if I don't know what you got? I'm just being honest. How can I offer you something I don't know what you have? I might have a warranty for a Mercedes. You might have a Lincoln. So why would I call you and say I got something? Now I can say, hey, would you be interested to see if you qualify or if you have the right car? That would make sense. But don't tell me you already know what I got and then first thing you say is, what do you have? Because if you tried to notify me, you know that I qualify for this. So you should know what I drive. Make it make sense. Just like I was watching the SSA scam. I told y'all I got a call the other day from the SSA scam. They called me a bencho. Just like calling somebody an MFer in English. Dude called me a bencho. Because the dude said, your social security number has been involved in some suspicious activities. And the first thing they asked me was, what's your social security number? I said, you calling me, telling me that my number is involved. You tell me what my social security number is, because you gave it to me. I said, you don't know what it is, then how you know I got something to do with it? Oh, you been colluded? I was like, what? I started to say, and I couldn't think of it. I was so mad at myself. I started to think about it. I started to think, yeah. I started to say, you been colluded, your mother chode. I was so mad. But yeah, see, it's always, now you gotta listen, it's always a white sounding lady on the recording. No offense to my white followers, but there's always a white, hi, this is great. Yeah. To make you feel at ease, because we used to hear the white lady talk to us. We're used to it. That's what we're used to in America. Even the operators. Even the Amazon thing. Hi, this is Alexa. This is what you're used to hearing. And that's how they draw you in. But then when the person come on there, they got that Indian accent. That's how you know. You can tell by the Indian accent. Nigerians do it too. But they use that accent. As soon as you hear that accent, you knew. Like I said, usually with the car warranty, it's somebody that actually sound white. But this time, we had a straight Indian. I was like, I was hoping to get into him with him, but I wanted to get to the part in that the Social Security scam when they say that a car was rented under your name and it was abandoned on the south border of Texas or Georgia or North Carolina, whatever state they decide to use. And they tell you that the people in the neighborhood called the police about a suspicious looking car. The police come, they say the sheriffs. In Baltimore, our sheriffs, the only thing they do is eviction. So I was waiting for somebody to say that, the sheriffs. What the sheriffs got to do with banning the car? The sheriffs deal with evictions. But like I said, the first thing they say is that the car was found with blood and drug residue in the car. And they say when the title of that car was reviewed, it showed 2 addresses that you have rented. Now, I don't know, some of y'all got cars. And if you don't have a car, go outside to your husband or wife car, look in the glove box. The car is going to be titled to your address. If it's your business, it's going to be titled to the business name, right? So if I rent the car, my name is not on the title. My address is not on the title. The owner of that car, the business. So if you rent a car from Allstate, it's going to say Allstate Leasing, Allstate Affiliate. It's not going to have your address on there. You're just renting the car. That's all you're doing is renting the car. They shouldn't get no further than that before you hang up on them. Just imagine that. The rental company, they will have to get the address that the rental company put on the title of the car, not your address. Now, if they had said that we went to the rental company and we pulled the address that you used to rent the car. That makes sense. But to say that they got the address from the title of a car you don't own makes no sense. All the title would tell them is that it belonged to the insurance company. That ain't got nothing to do with you. Even if they said the lease agreement has your address on there and it was taken out under your social security number. But when they say your car is rented under your social security number, somebody talk to me. I need somebody to talk to me. I ain't never, and I've only rented a car 5 times in my life. They never asked you my social security number. Don't make no sense. Why do people fall for it? It doesn't make any sense. When have y'all ever rented a car? The first thing they said was, I need your social security number. I heard them say you're going to pay cash. Fill this form out. My social security number was never on there. I just hope nobody dumb enough to let them give you your computer. Soon as they say, are you in front of your computer? Oh, I don't have one. You don't have a laptop? Nope. Do you got an Android or iPhone? Nope. I tell them the jitterbug. I got the jitterbug Obama phone. They're going to hang up on you because they can't do nothing with you. They want you to get them gift cards or get them they want to give you their banking information and want you to go to the bank and make a transfer. Or they want you to get some aluminum foil in a box. Get a book. Put the money in the book. Put it in the box. Seal it up. And overnight it through FedEx or UPS. And people are stupid enough to do it. They victims. I shouldn't say stupid. They're crazy enough to do it, okay? We don't sugarcoat things here. So that's my scam alert warning for the day. Don't nobody come back here and say they got scammed. Only you can let somebody scam you. Can't nobody do it to you. You got to help them. You have to help them. Ain't nobody going to break in your house and take your computer. You got to let them in. Don't let them in. The Amazon scam, as much as I deal with Amazon, somebody tried to get me with the Amazon scam. You've got an iPhone, and I've heard it from $4.99 all the way up to $13.99. We're calling you to let you know that this seems suspicious to us, that you ordered an iPhone 12 or 13 or whatever, and that the address is going to New Mexico, or the address is going to Nigeria, or it's going to Australia, or it's going to Russia. Do you know somebody in Russia? You buy them an iPhone? People say, oh no, I wouldn't do that. Get in front of your computer. What is your computer for? You cancel that order. Yes, but you need to get the cancellation form. I've been dealing with Amazon. All you got to do is cancel. And if they ask you for your login information, hang the phone up. Because they called you, so they know who you are. Why you got to tell them who you are when they called you specifically? They'll hang up on you when you tell them that. Because it makes sense. What they saying don't make sense when you think about it. If you get emotional, you stop thinking. You start feeling. Don't get emotional. Make it make sense, as they say. Why do you have to log in? Why do you have to let them come on your computer and then log into your account? And then they give you a form from a site that don't say Amazon. And you have to fill it out. Seriously. Teach the older people in your family that use a computer and don't know what the heck they're doing. Tell them if somebody call and asks you anything, tell them to send you a letter in the mail. When you get the letter in the mail, call the company and say, hey, did you send this? And they're going to tell you, heck no. Anybody from Amazon that's a real Amazon person, especially if they call you, they already know your information. They know your account number. And they can pull it up real quick. You ain't got to connect your computer to theirs. That's you letting somebody have access to all your information. They can do anything on that computer. Anything you can do, they can do. I like the scam when they tell you you do a refund. You know you haven't given $3.99 to nobody for your computer. Why do you expect to get $3.99 back? They tell you the company going out of business. If you're going out of business, that means you didn't make any money. How can you afford to refund money? I'll listen. If you're going out of business, that means you ain't making no money to stay afloat. How can you afford to refund everybody their money back? But so you got people are greedy. They tell you, you don't want your refund for your $3.99? $3.99? Yeah. Okay, get it in front of your computer. And they use AnyDesk, TeamViewer. They connect to your computer. They get you logged onto your bank. Yes, in order for you to get your refund, we have to connect your computer to our server, to our bank. And what they do is they get you to log in and they can see what you see. They see your balance. What they do is they either use a spoof that lets them see your credentials. When you type them in, even when they go on the dots, they got something that'll capture it. Or they'll just write it down as you type it. Then they make your screen black and tell you that server connecting to your computer. And what they do is they go in there and they look. Let's say you got 50,000 and your refund was $3.99. They'll come back and tell you, ooh, by mistake, I've given you 39,000. I need my 39,000 back. Well, just reverse it. No, we're not allowed to reverse it. We can only send you money. We can't take it back. Now, see, I would say, well, see ya. That's on you. Bye. All they did was take the 50,000 in your savings and transfer it to your checking. They tell you to check your checking. If they're really good, they change. They use the element and they change the numbers in your bank account to show that they gave you 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, depending on how much is in your savings. They change it. They screenshot it. And when you log in, they throw that up. That's why they tell you don't refresh. You refresh the page, it goes away. If you look on your cell phone or your iPad or your tablet, that's not going to show up there. It's going to be what it really is. They tell you, oh, no, don't log in. No, don't call your bank. No, I got it right here. And if you refresh the page, it messes them up because it makes it go back. It's a lot of scam baiters that be messing with them. No, they'll say that you paid for a firewall when you first got the computer, or you paid for Windows Defender. Everybody know that's free. Not everybody, because people still fall for it. They'll tell you they're providing the service. They'll tell you that they from Norton. If you're a Norton customer, they'll tell you, oh, Norton going out of business. The BBC says that we have to the Better Business Bureau says we got to refund you your money. If you're going out of business, how can you afford to refund money? Don't make sense. They ask you to get gift cards. You know you're in trouble. You can pay us back with gift cards. We was in the market one day. They got some immigration scams, but they try to find immigrants. They'll look for names like Rodriguez and Gomez, and they'll call the people and they'll tell them your immigration status is up. They gonna come take you back. You going back to Mexico. You going back to Tijuana. Oh no. You need to pay $1,000. $1,000. Yeah. $1,000. You can go to Walmart, get 2 gift cards of $500 each. They ask you any questions, tell them you're getting it for your grandson. Tell them you're getting it for your children in school. To help out with their school. Why can't I just tell them that you gave me too much money, or they won't give you the cards then? Yeah, because they don't know you're getting scammed. People still do it anyway. I don't understand it. They got another Amazon scam too. It's new. They tell you that somebody ordered something for $500. Well, we don't know if we talking to you or we talking to the hackers. So, in order to find out if this is really you, we need you to go to Best Buy, Target, or Walmart. Get us $1,000 in gift cards. When you come back and give us the numbers and we verify them, we know that you are the real person because the hackers wouldn't do it. And people get them and they tell them that $1,000, one person said $1,400 was refundable. It'll be refundable to your Amazon account. And people go out there and then they find out once they get them card numbers, you can't get your money back. It's crazy. Somebody had a scam for Border Patrol, and Trump finally locked the borders. Seriously. The beginning of the pandemic, they made $5 million off that scam. Trump wasn't letting nobody fly in finally or leave. people still paid the money out of ignorance. So, like I said, you ever get bored one day, check out Kid Boga, Scammer Payback, Scammer Revolts. You'll find yourself laughing. It's just one guy. I told you I was in the chat the other day. He is just so good. He played this old woman named Edith. And he freaking hilarious. The way he be baiting them scammers. He be making them cuss him out, threaten his life. He stayed one step ahead of them. Every time they say, go to the Target and get us some gift cards, he'll say, okay, when I get there, will you talk to the manager and explain it? Because I don't understand this. I don't want to talk to no manager. Well, can't you explain to them about how you gave me too much money? About how I owe the Amazon this money? Or I owe the Norton this money? Or the Microsoft? All you got to do is just go in there and tell them you want 2 gift cards. Why is this such a hard thing? Well, I don't want to go in there and mess anything up, But I got your money in my bank account, and my bank gonna want to know why so much money there. So let's get this over with. I want to get it done. Will you talk to the manager? They know if they talk to the manager, they're gonna know it's a scam. You be baiting them. And then they be getting the Google Play gift cards. They have them hooked to their computer. They're expecting you to give them the numbers. Type the numbers into the Google Play and redeem them. So you get the money and they get nothing. What are you doing? Are you mad? You just gave yourself the money. That's my money. What are you doing? Are you stupid? You dumb bitch. Heavy is bad. I couldn't be no scammer. I don't have the patience. That's why I say I understand. I understand, Brian and Gabby. Because I couldn't do it. I'll be ready to choke these people. I keep thinking I'm getting some money and then you turn around and I get nothing. Here's one of the guys right here, Scammer Jammer. He is sick. It is something wrong. Oh, y'all can't see the screen. This dude is sick. Ain't no worse than trying to eat while you watch this guy. He is this guy right here. I'm telling you, it's something wrong with him. It is something wrong with this guy. It's called Scammer Jammer. See, he got the wig on his head. This dude is freaking hilarious. Almost every episode. He got some kind of diarrhea. And he got the sounds. Hear that? I had to run into the hotel. And he make all these pooping sounds. Then he was like, oh no, the toilet's overflowing. What do I do? It's all over my shoes. The manager's coming. What do I do? I'll be cracking up. I said, this dude is sick. Uh-oh. Here we go, y'all.
And an update on a shooting at a Bronx basketball court that injured a 13-year-old boy. Another 13-year-old has been arrested and charged with attempted murder. He's accused of shooting the victim in the knee following an argument at Hunts Point Playground last week. Police say he was turned in by his mother.
That's the best thing she ever did for him. Because she can't handle him. Did we see this?
But first tonight, a heartbroken family sharing tragic news. A nurse from New Jersey injured when she was around by a mugger in Times Square has died. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sandra Bookman.
And I'm Joe Torres. Police say the suspect had just robbed a 29-year-old woman of her cell phone and was getting away. when he pushed the second victim to the ground.
58-year-old Maria Ambrosio of Bayonne struck her head on the pavement and was rushed to Bellevue Hospital. Her family told us tonight that she was taken off of life support. Eyewitness News reporter Naveen Dhaliwal spoke to the victim's family.
She was the light of the family.
She is kind and very giving.
Tonight, Maria Ambrosio's family is stunned that they're by her hospital bedside.
This is something that you just see in the movie. This is not something that is going to happen to your family.
For more than 24 hours, the 58-year-old fought hard for her life, but the odds were against her.
I'm more than heartbroken.
Her best friend, Amelia Cruz, can't make sense of it.
We traveled together, we worked together, we had fun together.
Amelia was there when it happened. The lifelong friends, both nurses, were in Times Square after lunch Friday when police say a man who had just stolen a cell phone knocked down Maria. She went down hard.
I heard a big thud. I said, oh my God. And when I looked up, I saw her blood. I said, oh, I'm trying. She said to her, wake up, Ning. I called her Ning. Ning, wake.
She never woke up again.
She is gonna be taking off the respirator. And we're gonna let her go in peace.
Here at Bellevue, Maria's family is having an unimaginable tough time saying goodbye to such a strong, inspirational woman, but they want the man who did this to her to pay. And Jermaine Foster is being charged for two separate incidents, not only for stealing that cell phone, but also breaking into an apartment.
I want justice.
They want him behind bars for the lifelong pain he has caused for taking such a precious life.
Hopefully, he stays where, he can be, taken out for a long time.
In Kips Bay, Naveen Dhaliwal, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
That's daggone thing. We covered this story, and I told y'all. Practice falling. Even if you do what Kevin was doing. Practice falling. Even if it's just to your bed. Practice keeping your head up and having one of your hands go behind your head. Practice it until it becomes natural. Because you can slip down the steps and bang your head. All it takes is for you to fall and let your head hit the ground. You can become a vegetable just like that. This says goodness BD. Oh, this should be fun. We going to Los Angeles.
Standoff with a murder suspect holed up at a motel in Rosemead last night. After trying to peacefully negotiate for hours, a sheriff's tactical team moved in, firing tear gas inside their room. The suspect stumbled out and appeared to surrender, but moments later tried to make a run for it. He was quickly chased down by a K-9 unit and then taken into custody.
He said he ain't going. That's daggone shame. Uh-oh. What happened? Let's get it.
Disturbing footage of Ohio police officers ripping by his hair a paraplegic man out of his vehicle. Somebody help! Newly released by the Dayton Police Department, the edited body cam video captures Clifford Owensby repeatedly saying he's paraplegic.
Stop! You're making it so much harder than what it has to be.
This difficult scene includes footage of two officers dragging Owensby across the asphalt to their cruiser. Dayton police initially pulled him over in a traffic stop, The department's edited footage shows the officers checking his window tint.
This window's at 20%.
And then questioning him about a toddler in the back seat.
How come the kid's not in the car seat?
Before asking him to exit his vehicle so a canine could sniff for drugs.
I can't step out the car, sir. I'm going to assist you. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not going to touch me.
He appears to call a friend.
Can you come down the street to
Owensby then requests the officer call his superior.
Can you call your white shirt, please? I'm gonna pull you out and then I'll call a white shirt because you're getting out of the car. That's not an option. So you're getting out of this car. So you can cooperate and get out of the car. I'll drag you out of the car.
8 seconds later, the officers begin pulling him out. Police saying in a statement they are gathering all relevant evidence necessary for a complete and thorough investigation. But the president of the local Fraternal Order of Police saying sometimes the arrest of non-compliant individuals is not pretty, but is a necessary part of law enforcement to maintain public safety.
Did these officers follow protocol for someone with a serious physical disability like this?
There's no training in the academy that teaches you to yank suspects out of a car by the hair when all you're doing is investigating. There is no need to push this thing further and faster when we can de-escalate, slow it down, and then make decisions that are rational.
Owensby's attorney says they intend to file a civil lawsuit after Owensby recounted the ordeal on Sunday.
I have nightmares. It really makes no sense. I should not have to leave out of my house every day wondering if this is going to happen to me again.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard joins us now live on set. So, Vaughn, people at home are going to be watching this, and they're probably going to be asking the question, the police union is defending the officers, but why exactly are they defending the officers if the man was paraplegic?
Exactly, and this is where the heart of the issue comes down to here, and that is why this individual is filing a civil lawsuit against those officers, intending to do that because he says the only 2 citations he's received so far were, one, the window, the tint was too dark, and the second one, the child in the back seat was not in a car seat. Essentially, that was the justification for pulling him over. Now, that is where the police officer said he did not follow their orders. And of course, that is where the discrepancy in this video takes place. Ultimately, those officers, they did not give him the time to call up a friend and have that friend come. And ultimately, that's when they removed him from that vehicle.
And to be clear, no resisting arrest charges so far.
They have issued potential court filings, but it's going to be up to the city prosecutor whether they actually intend to file those. The mayor herself of Dayton is that she wants more of an investigation. The question is, what stance does the prosecutor ultimately take?
Okay, Vaughn Hilliard for respond. Thank you for that.
Yeah, he about to get paid. Go ahead and call that bald-headed black lawyer. Go ahead and call him. Go ahead and call him. That's just crazy. They drug him down the street. You know how humiliating that is? They drug him down the street. That's friggin' humiliating. And they said it was a child in the back seat. Like he could get up and make the child get in the seatbelt.
The NYPD is looking for the suspects behind a brutal robbery and attack caught on camera in Brooklyn.
Concerned residents say they feel like crime is getting worse in the area. CBS News' Christina Fan has this report from Brownsville.
The surveillance video is brutal to watch. 2 suspects pounce on an unsuspecting 30-year-old woman, steal her belongings, then continue to kick her while she's down. Families say the robbery is just another example of growing violence plaguing Brownsville, Brooklyn.
There's a lot of shootings, gangs, like you don't feel safe. Not at all.
The robbery happened October 6th, around 3 in the morning in front of 211 Powell Street. The female suspect first punches the victim, causing her to crash face first into a planter. She then kicks the victim to the point of unconsciousness, while the man rummages through the victim's belongings.
It's crazy. All I do, I come to my program, make my doctor's appointments, and I go in the house. I'm scared to come outside.
The 2 suspects ran off with a woman's purse, 2 Motorola cell phones, $50, and a neck chain, leaving the victim with trauma to her face and head and a neighborhood on edge.
Now I'm kind of nervous because my daughter always walk down to the train by herself and come back home.
Police say they need help identifying the man and woman responsible for the robbery. The victim was taken to Brookdale Hospital to be treated for her injuries. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
There, yo, we go from one thing to the other. They beat that woman. Why? I mean, they stomped the, Stone Cold Steve Austin used to say, I'm going to stump a mud hole in you. They stumped the mud hole in that woman's face. And that was a woman doing it. The man ain't no better. He was just checking her pockets. Man, she stomped that woman like that woman killed her child or something. Like God darn. The brutality. The aggression. You stealing what they got. Well, why you got to try to kill them? It's bad enough that you stealing what they got. They got to find a way to replace it. But now, she probably going to have to replace cheekbones and teeth and eyes and Lord knows. They just can't rob you nowadays. They got to leave you for dead. Nia says they could have caused forever damage to her spine as well. Ava said exactly, Nia. Ava says the world's out of control. Nia said reform is non-existent. Nia said Ava J, and Ava J said so true, Nia. I'm sorry, y'all. My pupils are still dilated. I'm reading the best I can. My pupils, I don't believe that. They kicked. Can we see that again? Hope we don't get flagged. Can we see that again?
The NYPD is looking for the suspects behind a brutal robbery and attack caught on camera in Brooklyn.
Concerned residents say they feel like crime is getting worse in the area. CBS News' Christina Fan has this report from Brownsville.
The surveillance video is brutal to watch.
Bam.
Two suspects pound on an unsuspecting 30-year-old woman, steal her belongings, then continue to kick her while she's down. Families say the robbery is just another example of growing violence plaguing Brownsville, Brooklyn.
There's a lot of shootings, gangs, fighting, and you don't feel safe. Not at all.
The robbery happened October 6th, around 3 in the morning in front of 211 Powell Street. The female suspect first punches the victim, causing her to crash face first into a planter. She then kicks the victim to the point of unconsciousness, while the man rummages through the victim's belongings.
1,
It's crazy.
2.
I come to my program, make my doctor's appointments, and I go in the house. I'm scared to come outside.
The two suspects ran off.
That's just crazy. That's just crazy. She sat there and punched her in the face about 5 or 6 times and then stomped on her face 4 times. You had what you wanted. What was that? Why was that necessary? Why was it necessary, y'all? Wait a minute. Who was that from? What? Well, somebody said, glad you got the cookbook. Thank you. We had a call from Walgreens. What Walgreens want now? Walgreens, you ain't taking no more money from me this month. Wait a minute, see if there's any good emails. Oh, that reminds me of something, y'all. Y'all gonna laugh at me. Y'all gonna laugh at me, and I don't blame you. But I have a habit of throwing my forks away. For those of y'all that say, what do you mean? Just like it's a fork in this bowl right now. It looks real, but it's a plastic fork. I got a habit of, dumping stuff and keep walking, and I've thrown away, since February, I've thrown away 6 forks. I don't mean to. See, you get 2 shopping bags from the market, and you hang them on a door handle, and you use that as a trash bag. Then when that fills up, you put it in the real trash bag and get 2 more. And then when the bag get full or start, you can smell the vegetables. You take it outside. I gotta stop doing that. I keep throwing my forks away. Where can you get a fork at cheap? I was in the market today, but I only saw plastic forks. Where can you get forks at cheap? They send in Google Voice. Say, glad you got the cookbook. Okay. Thank you. And the email was just flying in. All right. Yeah, you would say the dollar store. Only problem with the dollar store is they don't have a bike rack. And there ain't no store near it. Liz said, look on Amazon. Oh, yeah. Ooh, that pack strong. Well, we ain't doing nothing. Let's take a look. Let's take a break from this bad news. Because all we seeing is bad news. God darn. Old lady said she's scared to come outside. She live in New York. You need to move then, honey. You scared to come outside. What do I type in? Dinner fork? Dinner fork. $11.99 for a dinner fork? I expected it to be like $3. I was expecting down. Let's go low to high. They want $2.59 for just one. I have that fork. It's in a set though. That Chung got me. I got it hanging up. All right, they got 5 for $4.99. They got 6 for $5.83. Any used ones? They got them engraved for just one fork though. Set of 8, $5.99. $5.99. They ain't got no used ones. 12 piece for $2.42. Let me check it out. No, it's got to be some high shipping. It's all the way at the bottom. Yeah, it's going to be some high shipping. Yep. $12.17 delivery charge. You have lost your mind. Ain't no more deals. $7.19. There ain't no deal. $1.83. A 12 piece for $1.83. Yeah, whatever. What's $1.83? $14 shipping. Yeah, I guess so. All right, what were the cheapest? Go back. $4.99 for 4 or $5.83 for 7. $8 for 6. Shoot, go back where we was. What did we see? $4.99. Extended delivery. It requires extra time for them to send 5 forks. October the 22nd. And if I pay 83 cents more, 84 cents more, I get 1 extra fork. And that's Thursday, October 21st. So medium $5.83, large is $6. Oh, what's the difference? They don't come till Friday. These come Thursday. What's the day? Tuesday? What's the day? Wednesday? That's not bad. All right, added the gift card. $12, $21. Nope, I don't see a better deal. Nia said use fork. Because it's in the display. I don't want to change that. That's the wall of that's the wall of fame. I don't want to change the wall of fame. They're there for sure. So the day of 13th, we got okay. We got the heart clinic on the 19th. And I have to add the eye exam. Go to month and 20. Add Dr. Romero again. Can we say it one more time? Romero. I just like said it. What was it? Sweet 301 at the Rotunda. You know, you can capitalize it. Rotunda. All right. So Tuesday we go back. Oh, I get a break. Tuesday we go back to the heart clinic. 20th, we see the eye doctor. November 1st, we see the dentist. November 2nd, we see the cardiologist. 4th, we see Dr. Epstein, my general doctor. Right, darn. But at least I get a break. At least I get a break, y'all. I finally get a break. Excuse me. I got a reason to yawn today. Dang, I came to y'all live. It only got 5 views. I came to y'all live from Eye Doctors. I was that boring? Man. Just more y'all watching now. Didn't watch the Menendez office. Nia said forks are not for decoration. All righty there. Hold on one second. All right. Well, when am I going to send it to you? Let's send it to Liz. If she's here. All right. Oops. Oh, it's right here. It never stopped. There you go. Leave some time. All right. All righty then. Excuse me. I can be honest and say I never even thought of it. The idea never even occurred to me. Hang on a second, yeah. Thank you, ladies. It never occurred to me. I got this hanging on the wall. It never occurred to me to actually use it. All right, I see it's not going to let me bring the other picture in. So hold on a sec. We have to go back. See, y'all, this is the Wall of Fame. So it didn't change? Delete that one. Okay, share screen. So what time let me use both of them, huh? Okay, we ain't gonna cry about it. See, when you walk in the kitchen and look to your left, that's what you see. Now the strainer, I used it last night for the strain the chicken with. I strained the chicken in the vegetable with the strainer, so it's in the sink. That's why it's not on the wall. But I call that that's the Wall of Fame. Well, it never occurred to me, you know. I say that's where the strainer go. It never occurred to me that was an eating fork. I never thought of it as an eating utensil. I thought of it as decoration. See, I got a habit of using this bowl for everything. You know, like if I make the rice in the bowl, and then like I'll go get an apple and I throw the apple in there, or go grab grab some fruit and just throw the core, the peelings in there, and then I go wake up in the morning and I see it sitting there, and I don't like it sitting there. I wake up in the middle of the night as if I forget to dump it and put it back in the kitchen. And I'll get up, and like I told you, I got the two shopping bags from the market. It's my little mini trash can, and I'll dump them in there. And then I'll come back, tie the bag up, and throw it in a real trash bag. And if the fork is in there, I didn't take it out, I would have thrown it out. And I've thrown out a lot of forks. It didn't happen at the other place. It just happens, I think, because I'm much more cleanliness orientated. That every time I see trash, I throw it away. I threw away a whole thing of I threw away a whole thing of tobacco pouches. I actually got up in the middle of the night and I threw away uh, um I threw away 4 plums. They was in the bowl, but when I woke up, I saw the cores. I went on threw my trash, threw the whole thing away. I said, wait a minute, where the plums go? Woke up later on. I had to go dig through the trash, and I had to go rewash them so that they could be usable again. Now, when I see something, I pick it up. Whereas at the old place, I will walk by it. Y'all understand what I'm saying? At the old place, I will walk by it. Now, I don't walk by. If I see something, I go get it. Now, I know some of y'all say that's too paranoid. No, because if you let something sit, before long, you'll have something sitting with it. And before long, you'll have a mess. You can't let something sit. It doesn't matter. Get it. And like I said, if I told you I'm an insomniac. So if I doze off, I'll wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and be like, why is this sitting here? I remember one time I had made some oatmeal and then I was nibbling on sunflower seeds. We don't eat them anymore. And I woke up and the bowl had tipped over. And so I went on and washed the sheets. And I emptied the bowl into the bag, like I said, and put the bowl in the sink and put some detergent in there and let it soak. And guess what? I had thrown away a fork. I didn't even realize the fork was in there. All right, y'all, something wrong. Hold on. I had the Samsung plugged up. Why did the Samsung turn off? Why did the Samsung turn off? Plug into the computer. Why did it turn off? I mean, I can go plug it up in the bedroom. If you can't handle it, I can go plug this up in the bedroom. Hold on a second. That phone got 84% on it, but we'll plug that up instead. So bring the Obama phone down here. All right. Give me 1 second. Y'all say shake your head. Now it's gonna look retarded. But then I realized who gonna see it? Who gonna see is one thing. Listen, who's gonna see it? Yeah, I'm Mosey. All right, so we was able to save a couple dollars. Don't mean to make you scream and holler. So that's good. We got to save a couple dollars. That's a good thing. All right, let's get back to the show. I know I'm gonna sleep for a week. All right, so let's go back. Share screen. Okay. All right.
New video today of a stabbing inside an Apple store in the meatpacking district. The NYPD says it shows a customer attacking a security guard after asking him to wear a mask on Friday. The suspect then left the store, but then later returns and hit a female employee. The guard stepped in, and after a struggle, he was stabbed 3 times in the back and arm and then slashed on the head with a knife. He was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Police, though, are still looking for the suspect.
See, with the mask, they're able to hide their face. Oh, what the hell? Breaking news 30 minutes ago.
Anger pours out. Gabby Petito's mom makes her thoughts known after learning the exact cause of her daughter's death.
A few clouds and another mild overnight. How low the temperatures go by morning.
And New York Live is with the stars of the movie version of Dear Evan Hansen. Why they decided to take on the Broadway hit.
Man, I'm back here with that stuff. Come on.
This is News 4 Now for October 13th. I'm Adam Cooperstein. New answers about the death of Gabby Petito. There are new questions. A Wyoming coroner's report says Gabby was strangled almost a month before her body was found. But who killed her? And what does this mean for her missing fiance, Brian Laundrie? News 4's Jackie Beckford has the angry words from Gabby's mom.
Gabby Petito's mother firing back, Nicole Schmidt texting, quote, "His words are garbage," to a WFLA reporter in response to the Laundrie family attorney calling her daughter's death a tragedy and restating fiance Brian Laundrie's status as only a person of interest in the case. That is all we've heard from Petito's family after the Teton County coroner revealed the 22-year-old's cause of death Tuesday.
Caused death by strangulation and manner is homicide.
Documents from the coroner's office detail manual strangulation, throttling. Dr. Brent Blue says the Blue Point native died 3 to 4 weeks before her body was discovered in the Wyoming wilderness on September 19th. Petito was last spotted at a Jackson, Wyoming restaurant on August 27th, 2 weeks after body camera footage from Moab police show a visibly upset Petito during a domestic violence call.
Where did he hit you? Don't worry, just be honest.
On September 1st, Laundrie returned to his parents.
Isn't that amazing? That's what they showed.
And then vanished.
Same thing I was talking about.
Later, a warrant for bank card fraud issued for his arrest.
He is in flight right now. Certainly, evidence of flight is very important evidence.
But who killed Gabby? Still not pinned down by police. The coroner says her autopsy was exhaustive.
This autopsy included a whole body CAT scan, a examination by a forensic pathologist. So we pretty much covered all the bases.
A law enforcement source tells News 4 a woman traveling with children reported another passenger for watching suspicious videos on his phone and then taking out an odd-looking object and fiddling with it. Turns out that passenger was watching videos on how to set and repair an antique camera, and the odd object he started working on, yeah, that was the camera. No criminal charges are expected to be filed. Firefighters in New Jersey are now trying to figure out what started a fire in their own firehouse. This happened at the Dunellen Fire Station in Middlesex.
That's got to be embarrassing.
The department says they're still assessing the damage, but thankfully no one was hurt. It's still not clear how the fire started, but the department says neighboring departments will help out until they're back at full service.
Hi there, I'm Storm Team 4 meteorologist Maria LaRosa, and started like the last several days. We had
new video today of a stabbing inside an Apple store.
Four hours ago, breaking news.
A Lamar CISD kindergarten teacher is accused of sexual misconduct with a student. Troy Moore was arrested last night and charged with indecency with a child. The school district received a report about an inappropriate interaction between the teacher and a student. Moore was suspended from his position. We'll have more on the story later on this afternoon on clicktohouston.com.
Oh, excuse me.
NYPD admits it made a mistake in accusing the wrong suspect in a violent robbery in Brooklyn. The man is seen by security cameras trying to steal a 65-year-old woman's purse before punching her and dragging her to the ground. Investigators initially said they knew the man they were looking for, but now they admit they made a mistake because he was locked up at Rikers at the time for another crime. Police are still searching for that man.
He is desperate. That don't make no sense for somebody to be that desperate. Oh, we didn't see this.
This is your marketplace. How in the world did this get on the market?
People are selling these devices hoping that customers aren't going to notice.
This is not a product that I would call refurbished.
Big mistake, big mistake. Shocking revelations on your marketplace. We're going undercover.
Uh-oh, we might get flagged for this.
Testing one of the biggest names in consumer electronics, Best Buy.
This is definitely rolling.
Just wondering what our options are. Big tech often comes with a big price tag, but does a big break online come with risks? Thing is, Best Buy says their refurbished devices may be more reliable than new. They're vetted, grade A products. But not if you ask these customers.
No quality assurance at all there.
We were pretty pissed off. Watch out when you're on the marketplace for this type of thing. Your marketplace is going shopping on Best Buy's online marketplace to see if we find lemons in our lot of refurbished phones, laptops, and tablets. And we go in store too to see what employees tell us.
So I'm having some issues with some stuff that I purchased online.
It's the Best Buy Refurb Readout. We'll give you the lowdown soon. But first, in summer 2019, Joanne Nixon and her partner, Richard Horst, check out bestbuy.ca for a new tablet.
She wanted something more than just her phone to use to go on the internet, so I was looking for an iPad as a birthday gift.
They land on a refurbished iPad Pro and like the $800 price tag.
As far as I was concerned, I was on a Best Buy website. At the time, I wasn't thinking this was a third-party seller.
They were shopping on Marketplace, which means it is from a third-party seller. Within months, Joanne and Richard run into some tech troubles.
So you go to turn it on and you get like nothing. You just get the plug sign come on the screen. And so I would hand it over to Richie and say, you know, work your magic. He would reboot it, give it back to me, and it would work for couple of days, and then it would do that again.
They try to get a refund, but the 90-day warranty period is over. They get no help from the seller. How do you feel?
We were pretty pissed off and
Yeah, annoyed. I mean,
annoyed. Yeah.
It's not a fortune, but $800, you pay that for a product that you think will last a couple of years at least. And if it breaks down quickly, somebody's going to do something about it. But here, nobody was willing to do that.
We're on the case. We start shopping on Best Buy's site for phones, tablets, and laptops. And we buy 4 of each from 12 different third-party sellers. Then we send them to tech experts to get the 411 and find out if they're in top condition and if they actually work. That's where we bring in Alex Sebastian. His company refurbishes and sells phones and tablets.
Here we are. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Asha. Nice to meet you. Come on in.
Nice to see you.
Alex has been in the business for 7 years and knows the tech market well. What are the advantages of buying refurbished tech?
I mean, there's really 2. The first one is price. A 2-year-old phone does everything that you or I would want it to do, and it can be half the price or less. And the second one is the environmental component. If you're buying a used phone, we're not mining those rare earth minerals again. We're avoiding all of that.
Extending the life of these devices is generally seen as a good thing. But Alex, who sells on Best Buy's site, says the refurbished market has some bad actors. Would you say some sellers are cutting corners?
Absolutely.
So what's happening?
Either the seller is putting a phone in the market that hasn't been rigorously tested and letting the user figure out what's wrong with it, or the seller may be doing some low quality repair work or using low quality parts, and while that phone may initially work, it's not going to last.
Interesting. He explains how they'll test our devices.
So there's really 3 components. The first one is pretty straightforward cosmetic assessment. And then the second set that we do is 28 tests of core functionality. Does this phone work as expected today? And for the final set of tests, we're actually going to have a look under the hood. So that means taking off the screen and having a look inside for any evidence of low quality repair work or low quality replacement parts.
When you say you have a set of standards, did you come up with that? Or is that something that happens across the board?
I mean, there's nobody setting a standard that everyone is adhering to in this business. And so refurbish is language that's thrown around a lot. And depending where you're buying, it's going to mean something different.
So it's over here. Let's meet our second tech tester. Hey, Maz.
How are you?
Good. Maz Kamani is tackling our laptop haul. His family has been repairing computers for more than 2 decades, and they've seen it all. What craziest laptop repair that you've had to do?
There's a lot of them actually. So one that comes off the top of my head is a customer threw his laptop to the gap of the elevator.
What?
6 stories straight down.
And he was able to retrieve it?
He got it back and he brought it in, and we were luckily able to get it working again.
You're like the laptop whisperer.
I appreciate that.
How will you test these laptops?
We're going to see if the specifications match what's internal to the computer, to see if the physical condition of the computer is good, and just run a basic test to make sure that all the parts are in working order.
While they start testing away, we head to Fredericton to meet Chris Dunstan.
I'm doing good. I'm not too bad. I like their working phone.
He hit up Best Buy's site for a new phone back in December and finds a refurbished iPhone 7 that's certified. That means fixed and tested by the seller. And yet, he has issues immediately.
When I called my mother, first person I called on it, I'm talking away and she's going, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. But then took the SIM card out and put it back in my old phone. It should give me no problem.
Maybe it was bad luck, so Chris buys another phone. But then
I called my dad for one, and my voice was distorted, crackling up.
Chris returns it for a third phone.
The fingerprint scanner was no good.
3 duds from 3 different sellers, and the hassle of dealing with returns.
Because I have a disability there. If I break down my car, it's not like I can get a walk somewhere. One phone I bought it from Best Buy Marketplace. Told to return to Best Buy. I took it to Best Buy. They wouldn't take it. So I went home again. Got a shipping label emailed to me from the seller. And I had to take it to a Pure Later Depot.
He reaches out to us with his concerns. So do many of you. One viewer says she thought she was buying directly from Best Buy.
Best Buy has cornered the market and is so big, they can get away with anything.
Another says her refurbished headphones stopped working after just a few months.
Best Buy will do nothing to help me.
And another complains about a refurbished phone with a bad battery.
I am quite sure they don't check them over before they sell them.
Remember, these are products that Best Buy says might actually be more reliable than brand new.
All right, I'm bored. I think we'll get flagged for that. Should go ahead and play the whole thing.
NYPD admits it made a mistake.
And we're going to flag for that. Oh, they still doing the robberies, y'all.
A 26-year-old man robbed and pistol whipped in Westtown. It happened just after midnight
Damn.
near Milwaukee and Wood. CPD tells us the man was in an alley when two offenders took his wallet, his cell phone, then hit him in the face with a gun. So far, no arrest.
I don't understand. They taking what you got. Why they not satisfied? Why they still got to beat you up? Uh-oh. Body cam footage. Y'all know we love body cam footage. Oh.
Houston police, come to the door. Something just hit the door. Good morning. Can we have a warrant for? Ma'am. Where's Dion? Is he awake? Dion, step out here. Is he awake? Yeah. Ma'am. Yeah, step out here. Okay. Dion, step on out here. You got to take care of some warrants. No. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah. No, I did not see him. Dion, you need to step out, Houston police. Is he behind the door? Dion. She looked back there towards the back. So Dion, Houston police, you need to step out here. Dion, it's Houston police. Let's do this thing.
Yeah. Hey.
Bill. Call an ambulance. Hey, get some cover.
Yeah, we're going to flag for this.
but I can't see him.
Hey, we need to get Bill out. We need to get Bill out of there. We need to get Bill out.
He don't even know who he's shooting at. He's just shooting away. Man. All righty, y'all.
A 26
Y'all know we definitely get flagged for that. Y'all know it. Damn. Liz said, "Be right back. Had to finish up work." Nia says, "Okay, Liz." Nia says, "Dinner prep soon."
Hey, good morning, Patrick. Like you said, it's just within 24 hours that 2 schools have been affected by gun violence in Chicago. You look right here behind me. You're in front of McDade Elementary School, and right here in the cafeteria, you see 2 bullet holes. Those came from the shooting that happened earlier this morning. Now, right now, the school is on a soft lockdown, but take a look at this video that we have from earlier today. Police say this shooting happened just before 8:45 this morning, right at the corner of 88th and Indiana. Multiple bullet holes can be seen from the McDade Elementary's cafeteria window. No one was inside that was injured. Another gunshot was found in the door of a home directly across the street, but no one inside was injured in that situation either. Police are saying the shots came from a black Nissan Altima. It was traveling southbound. People in the neighborhood told us they heard at least 20 shots. We do know the school was in session at the time of the shooting, and parents told us they were alerted about the shooting through the Citizens app. Some came to check on and either pick up their kids. The fathers we heard from both agreed that it's time to start thinking about moving away from Chicago.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I just dropped her off this morning, gave her hugs and kisses, and it's tough. You understand why people are leaving Chicago, because the violence is just too much. The children could have got hit, could have got injured as well.
There's a lot of things we need to rethink concerning this city. It's really out of control. These shootings out of control. The way what's going on. There's just 28 shots in front of a school. 2 shots I can physically see with my own eyes through the window. Kids could have been shot.
And again, as far as we know, McDade Elementary is still on that soft lockdown. No one is in custody, and police are looking for a black Nissan Altima. In the meantime, no one was injured in this shooting. In Chatham, Glenn Marshall, WGN News.
I just realized something. So we did 14 and 15, right? Alrighty, y'all. Today's Wednesday. We forgot his Bible study. So we were at 15. We did 14 and 15 last Wednesday. So we'll see if we can do 16 and maybe 17 today. So we're in Matthew 16. The Pharisees and Sadducees came to Jesus and tested him by asking him to show them a sign from heaven. That's some forms of clergy from Jesus' day. Jesus replied, when evening comes, you say it will be fair weather, for the sky is red. And in the morning, today it will be stormy, for the sky is red and overcast. You know how to interpret the appearance of the sky, but you cannot interpret the sign of the times. A wicked and an adulterous generation looks for a sign, but none will be given it except the sign of Jonah. Jesus then left them and went away. When they went across the lake, the disciples forgot to take bread. Be careful, Jesus said to them, be on your guard against the yeast of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They discussed this among themselves and said, it is because we didn't bring any bread. Aware of their discussion, Jesus asked, you of little faith, why are you talking among yourselves about having no bread? Do you still not understand? Don't you remember the 5 loaves for the 5,000 and how many baskets you gathered? Or the 7 loaves for the 4,000 and how many baskets you gathered? How is it that you don't understand that I was not talking to you about the bread? Be on your guard against the yeast of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Then they understood that he was not telling them to guard against the yeast used in bread, but against the teaching of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Jesus made a great point, but they didn't get it. He had to explain it to them. Yeast and bread can't harm you unless you drown yourself in it. But getting wrong spiritual information from the wrong people, that can get you in trouble. It can get you in spiritual trouble and cost you your salvation. That's what Jesus was saying. When Jesus came to the region of Caesarea Philippine, he asked his disciples, who do people say the Son of Man is? They replied, some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, still others Jeremiah or one of the prophets. But what about you, he asked. Who do you say I am? Simon Peter answered, you are the Messiah, the Son of the living God. Jesus replied, blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah, for this was not revealed to you by flesh and blood, but by my Father in heaven. And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I shall build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it. I will give you the kings to the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Then he ordered his disciples not to tell anyone that he was the Messiah. Right here, Jesus changed Simon's name to Peter. The same way he changed Saul's name to Paul. The same way he changed Abram's name to Abraham. He's giving the to the church to Peter, a man who denied him 3 times. Jesus saw something in Peter. Something special. The same way he saw something special in Noah. He saw something special in Abraham. He saw something special in Saul and renamed him Paul. Jesus renames people that he know he can use for big things. From that time on, Jesus began to explain to his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things at the hands of the elders, the chief priests, and the teachers of the law, and that he must be killed and on the third day be raised to life. Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him. Never, Lord, he said, this shall never happen to you. Jesus turned to Peter and said, get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me. You do not have in mind the concerns of God, but merely human concerns. We've talked about this in other segments, and in the last chapter, this came to mind. Jesus turned and said to Peter, get behind me, Satan. What did he mean? That little voice in your head I tell you about, that little voice in your head and Peter's head told him to say that. But Jesus knew that that wasn't Peter, but that he was prompted to say that. The devil whispered that in Peter's mind, and Peter said it out loud. When he's saying, get behind me, Satan, he's talking. Satan was in Peter's mind. And he got them to say that. And so even though he's a follower of Jesus, Satan can still get to his sinful nature. And Jesus corrected him. He told Satan to get behind him. He said Satan is a stumbling block to him, and he doesn't have in mind the concerns of God, but merely human concerns. But he's also talking to Peter. Remember what I told you when I told y'all that the funeral is for the living, not for the dead? Jesus is coming down here to lay his life down to take our sins. If you let the devil and his demons get in your mind and try to stop him from doing that, then Peter is not the church leader to take over after Jesus. He's the hindrance. He's in the way. That kind of attitude is human being selfishness. The same way it's the people who lose somebody and they want to put up memorials and they want to do all these things. They do it to make themselves feel better. It ain't got nothing to do with the person that's dead. That's just an excuse. For Peter to tell Jesus, I'm going to stop you from doing the mission you came to do. Because that's what he said. Never, Lord, this will never happen to you. So even though Jesus came down here for a specific purpose, you so. You so arrogant. You're going to stop him from giving everybody salvation because you want him to hang around you longer. That's selfishness. No matter how you slice it, that's selfishness. That's why we have a sinful, selfish nature. And the devil played on that. Because whether the disciples want to admit it or not, they're having a good time with Jesus. They're having fun watching him do miracles and feeling important. And when you get that way, it's easy for your head to get big. And it's easy for you to lose sight. When he say human concerns, it's what I said. Human concerns. They wanted Jesus to hang around so they can keep going around doing miracles and walking on water and everything. What do you mean you had to go to Jerusalem to be killed? No, we want you to stay here with us. See, that's selfish. Instead of him giving salvation and forgiveness of sins and a chance for eternal life for everybody, Peter wanted him to stay there with him. That's what Jesus is referring to. Then Jesus said to the disciples, whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it. But whoever loses their life for me will find it. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Or can anyone give an exchange for their soul? Or what can anyone give in exchange for their soul? For the Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels, and he will reward each person according to what they have done. So let's back it up. Whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. I tell y'all this all the time. In order for you to walk with Jesus, you got to let him into you. And you got to drop and forget everything that you know. You have to let the old you die. You have to pick up a cross for your old life. And you have to leave it up on that piece of wood. Just like you would leave a body up there to be crucified. You have to crucify your old ways, your old lifestyle, what you used to do. That's all got to be dead to you now. You have to become dead to the world and be reborn again. And I don't mean you got to come out the womb again, but there's got to be a new you. If you still the same old you, what change has happened? You got to let everything go. And Jesus is saying, you want to be my disciple, you got to deny yourself, deny your every want and need. You got to let it go. Pick up your cross and join me on it. To be with Jesus Christ, you have to be dead to this world. You have to be dead to this world. And a lot of people can't give up the comforts of this world. A lot of people can't give it up. The sayings, the rituals, they all man-made. But it's what you know and take comfort in. A lot of people can't give it up. So how can they say they walk with Jesus? You got to give all that stuff up. I'm dead to the world. The old you got to fade away. And you got to become new. New don't mean that you get a new body, but you get a new attitude. You get a new lifestyle. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, Listen to this. Whoever wants to save their life. What do you mean save their life? When you see evil come around and you can stop it, but you're afraid the evil might hurt you. You're afraid that you might lose your life. You see the new politicians coming in and they got all these laws that you know is damaging the community. You see it, but you act like you don't see it. This is what they're referring to. This is what they're referring to. If you go along to get along to save your life, you will lose it. You want to go ahead and follow around the preachers and do the praise dancing and all of that stuff and just go along to get along. You lose your connection if you ever had it with Jesus Christ. And those who want to save their life will lose it. He's talking about your eternal life. If you live in fear of evil and you let it run and direct you, so you go along just to stay alive, you'll stay alive longer on this earth, but you're going to perish with all the evil people because you're going to be put in that category. They don't want you up there. They don't want you. And you're going to wind up having a spiritual death, which is worse than the physical death. Your soul leaves this body. Your spirit, soul, life force, whatever they want to call it, the Holy Ghost, it leaves your body when you die. Whether or not it gets snuffed out in the furnace, because that's the only thing that can kill it or kill you, is that furnace. Do you want to ride the furnace? I ask you this question every week. What good would it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Once again, this is Jesus backing up what he said. You got a lot of people that's worrying about the car, worrying about the clothes, worrying about the job, worrying about the house. See, you worried about everything down here on this earth. What good is it you to gain the world? When you close your eyes, you can't take none of it with you. So what good is it for you to sell your soul, for you to opt out of God's grace and his plan for you? You're going to opt out of it because of the things down here. What happened when you close your eyes? Where you going? Where you going? You going up or you going down? Are you going up or you going down? What can anybody give you in exchange for your soul? Nothing. Nothing. You can't get nothing. But people sell their soul every day. The Son of Man is going to come in his Father's glory with his angels. He then will reward each person according to what they have done. Truly, I tell you, some of you who are standing here will not taste death. Will not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Now, see, this confused some people. Truly, I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. People thinking about their death on earth in the body. Jesus is not talking about that. He's talking about the spiritual death. When he comes back to judge. This is making people think that he coming back before they die. People who misinterpret this. But listen to what he said. Some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. When everybody got to line up who didn't make it into paradise, this is what he's talking about. But he's saying it in a parable. You got to break the parable down. That's the one thing you got to learn. Break the parable down. You will not taste death. Taste death. Somebody can kill you right now. But they can't kill your soul. They can't kill your life spirit, your life force. They can't kill it. The only way is for it to be extinguished in the flame of fire. And you will stand before Jesus and you'll be judged. Let's go ahead and do 17. I'm getting tired. After 6 days, Jesus took with him Peter, James, and John, Peter, James, and John, the brother of James, and led them up on a high mountain by themselves. There he was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his clothes became as white as the light. Just then appeared before them Moses and Elijah talking with Jesus. Peter said to Jesus, Lord, is it good for us to be here? If you wish, I will put up 3 shelters, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. While he was still speaking, a bright cloud covered them, and a voice from the cloud said, This is my son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased. Listen to him. I want y'all to understand something. Here's Peter again. Peter still got the devil in his mind. Peter still thinking selfishly. You got 3 supernatural beings here. Why do they care about being in the sun? Somebody answer that question. You got 3 supernatural beings here. They can't feel anything, really. Why would they care about the sun beating on them? Only a human being would care about that, a regular human being. And this is a human being using his emotions, listening to the devil in his head, got him to say something stupid. Yeah, they'll really appreciate it if you build them a shelter. Won't you ask them, do they want a shelter? Really? Just want you to look. It's right here in your face. Just break down the scripture. Why is Peter concerned about them being comfortable in the sun? These are supernatural beings. They could be in the sun, the water, the heat, whatever. But see, he's looking at himself and as man. And when you look from man, you can't walk with Jesus. You can't. You're trying to make them feel comfortable with things that might make regular humans feel comfortable. Because you're thinking from, if I was out here, I would want somebody to make a shade for me. When you start putting the I think or the I feel, when you start inserting yourself in places you don't belong. At this point, Peter is not worthy to be in that circle. After Jesus dies and he becomes the leader of the church, then he's worthy to be in that circle. But he's thinking about himself. And what would he like if he was out there in the sun? I just thought I'd break that down for you. I don't know if anybody else has ever said that to y'all, but I thought I'd break it down for you. While he was still speaking, a bright cloud covered them, and the voice in the cloud said, "This is my son, whom I love, with him I am pleased. Listen to him." When the disciples heard this, they fell face down to the ground, terrified. But Jesus came and touched them. "Get up," he said. "Do not be afraid." When they looked up, they saw no one except Jesus. As they were coming down the mountain, Jesus instructed them, "Don't tell anyone what you have seen until the Son of Man has been raised from the dead." The disciples asked him, Why then do the teachers of the law say Elijah must come first?" Jesus replied, "To be sure, Elijah comes and will restore all things. But I tell you, Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him, but have done to him everything they wished. In the same way, the Son of Man is going to suffer at their hands." Then the disciples understood that he was talking to them about John the Baptist. Elijah was a great prophet. And the scriptures say that Elijah must come back first. Elijah did come back. Elijah was John the Baptist. And we learned a few chapters before that he was executed by King Herod. So that the people can stop talking about John and they can start talking about Jesus. John the Baptist came to lead the way for his cousin Jesus. And yes, his cousin, sort of. Mary is the cousin of John's mother, Sarah. And he did suffer. He had his head cut off. That's suffering. When they came to the crowd, a man approached Jesus and knelt before him. "Lord, have mercy on my son," he said. "He has seizures and is suffering greatly. He often falls into the fire or in the water. I brought him to your disciples, but they could not heal him." "You're unbelieving and perverse generation," Jesus replied. "How long shall I stay with you? How long should I put up with you? Bring the boy here to me." Jesus rebuked the demon, and it came out the boy, and he was healed at that moment. Then the disciples came to Jesus in private and asked, "Why couldn't we drive it out?" He replied, "Because you have so little faith. Truly I tell you, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, and you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you." So the disciples found out that even though they're walking with Jesus and doing all these great things, they still don't believe. When they came together in Galilee, he said to them, "The Son of Man is going to be delivered into the hands of men. They will kill him, and on the third day he will be raised to life." And the disciples were filled with grief. Why are they filled with grief? Why were the disciples filled with grief? Because like I told you, they're having a good time with Jesus. He doing all these miracles. They getting fed like I don't know what. They don't want the good time to end. This is a selfish situation. They don't want the good time for them to end, even though Jesus' death is beneficial to everybody. Jesus being alive is benefiting them right now. After Jesus and his disciples arrived at Capernaum, the collectors of the two draconian temple, the drachma temple tax came to Peter and asked, "Doesn't your teacher pay the temple tax?" "Yes, he does," he replied. When Peter came into the house, Jesus was the first to speak. "What do you think, Simon?" he asked. "From whom did the king of the earth collect duty and taxes? From their own children or from others?" "From others," Peter answered. "Then the children are exempt," Jesus said to them. "But so that we may not cause offense, go to the lake and throw out your line. Take the first fish you catch, open his mouth, and you will find a 4 drachma coin. Take it and give it to them for my tax and yours." So when people say it's not religious to pay taxes or taxes are against their religion, Jesus just told you no, it ain't. Pay the stinking tax. All right, y'all. That was Matthew 16 and 17. We'll pick up next week on Matthew 18. "38 minutes ago."
And now to some breaking news. In Upper Manhattan, a 68-year-old woman in critical condition after being hit by a motorized scooter. This happened near the Fort Tryon Park at West 196th Street around 12:30 this afternoon. Police say the scooter was left at the scene, but the driver took off. Investigators have not said if this took place on a sidewalk or the street.
Who? Ken, why are you worried about me worrying about an e-bike, sir? I'll ask. Why are you worried about me worrying about an e-bike? With all the stories we covered today, we just covered Matthew 16 and 17 of the gospel. You got no comment about that, but you want to come say something about an e-bike. Do y'all hear what I mean when I say the devil talk to people in their head and get them to say the stupidest crap out their mouth? This is an example right here. You got no comments on anything. The Gabby situation. You got no comments on anything that we covered today, but you want to come talk about an e-bike. That just shows you got the sense of a chintz. And if you don't know what a chintz is, go to North Carolina and ask any of the people. They'll tell you it's a bed bug. And their brains are so small you can't even see them. Which describes you.
Five men are facing charges connected to the death of a Chicago rapper, guns, and racketeering. According to a federal indictment, Charles Liggins, Kenneth Robertson, Carlos Offord, Christopher Thomas, and Marcus Smart, all from Chicago, were indicted on charges of federal firearms violations, assaults, murder, and racketeering. According to the indictment, all five are members of the South Side Gang, a group known to use its music and social media to influence violence. Katie Johnston for CBSN, Chicago.
We haven't done this in a while. Let's check on the CV numbers. So far that we know of, We have 45. Hey, Clint Condor, you want to come up on the panel? Do you want to come up on the panel? There's the link. Do you want to come up on the panel? If you got an issue, come on up on the panel. And tell everybody what your issue is. Don't hide in the chat. Come on up here. Oh, Lord, the keys got set off. Hold on, sir. That's the alarm on Bessie. There we go. Come on, Kenny. Come on, Kenny. I didn't think so. You definitely don't want to come get to work. Now, as we were doing, there are 45,500,587 known cases of the coronavirus. We've lost 739,038 people to this disease, pandemic, illness, whatever you want to call it. Who's giving honor to these people? Nobody. We're going on 740,000 people dead from this. You know, I was at the doctor today, and the lady had the nerve to say something. Are you still babbling in the chat? I invited you up on the panel. Ken Cador. I invited your punk butt up on the panel. Come on up here. Come up here and say that mess to my face. Come on up here. I know you won't, but you won't get to work. I don't know nothing about work, but yet I work 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for years with no children and pay full taxes, but I don't know nothing about work. Ken Cador, find the door and exit stage left. All right? Find the door and exit stage left. Now, if you're coming up on the panel, bring your raggedy butt up here. If not, hold your peace. Because you coming in here, don't nobody know who the heck he is. Don't nobody know a darn thing about you. But you're coming in here running your mouth. Then come run your mouth. And be a man and come up here on this panel. And let everybody hear your voice. So we can hear what a dweeb sound like. Let us hear what a chump sound like. Because you talking about a bicycle. At least I get out there, I'm riding around. What the hell are you doing? Sitting in the daggone chat hiding? Yeah. Like I said, you can come get to work. Because I guarantee you, you ain't no match for Brodero. Come call him out. See how fast you get embarrassed. Like I was saying, we lost 739,038 people to the pandemic. Nobody gives them a thought. Nobody mentions them. we do here on this platform. Let's take a look at the cases for the day. We haven't done this in a while. We know that California knows how to party in a city called Watts, where the virus and crime, that's all they got. Hey, we talking about California. They haven't checked in yet. Let's two-step our way down to Texas. They picked up 4,993 new cases today. They lost 259 people. They got 173,000 active cases. All right, Ken, this is your last chance. Be a man and come up here and face me, or get the hell out of my chat. Which one you gonna do? You be a man. You gonna be a man and come face me, or you gonna hide out? Come on up here and get to work. Because the more you talk, the more ammunition you give Brodero to beat you up with. Come on up here and get this whooping. Come on. Come on up here and get the whooping. We doing a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Coward. Bye-bye. We gave you a chance. And you can't say you didn't get a chance, chump. Now go ahead, Ken. Because I think you need to go over there and play with your Barbies. You in the wrong chat. Kenny Pooh. No life. Because you got no life. Because if I ain't got no life, why you so worried about what I'm doing in my chat? That means you ain't got no life. And there you go. Let's get back to what we were doing. Let's get back to the victims of the corona. Florida didn't check in today. New York, you're a native New Yorker. You're a native New Yorker. New York picked up 3,788 new cases of the coronavirus. They lost 10 people. They got 364,000 infected. Illinois, they picked up 2,913 new cases. They lost 48 people today. They got 101,000 infected. Georgia on my mind. I caught the midnight train to Georgia, and I'm bringing the COVID that I caught in California. Georgia, they picked up 2,011 new cases. They lost 92 people today. They got 455,500 walking around infected. Let's go to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. They picked up 5,012 new cases. They lost 165 people. 165 people in Pennsylvania today. They got almost 119,000 still walking around infected. Ohio. They picked up 5,648 new cases. Give Ohio a hand because they lost none. They picked up 103,000 and they got 103,000 still infected. Excuse me, y'all. Ain't nothing finer than the mountain inclines of North Carolina. They picked up 3,239 new cases today. They lost 97 people. They lost almost 51,000. Tennessee, Tennessee, they didn't check out. Michigan, what up, though? They picked up 5,438 new cases. They lost 63 people. They got 241,500 infected. New Jersey, they picked up 1,746 new cases. They lost 29 people. They got 108,000 infected. Arizona, they picked up 2,319 new cases. Give them a hand, because they lost none. They got almost 69,000 infected, though. Indiana, ooh-wee, somebody better find my hookah. Indiana, 2,695 new cases. They lost 31 people today. They got almost 66,000 infected. Virginia, they picked up 2,359 new cases. They lost 66 people today. No active stats. Ain't nothing finer than the coastal lines of South Carolina. They picked up 999 new cases. They lost 37 people. They got 218,000 infected. Wisconsin, no stats. Missouri, or should I say Missouri, they picked up 1,330 new cases, but give them a hand because they lost none. They got 195,000 infected, though. Massachusetts, they picked up 1,763 new cases of the coronavirus. They lost 19 people, no active stats. Alabama, I said Alabama, no stats. Louisiana, they picked up 551 new cases. They lost 30 people, no active stats. Minnesota, they picked up 2,376 new cases. They lost 24 people. They got 21,500 infected. Oh, shucky ducky, it's time to go to Mitch McConnell's state of Kentucky. They picked up 2,366 new cases. They lost 26 people. No active stats. Colorado, or should I say Colorado, no stats. Washington State, no stats. Hold on, y'all. Let me get something to drink. My throat dry. Hold on. Ain't nothing finer than the ocean line. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm back. Oklahoma, they picked up 1,218 new cases. They lost 27 people. They got almost 9,400 infected. We going to my state. Ain't nobody caroling in my state of Maryland. I said, ain't nobody caroling in my state of Maryland. We picked up 1,113 new cases. We lost 17 people today. No active stats. Quick draw McGraw. Let's go to Utah. They picked up 1,845 new cases. They lost 17 people. They got 29,500 infected. It's time to go to the fake Kansas. Arkansas or Arkansas. How do you pronounce it? I call it the fake Kansas. They got 694 new cases. They lost 19 people. They got 6,800 people infected. Iowa. Iowa. No stats. You got M-I, a cookie letter I, cookie letter I, humpback I. Mississippi, 719 new cases reported today. They lost 26 people. They got 12,500 infected. Nevada, no stats. It's time to sneeze on down the road. You gotta sneeze on down the road. When you got that COVID-19, you can't carry a load. Come on, sneeze on down the road. Kansas, no stats. Connecticut, they picked up 240 new cases today. And give them a hand because they lost none. They got 17,500 infected, though. No stats for Oregon. No stats for Nebraska. We got Idaho. Idaho. I said Idaho. Idaho. I said Idaho. No stats. New Mexico. We got to do better than that. I said New Mexico. No stats. West Virginia, they picked up 1,130 new cases today, but they only lost 3. They got 9,700 still infected. It's time to roll that R. We got to roll that R. It's time to go to Rhode Island. We can do better than that. We got to roll that R. I said Rhode Island. They picked up 290 new cases today, but they only lost 1. No active stats. It's time to go watch Tito Santana wrestle in the raggedy state of Montana. They picked up 1,344 new cases. They lost 15 people today. They got 12,000 infected walking around. South Dakota, they picked up 1,088 new cases. But give them a hand because they lost none. They got 6,100 infected. North Dakota, they picked up 661 new cases. They lost 6 people. They got almost 4,000 still infected. Delaware, I said Delaware, no stats. New Hampshire, no stats. Alaska, no stats. Wyoming. Wyoming. 439 new cases of the coronavirus reported today. And give them a hand because they lost none. They still got 3,600 people infected with the virus. It's a pain to live in Maine. So mundane, plain. Why? Because everything looks the same. Oh, it's so boring. It's bound to leave you snoring. It's a pain, a strain to live in Maine. Take it from the top. It's so boring. It's bound to leave you snoring. It's a pain to live in Maine. Can we do it again? It's so boring. It's bound to leave you snoring. It's a pain to live in Maine. Sorry, y'all. That's my favorite. Maine picked up 885 new cases of the coronavirus. They lost 8 people. They got 7,100 walking around infected. 71,000, walking around infected. And we keep it going. It's time to go to our favorite island. I-50. They picked up 127 new cases. They lost 6 people today. No active cases. District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. No stats. Not hard country. Vermont. Dun, 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. 80 sitcom not hard. Vermont country. Let's get it. 327 new cases reported, but they only lost 1. They got 5,100 infected though. We almost done, y'all. We almost done. We got the roll that R. We almost done, y'all. We got the roll that R. It's time to go to Puerto Rico. Nah, we can do better than that. Come on, y'all. We got to roll that R. I said it's time to go to Puerto Rico. No active stats. Guam, no active stats. United States Virgin Islands, no active stats reported in yet. No stats at all. Northern Maria Islands didn't check in. American Samoa didn't check in. U.S. military didn't check in yet. Veteran Affairs, 316 new cases. We lost 88 veterans today. They still got 7,900 infected. Federal prisons didn't check in yet. The Navajo Nation didn't check in yet. Let's get to our totals for the day. A lot of states didn't check in. Our total case count that we know of in these here United States, 45,500,587. Total cases that we know of. New cases today, even though a lot of states didn't check in, we still got almost 64,000 new cases. Total deaths so far, 739,038. How many people died today? And remember, half the states didn't check in yet. We lost 1,230 people. 1,230 people died of the coronavirus today. Even though we got 4 medicines and we got booster shots, we still lost 1,230 American citizens. How many people that we know of, that we have tested, that we know of, that's walking around with the virus right now, walking around our country? You got 9,707,952 active people that are walking around infected, that are spreading this disease. We heading on 10 million. And we got 4 different shots and booster shots. We hadn't checked this in a while, and it's depressing. It's really depressing that only half the states checked in. Does anybody have any comments? Hello, anybody have any comments? Yeah, we just went over the 6-hour mark. This show ain't no good. Why didn't somebody tell me how we do 6 hours that fast? We did 6 hours that fast? Are you serious? Ain't no way in the world we've been live for 6 hours. How do we do it? How do we do it? Ah, 3 hours ago.
Police have charged a man in connection with an early morning shooting in Wicker Park that left 1 person dead and 4 others wounded last weekend. Tianius Sykes, 35, has been charged with several felonies, including attempted murder. Police said Sykes was identified as one of the suspects in the shooting in the 1500 block of North Milwaukee Avenue around 3:45 a.m. Sunday. He was arrested Sunday evening. Check back here on WGNTV.com later today as this story is updated.
All righty, while we here, I want to see what the footage looked like from earlier today. For those of y'all that were here, y'all might not care. Where are we? Where's the video that we did today? Yup, streamed 6 hours ago. Yup, we sure did. Yeah. I'm trying to catch my breath here. Did you start out with it? No. Oh, we need some fishes. I can't breathe right now. Is it on the yeah, that's the highest it go. I'm out of breath. Yeah. My shoes ain't looking new no more. I'm going to wipe them boys off. I had to get some alcohol and wipe them off. Let's see here. We're looking at trash bags. We're looking at the glue. I got to fix the Kanye bags. Which one will work better? I think we'll go with the glue. Because it's a couple other things I want to glue. So what's the best deal? Move that up over to the side. Didn't mean to pause it. This is $2.99. Cause I'm putting down a smack down. I'm putting down a smack down. We'll go ahead and take $50 off right now. You know, every time you sell, every time you get $50, we'll send you a bike. I'm still there. See if I type in brother. Hopefully we got a new follower today, I hope. Put your big leg over, sir. There you go. Always gotta be one car. All right, so let's rock it. So what we need to do? Oh, David, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, girl. Why did you sneak up behind me like that? I'm sorry, David. Sorry, girl. Yeah, I feel bad about that. Look at me squinting. I can't see that. I'm still having a hard time reading the text. Time for the wee moment. How you doing? Wee! I have a 5.0 and 550. Gotta get that wee moment. Well, I just split down the middle. But you couldn't let me have the victory. I know. All right, we need to raise the quality back up. I see that. That looks terrible. All right. It's viewable. I'm trying to see how the what you call me is.
The green light, let's go.
Y'all see I'm pedaling. Quality doesn't seem to be that good. I'm gonna have to raise the quality in the camera. But they pack no heat or sizzle. Leave them on federal or bitter or northern or around the bend. It doesn't matter. I splatter those phony ghost tales from the crypt. And if you sound like an old Hitchcock script, I rip that fake gangster, the threats, get nappy hip hop head, plans and prepare for this falls anywhere bound. Step up so I can knock him.
Hey, Nia. Hey, Liz.
Oh, she was down here under the chair by my feet. And I moved to the side and tapped her, and she ran away.
Well, I'm coming back on the 20th.
I didn't know she was down there. I ain't no problem with her laying there.
19th and the 20th. Got done.
So, you know.
I ain't got no life no more.
She thinking I'm mad at her, and I ain't doing nothing to her.
Whee! Yes, sir. Hope I don't get killed.
Oh, but then talk to Sam. Then you say your contacts are the same. Mine is 5.0 and 5.5. 5.5 is the right eye, and 5.0 is the left. The left is worse than the right because I was both 5.5, but the left went worse. The left eye went a little worse. So if you're doing 2.2, does that mean you worse or that mean your eyesight better? But if somebody would like to yeah, I am getting low. Y'all can see America's Best. This is what I use. Soft Med 55.
What in the world? Oh,
See, my eyes are still dilated. I can't read the box. And see if y'all want to be nosy, you can pan around. If you want to be nosy. Y'all see we out there with the cars. Does it look dirty, y'all? I lowered the resolution to help the connection, but it looks terrible. I think I'd rather have it cutting off. Look at my eyes. Look at me. I was squinting like I don't know what. I don't know what they're doing. We just went on by them. See ya. Won't want to be ya. But okay, it only cut off once in the market. See, because we got two of them. That's 7 hours ago.
All righty, y'all. Welcome to the show. We here at the Rotunda.
My eyes are still dilated.
Bitches to the sidewalk. Right to the red light. Right to the red light. Ain't that a BIT with the MTA? I mean, right to the red light.
And she ready to fly.
Like you couldn't wait. Hit us with that red light. You couldn't wait.
Yeah, this looks drab.
Like, God darn. Soon as we come out, she said, Roxanne, you don't have to put on the red light. There's plenty of them waiting for us. Oh, yeah, here's the difference.
Come on, speed up. Let's go. Listen to that motor. See how the peak ran out? Yeah, this looks drab. So we see my hypothesis was wrong. Let me see.
Wait a minute. Having in his ass.
Yeah, that was yesterday. So let's go back further. Let's go to videos. Unfortunately, we got a lot more videos because they're cutting off. Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
So what happened? Walk right in the street. You know she is. Gonna walk right in the street.
Oh yeah, that's what the boys is fighting right there. And the old woman is saying, nobody better not. Nobody better not break it out.
There was a fight going on over there. And there was an old woman saying, I dare you to get it.
So what if we get a little closer?
1202. What?
Of course, we had the red light. Nigga said Merry Christmas.
That's what I should have done. You gonna hold me hostage to light. You gonna hold me hostage. Come on, girl. We lost something. Surprise. $18.99. Yeah. The company called Besselet. Go to my channel, Minister Bubba Derek E-Bike Lights. I can get you a coupon for $16.99. Yes, sir. Come on.
We riding with the cars. Look, I'm keeping up with the car. That's crazy. That's a tire right there. We keeping up with the car. We got to turn here. Y'all can say what y'all want to say, but we keeping up with the cars. Nia said Merry Christmas. But Nia bring up a good point. I need some contacts. Excuse me. Ania said you're always playing Christmas music. I thought you were sending me something. Contact lenses. Wait a minute. What do they call? They call soft made, right? Damn, it went all the way back there. You ain't had to go that far back, sir. What do they call? Soft made 55. Let me see. There they go right there. Soft made 55. Oh, how much are they? So I gotta fill that in. As low as $15. Three-month supply, one box per eye. Okay, so hold on a sec. So we know that the right. I don't see it. All right, hold on a second. Let me grab the box again. My eyes are dilated. And is there something in here with my prescription? Does it say what they are? Damn, it cost me $225. When was this? Trying to find the date. $2015. I'm trying to see if anything is on here that says anything. No. No, it's asking me for stats. I'm trying to find them on the box, but I can't. I'm having a hard time. Is that HPH? BC. Oh, they expire this month. I'm trying to find what they're asking for. I see the BC. I see something that say HPH. All right, the 14.2 is right there. So the BC. What's the next one? Power or DIA? My eyes won't let me see. No, that's not there. It's not helping. What's the Focon D? No, that's not up there. What are you gonna look for? It? Yeah, I'm probably gonna need a new prescription. So we'll wait and see what happens next week when we go see her. All right. We got 2 copyright claims. Excuse me. I'm yawning up a storm. What was I doing? What the heck was I doing? Nia said a new one. You'll need that request prescription stats. Use about it. I'm afraid to hit this. What's he doing today?
I know me. I'm gonna do this very fast video. I know. Congratulations to the KPS5 news anchor Ken Bastida. He supposed to be retiring. I know he announced his retirement 6 days ago. Ken Bastida. Now I'm gonna get a pen. I'm gonna start writing or marking. I was a pen. I'm gonna tear the box up.
Let's see what he's writing.
See, look, y'all. I woke KPX5 news anchor man Ken Bastida is retiring from the news desk after 31 years on the job at KPX. Yeah, KPX5. Eyewitness News. And I just started. Sorry, I was trying to say.
All righty. That was our boy Kevin.
A Good Samaritan saves an elderly Aurora man from an oncoming train. The 72-year-old was driving on the railroad tracks in Sugar Grove Township Saturday night when his wheels got stuck on the tracks. A resident who was driving by stopped to check on the driver, and it turns out the 72-year-old was actually suffering some sort of medical episode and could not move. A Good Samaritan saw that a train was headed their way and pulled the man out just before the train hit his vehicle. Thankfully, no one was injured.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he can buy another truck. That's what you got insurance for. You can't buy another person. Man. That's rough right there.
Afternoon, I'm Erica Sargent.
And I'm Brad Edwards. Right to breaking news. A major development in the murder of a Chicago rapper gunned down in the middle of the day in the Gold Coast.
CBS 2's Stephen Graves is live at FBI headquarters with this big break in the investigation. Stephen.
Brad, Erica, that break coming with multiple arrests of gang members. Those who were involved in what the feds say were multiple crimes throughout the city, explaining that murder in broad daylight, they say, was done for a reason. The barrage of gunshots caught on video is hard to forget. The shooting, police believe, was committed by 4 people who jumped out of 2 cars on a busy Gold Coast street, traumatized shoppers, and killed Chicago rapper FBG Duck in August of last year.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here.
Now, more than a year later, Chicago police, the FBI, and federal prosecutors announcing charges all against 5 men who they say are all members of the O Block street gang.
That these 5 individuals,
the majority of them picked up Wednesday morning near 63rd and King on Chicago's South Side.
The indictment also charges
federal prosecutors getting involved because they say the group is responsible for an elaborate string of crimes connected to the shooting. Some involved drug trafficking and violent crimes to protect other members. The murder of rapper FBG Duck, also known as Carlton Weekly, was believed by law enforcement to be one of the acts that helped with, quote, maintaining and increasing positions in O Block. Prosecutors also used social media and music videos to build a case. They say the men used both to publicly claim acts of violence, taunt rival gangs, and again, improve ranking and status.
But they are stupid.
And the feds today saying they hope this speaks to the public and those hoping to commit similar criminal acts.
We are serious about our collaboration together, the federal partners.
There are now 5 people in custody who were in custody before. And now it's known to them, and it's known to anybody else who might be committing similar acts of brazen violence, right? And who may brag about it or not brag about it, that their day has come.
And federal prosecutors did not go into too many details about the arrests, including, say, the rank and file of these members within the gang. They do say they continue to investigate many connected crimes. Reporting at
Nia said his hair is really growing.
Stephen Graves, CBS 2 News.
Well, nobody's blinking yet in the standoff between the Chicago Police Union and the mayor over the city's vaccine mandate.
Fraternal Order of Police members are holding a meeting to discuss the situation tonight, with the union predicting half of the police department will not comply. WGN's Mike Lowe is live at the FOP Lodge in Westtown with more. Mike.
Gaynor and Ben, good evening to both of you. Today, Mayor Lori Lightfoot said she is holding firm on the requirement that all city employees, including Chicago police officers, be fully vaccinated by Friday. But here at the Fraternal Order of Police headquarters, the president is urging the rank and file officers not to comply with this mandate, saying as many as half of the officers may choose not to do that, which could put the city's safety in jeopardy.
It's safe to say the city of Chicago will have a police force at 50% or less for this weekend coming up. That is not because of the FOP. That is 100% because of the mayor's unwillingness to budge from her hard line.
Fraternal Order of Police President John Catanzara says the police union
his hair is growing.
Legal action over the city's vaccine mandate, and he's urging rank and file officers not to comply. The vaccine mandate requires all city employees, including police officers, to be fully vaccinated by this Friday at 11:59 p.m. or to submit to twice-a-week COVID-19 testing on their own time and their own dime.
It's the city's clear attempt to force officers to Chicken Little, the sky is falling, into compliance. Do not fall for it. Hold the line.
John Catanzara says a lot of things, a lot of it offensive and racist and foolish.
Today, Mayor Lori Lightfoot responded to the union president, saying his stance amounted to irresponsible bluster and is dangerous for both the police and the public.
It's unfortunate that the FOP leadership has chosen to put out a counter narrative, but the fact of the matter is, if you are not vaccinated, you are playing with life, the life of your family, the life of your colleagues, and members of the public.
And the mayor today also said that she believed the vaccine mandate is the only smart option for the city to take on this ongoing pandemic. Meantime, here at the FOP Lodge in Westtown, the membership is scheduled to meet this evening to discuss the issue. The president of the FOP says he is preparing a legal, quote, class action grievance that he says will cover everything under the sun. When we asked the mayor about that today, she said, quote, bring it. Reporting live this evening in Westtown, Mike Lowe, WG.
He said, bring it. That's not good. That's 2 years ago. That'd have been a great story. I didn't hit that. What are you doing? Trying to get me flagged? Trying to get me flagged.
We were hearing from the grandmother of the 14-year-old shot at Phillips High School yesterday. She's speaking at a press conference at St. Sabina Church. That's where CBS 2's Mugo Odigwe is now, with more on what they have to say this morning. Mugo?
Mugo.
Yeah, good morning, Audrina. That press conference just wrapped up a few minutes ago. And we heard from the grandmother. She says her granddaughter is a freshman. She is shy, but she's a good kid. She's loving, and she even helps to take care of her younger siblings. But now, this morning, she's still in the hospital. So here's what we know so far about this case. The 14-year-old girl and a school security guard were shot as school was dismissing in Bronzeville. This was yesterday afternoon. Chicago police say it happened around 3:30. The school security guard at Phillips Academy opened a side door and was shot almost immediately from about 10 feet away. Bullets went through the door and into the walls, hitting the girl in the stomach area. She was taken to Comer Children's Hospital. This morning, her grandmother says the girl was heading out to meet her mother after school when she was shot twice. The grandmother also tells us she spoke with her via FaceTime this morning and that the color is back in her face. Here's how she describes how the girl is doing since the shooting.
Right now, she's in the ICU. They did surgery last night. She made it through surgery well. A bullet entered somewhere below her belly. Y'all, the doctors ran all the stuff down. But me and my frame of mind, all I could hear was she's stabilized. She gonna make a full recovery, and there was no major damage to her organ.
The grandmother also says her granddaughter, that 14-year-old girl, she wants to thank everyone who's been praying for her since she was shot. And she has a message for the shooter. She wants him or her to turn themselves in. But as of right now, no one has been arrested in this shooting. We're live outside St. Sabina Church. Mugo Odigwe, CBS News.
That daggone shame. You ain't safe nowhere. You ain't even safe at school. It's sad what's going on here. As we watch the devil take more and more of our freedoms away and our safe places, they just going away. I did the refresh button. They gave me the same thing. Do it again. It was the same thing. One hour ago. This is sad.
Investigation is underway into a deadly hit-and-run crash. It happened in the northwest suburbs.
WGN's Rob Sneed is live in Elk Grove Village with more on that. Rob.
Yeah, this evening, police are in the process of notifying that woman's family. Many managers at various businesses out here, they send their well wishes to that woman's family. A shoe and other debris are what's left behind after a vehicle hit a 63-year-old woman and drove off, leaving her for dead.
It's kind of tragic in a sense that people don't really care for a life.
The Elk Grove Village Police Department says it happened this morning just after 6. The woman was walking eastbound on Higgins Road on the north side of the street near Toohey Avenue. Authorities say a vehicle traveling westbound on Higgins Road hit her and continued westbound. The woman was pronounced dead at the hospital. Alexis Bolivar, who's the manager at House, which isn't that far from where the hit and run happened, said he's seen his fair share of accidents around here.
People really don't be watching the roads anymore. It's a busy intersection in the morning, constant workflow. There's businesses all around.
At this time, the description of the vehicle is unknown, but may have front end or passenger side damage. As police work to find answers, Bolivar says he hopes for peace and healing for the woman's family.
My prayers go out to them. That's very tragic news to receive.
And anyone with any information is asked to call police. Reporting live in Elk Grove Village, Rob Sneed, WGN News.
Thanks, Rob. As
It's just a reminder how dangerous it is. To be out there on the road. Just a reminder. This guy got to be an idiot.
Frightening moments in Times Square after gunfire inside a subway station.
And we have just learned new information about the man who first told the police he was a victim. CBS 2's Nick Calloway live at the scene right now with the details. Nick.
Well, Maurice and Christine, this all happened inside the subway station behind me. The man who was shot in the leg originally told police he was shot by a stray bullet. That story has changed. In the crossroads of the world, yet another shooting sent a man to the hospital. This one, though, appears self-inflicted. Police sources tell CBS 2 the man shot himself when his loaded gun accidentally discharged in the subway station at 40th Street and 7th Avenue. The suspect told police he was the victim of a shooting before admitting the gun went off in his waistband. The shot rang out just after noon. The ensuing chaos leaving some here rattled.
This is nasty. It feels like the 80s and 90s again.
Some people who work in the area say Times Square and surrounding areas have been overrun with violence and drug crimes. The NYPD reports 3 shootings so far this year in the area.
I think we need more people out here. I think we need more cops out here. I don't think it's safe.
Clean this up, man. I work here. Clean it up. We need it.
The man who was carrying a loaded gun and shot himself was identified by police as 39-year-old Sean Santiago of Brooklyn. Police sources say Santiago has gang ties and has been arrested multiple times in the past for assault. And police say Santiago is expected to be okay, but on top of the gunshot wound, cops say he is also likely to face criminal charges. Reporting live.
That's right.
Square, Nick Calloway.
He shouldn't be carrying a gun.
Thank you.
He ain't got no permit. He shouldn't be carrying a gun, right? Luckily, he shot himself and didn't shoot nobody else. That's a blessing. $23 minutes ago.
The NYPD is looking for a man and a woman responsible for a brutal robbery and attack, which was caught on camera in Brooklyn. The video shows 2 suspects.
That's why you need to be
on an
careful when you
unsuspecting
are
30-year-old woman stealing her belongings and then continuing to kick her while she's down.
Oh, we saw this already.
Conscious. That happened last Wednesday on Powell Street in Brownsville. Neighbors say they feel like crime is getting much worse in their area.
There's a lot of shootings, gangs, fighting, and you don't.
That woman got caught slipping.
Crazy. All I do, I come to my program, make my doctor's appointments.
She was talking to the dude. And got blindsided. You got to have your P's and Q's up. It ain't easy as it sounds. But I also tell you, you have to watch. You really have to watch how you fall. What made her susceptible to the woman was that she fell and hurt herself. And she couldn't get back up. And the woman just stomped a hole in him. What? Four days ago. Did we see this?
We turn now to an Eyewitness News exclusive. We're hearing from a heartbroken woman who wants answers after her husband was stabbed repeatedly while working his shift at an Apple store in Manhattan. Her husband, Alessandro Sosa, remains in the hospital tonight. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson.
I really wish he would just come forward with us, get them. I don't know why they have to do this to my husband.
The love of her life. In this exclusive interview, Iris tells me her husband, Alejandro Sosa, is now heavily sedated here at Bellevue Hospital. Doctors are closely watching the 37-year-old who was brutally attacked at work here at the Apple store on West 14th Street.
They're just concerned that he has a head wound that could possibly swell, so they're monitoring him for that.
Alejandro works as a security guard and was simply doing his job Friday night when he told a customer he had to put on a mask if he wanted to come inside. The policy is strictly enforced, but the man didn't seem like that. Police say the suspect pulled out a knife and stabbed Alejandro 3 times in the head, back, and arm. Iris has been by her husband's side. I caught up with the 31-year-old at the couple's apartment as she regrouped before heading back to the hospital.
He did his job. I mean, he went. I don't think there was ever any issues, so yeah, this is pretty devastating for me.
Iris tells me they hope to one day start a family, but right now her main concern is Alejandro, making sure he gets better so the couple can celebrate their 1-year wedding anniversary October 31st.
He told me that I kept him alive. I felt like this could have ended way differently, so I'm very happy that he's alive. It's crazy what's going on nowadays with COVID and just in general.
They don't share.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Jessica Moore. We begin with new details about the man police say knocked a New Jersey nurse to the ground.
Oh, we seen that already. Yeah, but I don't mean to say it like that. Wait a minute. 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago.
I think it's important for people to hear the actual factual information.
Tonight, 8 on your side speaks directly with the Wyoming coroner who determined Gabby Petito was strangled to death. Good evening, everyone. I'm Josh Benson.
And I'm Stacey Scheibel. Thank you for joining us. Gabby Petito was strangled to death by the hands of a killer.
And that revelation came yesterday from the autopsy results in Teton County, Wyoming. Today, investigator Masa Saidi learned more about the investigation, speaking directly with that coroner. She joins us now live in the studio. More on the conversation. Masa.
Josh and Stacey, we've got new details from Dr. Brett Blue about the cause of death in this case. We also asked him to elaborate on comments that appear to identify a suspect in Gabby Petito's death.
Is there anything you want to say to the Petito family?
After being holed up for days at his Northport home, this morning, Brian Laundrie's dad, Chris, came out to mow the lawn. He was peppered with questions as he trimmed the grass surrounding a makeshift memorial for Gabby Petito.
Is there anything you want to say to Brian, sir?
According to the Laundrie family timeline, Brian has been at large exactly 1 month today, despite the fact that the coroner has now determined Gabby was strangled to death by human force. The feds still only identify Brian as a person of interest in Gabby's case, wanted for bank card fraud. That's why this statement from the Teton County coroner Tuesday got so much attention.
Unfortunately, this is only one of many deaths around the country of people who are involved in domestic violence.
Some assume Dr. Blue was confirming Laundrie was involved. Today, he told me that's not what he was saying.
Did you determine that her cause of death was the result of domestic violence, or was that just, a comment you made in the moment?
That was a comment I made in the moment.
Gabby's autopsy was performed on September 21st. Within hours, authorities announced the manner of death, homicide. It took 3 weeks to release the cause of death, manual strangulation.
How do you determine a finding of manual strangulation? Like, what is the state of the body in general that allows you to come up with that conclusion?
Well, it's dictated by the type of injuries. In general, when you talk about strangulation, there are two things that can happen. One is cutting off the blood flow to the brain through the carotid arteries, and the other is a collapse in the windpipe so a person can't breathe.
So tonight, the FBI and federal prosecutors are not releasing any more information. No suspect has been named. And while manual strangulation is often considered to be murder, there could be a set of facts that make it not murder, like self-defense. Stacey.
Well, that was 38 minutes ago. So that was an update. I did a video yesterday. Did anybody watch it? That's the question. Was it yesterday or the day before? Where's the video? Did it get taken? Oh, here it is. We only got 35 views. But we're here. And it wouldn't even restart. I had to unplug it. I'm thirsty. I don't understand. I see. I really don't care much for water. But I'm asking you the question. Which one is the better e-bike? The one on your left. Okay, you're not gonna let me do it the way I want to do it, huh? This is the Passelect GS9 Plus. Nia said they are really setting him up with good defenses. Well, he's going to be caught. You can't hide forever. He's going to have to stick his head up sometimes. I mean, he's going to have to be, he's in his 20s. Let's say he lived to be 75. He got to stay on the run for 40 years. At some point, he'll get caught. He can only hide out so long. It's only so long he can hide out. But with all the deaths that we looked at today, It's amazing how this case gets the most coverage. It's like all the other people. Yeah, so what? 67-year-old woman got hit, run over by a car. So what? Yeah, it's like, so what? What time is it? It is 7:27. I didn't pull up bikes up to promote them. I pulled them up to see if we sold any. It just says in stock. What about the PS6? Did we sell any of those? Nope. Still 15 units. Still 15 units. What about the PX5? Still 26 units. $20 units to the black. I think it's the Alrighty, y'all. We got a lot in today. And we got the religion in. We still had our Bible study. We got the news in. I think we got everything in today. I appreciate y'all for watching. You don't know what it means. You know, we had a troll come by today. And y'all remember I told y'all when I was growing up, I would say something is wrong. They would tell me to have a cookie and go watch TV. Take a slice of pie, go watch TV. Go take this candy bar, go watch TV. Get some ice cream, go outside and play. Every time somebody comes in here and says something about the e-bikes, I'm reminded of that flashback because they're saying you need to stay your butt in the house. You need to sit down somewhere. They're saying the same thing. They're trying to hinder you, hold you back, keep you quiet. Why does a person who I don't know going to be able to come in here and be able to convince me to do anything? What goes through their mind? It didn't go through their mind. It's something that's being told to their mind. All I keep hearing is how small we are. Yet people still take the time to come over here and bug us. Why is that? Let them marinate. People still take the time to come over here and bug us. What's hurting on them people? People that hurt are hurt. Who's hurting them? What's going on in their life that the only relief they can get is coming after somebody that's not bothering them? I don't understand it. That they're gonna fly. I'm gonna have to get the spray bottle. And David, you done came back here and I'm about to step on you again. She had a sense to move that time. Hold on a second, y'all, because see, when I see them coming at me like this, they've been sent, in my opinion. So I've been ignoring them. And y'all know we don't like that. So I'm going to have to put something on them. I Try to ignore him. Try to ignore him. You won't let me be. You gotta put something on him. You won't let me be, baby. You won't let me be. You won't put something on him. Try to ignore him. You won't let me ignore him. You won't put something on him. You don't have to feel like a woman. You don't have to feel like marijuana. You're gonna have to beat him like an iguana. All right, sir, I'm up. Where you at? You wanted my attention so bad. Where you at? He wanted my attention so bad. Where's he at? I'm just saying. Come on, chick. Y'all see I got the spray bottle. Not Davy. I'm talking about this daggone fly. He keep landing in front of my face. I see that as disrespect. It's just the way I see it. Y'all might see it different. I see it as disrespect. You keep landing. Matter of fact, let me turn this light on. He seems to be drawn to the cell phone screen. So let me turn this light on. As I was saying, I don't understand why people don't know how to just chill. Why they feel the only way they can get attention is to attack somebody else. I don't understand it. I never got a zapper. It's my fault because I let him in. We already saw that. We got some copyrights. If they do that two-step verification, see, this is YouTube flexing. If you see us skipping it, that means we don't care about it. We're up to 19 copyrights. God damn it. Wonder how many we'll get in this video. It's the Tribune again. We got to find out who there he is. All right, sir. Where you go? They got clothes on. Come on, sir. Where'd you go? Come on. I forgot. I didn't take my clothes off. I got my good clothes on. Is that right? Select action, trim it out, and continue. Trim. All right. That's going to take care of us all. Let's go to copyright number 2. Sunday sermon? Hope I didn't go over 7 hours. He flew right by me. I'm hitting the button. Dang, where you go? He just flew right by me. Where did he go? Where did you go, sir? Did he hit the ground? No, you didn't hit the ground, but you had to drop somewhere. Gotta find where he landed at. Where did he land? My eyes still dilated. This ain't a fair fight. But it's okay. As long as we win, that's all that matters. Anyway, continue trend. All right, so we got that working. Now let's get to number 3. It's a shame you got to do these for copyright. It's a shame. Okay, we got that one fixed. We got that one fixed. Okay. I'm tired of seeing this in my face.
Our coverage of the crisis on Rikers Island continues tonight. The latest, 230 women incarcerated in the city jail, including trans women, will be transferred to state-run correction facilities in Westchester County. The deal struck by Governor Hochul and Mayor de Blasio was meant to address the chronic issues at Rikers. But as one man tells CBS 2's Andrea Klein-Thomas, conditions for the thousands who remain jailed on the island are
behind the walls on Rikers Island.
It seems as if the violence is the only thing that people respect.
The desperation has not let up, despite the city touting various plans for weeks to address deteriorating conditions.
You could be beat up and be in that cell and be dead, and nobody would know. That's scary.
A charitable bail fund paid for Suku Salam's release on Friday after being at Rikers for 2 months on felony second-degree robbery charges. He maintains his innocence.
You say that the housing unit would not have a correction officer
For as long as 14 days. That means no security whatsoever. That means the gangs are running everything. It's called the program. We have a chain of command that you have to go through. They run the house, they feed you, they tell the officers what to do, what not to do. They open your cell, they close your cell. They have complete control.
Unstaffed posts are a result of massive staff shortages that continue putting everyone in danger. Federal intervention required the city to implement a new safety plan this week that the city would not share with us.
The inmates somehow know how to unlock the cells. They would sneak in cells at night, assault people with impunity, and go back to their cells like nothing ever happened.
With more than 300 cases for violent incidents at the jail complex, the lack of swift consequences, some say, just emboldens the troublemakers.
Bail is supposed to ensure that you go return to court.
Salam was released, but is far from being free as his case is pending.
What do you think that you needed that you had not received or have not received?
I need professional treatment for my mental health.
His struggle with drugs made him very familiar with the revolving door of the legal system. He's hoping this time to have the will and help to change.
Being locked up with young men half your age, it's embarrassing.
Suku Salam says that he believes he would have been severely injured or even killed if he stayed here on Rikers Island. Tomorrow, the federal monitor will provide an update to a judge about the condition. Andrea Klein-Thomas, CBS 2 News.
Lowering the jail population has been part of the strategy to address the problems Governor Hochul calls grave. The women will begin to be transferred to facilities, Bedford Hills specifically, beginning next week.
You back up yet? Put that on right there. If it is, he did. You can't survive that. You gotta drown it. Get that thing. Anyway, we'll see. Oh, you just got back up. Damn. You're a strong little fucker. I get it. Strong little fucker. Where you go? That's all right. We'll wait and see. He can't move as well now. The police is getting to him.
Tonight, details are just coming in on a deadly shooting at a postal distribution center in Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh, no.
CBS News has learned a postal employee described as disgruntled shot and killed 2 other workers inside the facility. He then took his own life. Police say he acted alone and there were no other suspects.
I'm not coaching, I'm trying to kill him. Somehow he keep getting back up. I didn't hit him with enough bleach to stop an elephant. He keep getting back up. That's 3 days ago. We got any news?
They're also following the developing story of a double murder in Baltimore County. Police searching for whoever shot and killed a father and son. This happened in Rosedale.
That's right. WJZ Live tonight. Jessica Albert live outside of the home where they were found on Monday night. Jessica.
Rick and Nicole, I talked to people who have lived here for years, and they say that this is a quiet neighborhood and nothing like this has ever happened here. They tell me they want to know who shot this father and son.
Baltimore County Police are investigating a double murder that has shaken a community.
I heard that 2 people were shot, a father and son.
Some neighbors did not want to appear on camera.
They are calling it a double homicide, but we don't know because they're not releasing any of the information. And it seems to be an isolated incident, something that, as I stated, doesn't usually happen around this neighborhood.
The victims are 55-year-old Christopher Walker and his son, 24-year-old Justin Walker. Police were called to their home on Plainview Road in Rosedale around 9 Monday night. They say the 911 call came from inside the home, but are not releasing any other details.
As far as who was inside the home and when they were inside the home, that's all being investigated at this point by our detectives.
Neighbors WJZ spoke with say they did not know the father and son.
By them being further down, really have had no interaction with that family or people down that end of the street.
But are sad to see something like this happen on their street.
It's tragic. I mean, a young father and young son, it's not a good thing.
And no arrests have been made yet. Baltimore County Police want anybody who knows anything about these homicides to give them a call or to call Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live in Rosedale, Jessica Albert for WJZ.
Check this out.
All right, Halloween right around the corner, we know, and for parents, COVID once again a concern. So the question is it safe to let your kids go trick-or-treating? WJZ is live tonight at noon at 11 o'clock. Amy Kawada tells us why doctors are giving the green light here as long as you follow a few rules. Amy?
Hey, Rick. Well, with COVID hospitalizations and deaths dropping nationwide, doctors say trick-or-treating is one of the activities we can partake in this fall where we have multiple layers of protection against COVID. And it's an encouraging sign as we continue to fight to get to the other side of this pandemic. It's time to get those costumes and bowls of candy ready.
We enjoy trick-or-treating every year, and last year we did miss it. We're kind of excited about going out this year.
Doctors say it's safe to trick-or-treat this year, a refreshing change from last year when celebrations were largely canceled due to high COVID cases and no vaccine.
Definitely get out there with your kids and trick-or-treat. Be outside. That's the best place for you.
There is a catch. Dr. Carrie Althoff at Johns Hopkins says there's a right way to do it safely.
I think being outside for these gatherings is really going to be key.
She recommends staying in small groups for any activities, keeping your distance, and properly incorporating a mask into your costume.
If you're wearing a holiday mask that is a part of your costume, that you're not properly, that's not giving you the protection you need.
Proper face coverings are especially important for kids under 12 who can't get vaccinated just yet. And for those handing out goodies, doctors say the treats will be just as sweet, even with less physical contact.
You can put a bowl of candy a few feet from you and tell the guests to take a few pieces, and you can sit there with your mask on.
Most importantly, parents can look forward to making Halloween memories with their loved ones again.
He's older now, so him being able to actually experience it is a lot different than last year. We're going to stay masked up and 6 feet apart, but we're going to enjoy ourselves.
And health officials say they're going to be continuing to monitor COVID cases following Halloween and hope that this serves as a reminder for people to continue to get vaccinated as we head into the holiday season so we can enjoy them and celebrate them safely. Live tonight, I'm Amy Kawada for WJZ.
Y'all think it's an issue?
Heartbreaking update. 2 toddlers rescued from a burning home in Hagerstown last week have died. This was
no.
seen on Thursday along Nolan Drive. Firefighters found the 2-year-old and 4-year-old in cardiac arrest in an upstairs bedroom. 2 adults were also rescued. They both survived. Investigators say the fire started in a bedroom, but they're still working to figure out how it started.
He flew right at me. Or he was going to do something. Where you run to, punk? But take these headphones off in a minute and chase you through this daggone house. There he is. Doggone it. Get your fat butt up. Got a trail for you. Come on. Matter of fact, let me reload. All right, sucker, where you go? Come on already. Where are you? Take it. How about you now? Come on. How about me now, punk? Where you at? Yeah, I ain't think so. Douche, poosh. Douche, you ain't furry. I missed that one. Yeah. I'm in battle mode. Battlestar Galactica. Hey, wait until you're doing something.
A WJZ update tonight after a homeowner in Montgomery County shot and killed an alleged intruder. Investigators now say 34-year-old Harry Truman Pell had been sleeping in the basement of the home for some time without the homeowner's permission, of course. The shooting happened yesterday morning along River Road in Poolesville, and responding officers say they found that suspect dead and the homeowner waiting for them. So far, no charges have been filed.
Boom, boom, boom. Mm-hmm.
But we begin tonight with criminal charges against 4 former security guards in the death of a man inside Northland Mall 7 years ago. Thank you for joining us for Action News at 6. I'm Dave Llewellyn. Mackenzie Cochran died in 2014. The incident made national headlines after video surfaced, and we want to warn you, it is disturbing. This video shows security guards holding Cochran down. You can hear Cochran repeatedly saying that he couldn't breathe. The state attorney general and others noting the similarities between Cochran's death and the more recent death of George Floyd. For years, protesters have been calling for justice in Cochran's death, demanding that criminal charges be filed. 7 Action News reporter Simon Shaquette has broken ground on this story since it first made headlines years ago. Today, he shares the next chapter in this story.
Covering the death of 25-year-old Mackenzie Cochran back in January of 2014, we showed you cell phone video no one could forget. Today, nearly 8 years later, came the moment his family's been waiting for. Those were the final words 25-year-old Mackenzie Cochran screamed as cell phone video showed him being held down with a knee in his back by multiple security guards at the now demolished Northland Mall in 2014. More video from earlier also showed him being pepper sprayed by a guard for not following commands to leave. But in an incident mirroring the death of George Floyd, former Oakland County prosecutor Jessica Cooper chose not to pursue criminal charges back then.
The cases being so similar in nature, I can only hope.
Only 6 months ago, Mackenzie's brother Michael again expressed outrage over the lack of justice.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Fast forward to today, after a thorough review by Southfield Police and the Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, comes a decision to charge 4 former guards with involuntary manslaughter, punishable by as much as 15 years in prison.
What does justice look like for the Cochran family at this point?
Well, even belated justice is still justice.
Family attorney Milt Greenman reacting to charges against John Sieberling, Gavin King, Lucius Hamilton, and Aaron Marie.
But this will bring closure to the family, hopefully, and that's hopefully what occurs.
In court, Sieberling and King both ordered to wear a GPS tether, possess no firearms, and have no contact with co-defendants after being granted a low personal bond. 2 other defendants not in custody are expected to be arraigned soon. In the meantime, a prior civil case brought by the Cochran family gives insights into how guards viewed what happened.
Did you ever witness any security officers on top of Mr. Cochran?
No.
Do we hear Mackenzie Cochran saying, "I can't breathe"?
I do not hear that.
Again, your head is 5 or 6 inches from him, right?
Yes.
On the videotape, you can hear him screaming, "I can't breathe." Are you denying that?
I'm saying he never spoke to me.
An autopsy has ruled Mackenzie's death the result of positional asphyxia. Attorneys for both men arraigned maintain their client's innocence and deny evidence supports these charges, despite a supervising guard admitting to saying,
"Whatever you do, do not let him up. Don't let him get up."
I have reviewed some of the videos, and I do believe that he's innocent of these charges. If they wanted to bring the charges, they should have brought him back then.
Both men arraigned are due back in court on October 28th. Also tomorrow at 10 a.m., the Michigan Attorney General has scheduled a press conference to talk about this case. Simon Shaquette, 7 Action News.
They decided to go with I ain't gonna say nothing. Let it go. Just let it go. Oh no.
Begin this afternoon with a search for a suspect in the kidnapping and assault of a young girl from Farmington Hills. We thank you for joining us for Action News at 5. I'm Glenda Lewis.
And I'm Brian Abel. Detroit police say the driver of this light-colored SUV kidnapped a 9-year-old on October 10th. Investigators believe the suspect picked the girl up near 8 Mile and Grand River.
I shaved my head. I think I
in Detroit.
7 Action News reporter Darren Cunningham is live with the new information in this investigation this afternoon. Darren.
Linda Bryan, Detroit's police chief, is calling this every parent's nightmare. Farmington Hills police chief is urging the suspect to turn himself in and for the public to speak up in the meantime.
Let me be clear. We're going to do every single thing possible we can to get this person off the street.
At this point, investigators say what happened to a 9-year-old girl appears to be a random heinous act. Police say she's from Farmington Hills, left her home on foot, and after 2 hours didn't know where she was, so she stopped in the area of 8 Mile and Grand River. A man, police say, was driving this Jeep Renegade, asked the girl if she needed help. She got into his vehicle, noticed he was driving in the wrong direction, but the girl was unable to get out. Investigators say the child ended up at an unknown home where the man sexually assaulted her. After he left the room, she escaped, and another citizen saw the girl walking, came to her aid, and called 911.
Our thoughts are with this brave little girl. Everyone who has talked and worked with her has spoken about her level of maturity and helping us and aiding us in identifying this perpetrator.
Keep her and her family in mind as we move forward in this investigation. I want to recognize and thank the Good Samaritan who stopped and notified authorities. I want you to know that you are a true hero.
Farmington Hills Police Chief Jeff King says someone knows who drives this Jeep Renegade, and so he, along with investigators, are urging anyone with information to give them a call to get him off the streets.
Obviously, this is a scary circumstance, and a 9-year-old, she had left home on her own free will, and the mother reported her right away. And I think this is just a unique circumstance that created an opportunity for a very violent predator.
Now, I received an update in the past half hour from DPD that a suspect sketch is in process of being approved. Above all, they're asking that the suspect turn himself in to any police department. And if you have any information, call Detroit or Farmington Hills Police, or you can call Crime Stoppers and remain anonymous. That phone number, 1-800-SPEAK UP. Live in Detroit, Darren Cunningham.
Damn, you ain't safe at the school. You ain't safe on the street. God, no, where can you go? Where can the kids go? For those of you that ever watch Parking Wars,
At 11, new changes coming if your car is towed in the city of Detroit. Good evening and welcome to 7 Action News at 11. I'm Carolyn Clifford.
And I'm Dave Llewellyn. Detroit City Council unanimously approving ordinances to protect against predatory towing practices.
The new rules now ban cash-only towing policies. Vehicles cannot be towed without a request from a public or private property owner. And towing contracts will now be subject to a public bidding process.
7 Action News reporter Nana Senchabonsu is at an impound yard in Detroit with an in-depth breakdown of the changes.
Yes, Council President Brenda Jones says she wants Detroiters to learn these new laws, but also know them. One of those laws is that now towing companies have to accept all forms of payment. Another law is a hardship fee waiver. This is one thing one Detroit man tells me is very necessary.
Been a rough day for me, really. It's almost 6 o'clock. I've been trying to get this car all like 3 hours now.
Going back and forth, trying to get his car out of the tow yard.
So it's almost cheaper to buy another car, really, because, you know, and the loops and hoops that you have to go through.
The city of Detroit is trying to remove some of that stress with new tow laws that the city council approved today. One key change are the payment options. Cash cannot be the only option, but that wasn't the case today for Smith.
I was wondering if I was being played in there by the towing company themselves or something like that, because I didn't understand why would they only accept cash.
The owner of Bobby's Towing on Linden Street says there is a reason why cash is preferred.
You know, people stop payment on credit cards, people stop payment on checks, so it's just best for us to accept the cash up front where we know that we're paid.
Denise Boyce Hardison, who is also part of Detroit Towing Association, says she has some questions to the new laws, especially the one about tows must be stopped if owner arrives before the vehicle is removed.
Well, is it a private property tow or is it a police authorized tow?
In a statement from Mayor Mike Duggan, he says the approval of this new ordinance is an important step in reforming the city's troubled towing process, and I appreciate the efforts of Council President Jones and Chief White to get it passed. In a statement, Chief White says that these ordinances also include regulations that will help the Detroit Police Department monitor towing activities taking place in Detroit.
And I'm proud of the work that we have done to eliminate predatory practices.
This ordinance comes just 2 weeks after former councilman Andre Spivey pleaded guilty to a federal bribery charge. Spivey admitted to taking $35,000 in bribes over 4 years to help a towing contractor get a lucrative deal. One deal the city is making with residents is a hardship fee waiver.
Should the department find that there was a hardship, the tow company must waive the fees, and the inducement to do that is to have the benefit of the contract.
We're releasing vehicles without payment, then we're going to be in a hardship.
And as you heard, there are still so many questions that business owners have and that we are working to get the answers to. Once we have them and hear back from council, we'll update this story online. But for now, I'm Nana Senchabonsu for 7 Action News.
All right, thank you so much, Nana. Now you can read a breakdown of Detroit's towing ordinance on our website at WXYZ.com. Dave.
You know, to those of y'all who may have been a fan of Parking Wars like I do, they went to Detroit, Pennsylvania, and what was the other one? It was Detroit, Pennsylvania, I think in Philly. Yeah, Philly. And that's where they taped them at. They followed around, you know, the tow workers, people that give you the tickets, you know. So did we see this already?
The victim is in good spirits and is recovering at a local hospital despite having a broken leg and ankle, and he has a very long road of recovery. It was just a normal day for James Elmore, cleaning up after a job, or so he thought.
Bam!
Take a look at your screen.
He took
You
it
can
in the
see the
leg.
black Mercedes-Benz CLS 550 sedan speed down Bewick and clip Elmore. The driver then throws it in reverse. Neighbors rushing to help. The man gets out of his car and has a question for Elmore.
Why you in the middle of the street? I'm too old to be on the sidewalk.
The driver more worried about his mirror than the man he just hit.
Furious because his mirror was broken after he hit my husband, but he's fussing at him because he broke his mirror.
The driver then speeds off. An ambulance rushes Elmore to the hospital.
I already had one surgery to put pins in his legs because his leg is actually broken and ankle is actually broken in 3 places.
DPD says speeding was a factor in this case, and neighbors say it's a problem in this neighborhood. The city is getting ready to put in new speed humps on this block. Mrs. Elmore does have a message for the driver who fled.
Turn yourself in because it was not right. You hit a person and you can actually drive off like that.
Now, police are looking for this driver. We believe it's a black CLS Mercedes-Benz 550 sedan with the Florida temporary tags. That temporary tag reads DAK0874. If you do have any information on who this man may be, you're asked to call Detroit Police. Reporting in downtown Detroit.
That's dead on shame.
Peter Maxwell, 7 Action News.
Man came back and cried about his mirror. You can get your mirror fixed. Seriously, you almost killed a man. You more concerned about the mirror? We got some sickos.
A quick-thinking pair of siblings survive an armed robbery attempt after leaving their middle school. Thank you for joining us here at 6. I'm Dave Llewellyn.
And I'm Carolyn Clifford. The targeted attack happening right on the border of Harper Woods and Grosse Pointe, leaving their mother outraged.
Tonight, as police still search for the gunman, 7 Action News reporter Simon Shaquette sits down with the kids who got away.
The boy's mother says she could not believe that this would happen to them on their way home from school right here in this area, and she's hoping police can catch the person responsible before he strikes again.
He asked us if we have money, and we said no.
There are 2 children whom we're not identifying, talking exclusively with us about the danger they faced just after 6 p.m. on Monday. Walking home in broad daylight, they say they both feared for their lives as they realized they were staring at the barrel of a gun.
He cocked it back and pointed it out at us out the car.
Their mother, who asks us not to use her name, says her boys, ages 12 and 10, were coming home from an after-school event at Parcells Middle School in Grosse Pointe Woods when it happened. The man driving a black Chevy Equinox stopped next to them as they walked through Harper Woods.
How much money do you think a kid would have? A 12 and a 10-year-old. They got scared and all they thought they was about to die. That's what they said. They thought they was about to get shot. So they say in order for them to survive, they split up.
Running in separate directions, they took cover near the Sunoco gas station at Harper and Vernier. They called their grandmother while hoping the gunman was gone, which he was.
I was looking around, making sure he wasn't coming or nothing.
They now pray the man is located as quickly as possible, given the danger he poses.
Since they don't got him yet, I don't feel safe walking back.
Police don't have a detailed suspect description at this point, but say he was last seen fleeing southbound on Canton. As for the boys he targeted, they've got a message for the pistol-packing perp preying on middle schoolers.
They're going to catch you. Just know that.
If you have any information that could help in this case, call Harper Woods Police right away. From Harper Woods, Simon Shaquette, 7 Action News.
Simon, thank you. So what can parents do to help keep kids safe? Well, first, know where your children are at all times. Point out safe places to play and go if there's trouble. Teach your children to trust their instincts. Teach your kids to be assertive and encourage them to play with others. Remember, there is always safety in numbers.
That damn shame. That's a daggone shame. How much money do you think a 10 and 12 year gonna have? Seriously. Whoa.
Well, the pastor's name is David Jones, and according to the church's Facebook page, he gave sermons here pretty regularly. Now, court documents show he had a long history of drinking and driving. His latest arrest was in August, right here in Oakland County.
You turn your vehicle around and intentionally collide with a police motor vehicle, you are going to be charged with attempted murder on police.
A scary situation unfolding Wednesday morning when two Aranac County deputies were called to Forward's convenience store just off of I-75 near
Nia said
Alger.
desperate.
It was there where they found 57-year-old Dave Jones sitting in his car.
Not wanting to cooperate with the deputies who could tell that he was intoxicated, refusing to roll down his window, refusing to do anything.
Police say a few moments later, Jones took off across the highway, pulled into a parking lot, and then eventually slammed his car into the back of a building.
Struck their building, turned his vehicle
What do you
towards
want?
deputies, and accelerated, smashing our patrol car. Luckily, our deputies weren't injured.
Even after the crash, Jones
Stay right there.
refused to get out of his car. Police say they had no choice but to break the windows.
Very scary for the deputies involved.
Jones apparently identified himself as a pastor to an attorney. According to court papers, Jones has 8 drinking and driving offenses on his record. Police believe he was drunk during the Aranac County encounter as well. Sheriff Don McIntyre says he's just happy no one else was hurt.
If he enters the freeway, he's right there by the freeway or on M33, crosses that center line, it's likely that a collision's going to occur that'll kill somebody.
Well, Jones is being held on $1 million bond this morning, and we did reach out to the church. I left them a voicemail to confirm whether Jones was a pastor.
It wasn't gonna be that
here.
easy.
We have yet to hear back. Live in Ferndale this morning, I'm Alex Bozargian, 7 Action News.
Just because they say. Davey, go sit down, man. Uh-oh.
Judy and Rob, the demonstrations began around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Students are upset about the police presence outside the high school for this peaceful protest. School officials say the homecoming dance incident was a misunderstanding.
Students at Marist High School in Mountain Greenwood were looking forward to making great memories at their homecoming dance. But for some, it turned into a nightmare after their classmates took a knee when the music switched to Spanish.
For them to be kneeling, which represents racial inequality and racial injustice, for them to be doing that for a song that's just not in their language was so disappointing to see. And some of these people who I saw kneeling, I considered friends.
These students say some of their classmates also made offensive comments about Mexicans during the Saturday night dance.
What I witnessed at the dance was completely disrespectful.
I'm also disappointed in some of the teachers that were there supervising because they didn't do anything in that moment.
Elizabeth Pacheco recorded this cell phone video and posted it on social media.
When she came home from homecoming, she was in tears. And she didn't tell me why until the next day.
This afternoon, Pacheco led protests at the school demanding action.
I just want them to have a better understanding and open their hearts for us the way we respect their cultures.
I think what we want is a formal apology from these students and for them to be educated on why this was wrong.
School officials saying this afternoon their investigation revealed that students showed displeasure with the song by kneeling throughout the dance, but they understand some students left the dance hurt by what they witnessed. This mayor's senior says the school needs to do a better job of handling racial issues.
I am heartbroken because I wanted to have my best 4 years here in high school, and I didn't get it.
To that point, school officials say they have been taking steps to address the culture of inclusion at the school with various programming.
A year ago. What? She's so funny. All right, y'all. All right.
Good morning and welcome to Our Chicago. I'm Judy Sue. The high-profile finger-pointing between Mayor Lori Lightfoot and Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx played out this past week over a deadly shooting in the city's Austin neighborhood that happened earlier this month. 5 men were arrested, but charges were never filed, all of them released. Mayor Lightfoot, who is a former prosecutor herself, has called on Foxx to reverse her office's decision on the case. But Foxx says there was not enough evidence to support felony charges, citing mutual combat in the case. Now, that has raised a lot of questions for those of us watching this very public back and forth. So joining me now is ABC7 legal analyst Gil Sofer to walk us through what we know at this point. Gil, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Good to be here.
Okay, so what does that term mutual combat or mutual combatants mean legally? How is it used?
Well, it's not a defense outright to criminal charges. It doesn't eliminate criminal culpability. What it means is if someone is charged with first-degree murder, they can give a mitigating defense, which says, look, it was a mutual combat. We agreed to have a fight, or there was a sudden fight that erupted. We both had knives. We both had guns. And I shot somebody in that context. That can reduce the charges from first-degree murder to second-degree murder. That's what mutual combat is. But it's not an outright defense that eliminates criminal guilt.
So then in this case, that's playing out, this very public back and forth with the mayor. Is mutual combat a reason not to file charges?
It would not be a reason not to file any charges at all. It might be a reason not to file first-degree murder charges, but there are any number of charges that are available to a prosecutor, ranging from manslaughter, second-degree murder, all the way down to disorderly conduct. So there are any number of charges that could theoretically be brought, even if the situation is one of mutual combat.
All right, so let me ask you, in this particular case, as you have probably seen, there is that video that a lot of people have seen, a very blatant incident, a shootout essentially between the two groups. And then you see a marked squad of uniformed officers getting on the scene. The mayor is saying they are now witnessing this. So she says, look, the evidence is all right there. Even if murder charges cannot be brought, the mayor says someone should be charged with something. Is that a fair assessment? Were you surprised at no charges?
Well, I'd be surprised if this were a final decision of no charges of any kind, no matter how severe. I suspect that the police, that the state's attorney's office are reviewing the facts, speaking to witnesses and trying to determine if some charges can be brought. Again, maybe it's not murder, maybe it's not even second-degree murder, but it seems likely that some charges could be brought. The trick is, and I presume this is what they're trying to do, is to figure out who did what to whom, so that they can figure out what kind of charges can be brought against which people.
So would you say it was a little premature for this public feud to be taking place?
You know, we don't know what's happened behind the scenes. I cannot tell whether the initial decision was meant to be a final decision. I think this public feud will blow over quickly, and now the law will do what it should do, and that is cold and sober eyes will take a look at the facts and decide what can be brought against who.
So now, on the other hand, Kim Foxx has said that, hey, listen, I can't talk about this case right in the media, and actually calls out the mayor for potentially damaging the outcome of this case if there are future charges, as you mentioned. Is that a reasonable claim? Can this feud between the mayor and Foxx impact future chances of charging suspects in this case?
I think it's really more a political question than a legal one. It would be one thing if this public feud exposed sensitive information, confidential witnesses, or otherwise compromise the investigation. It's hard to see that happening here. I really think this is more of a political dust-up than it is a threat to the legal process.
Okay, one more question before I let you go. The mayor has also said that she is now asking federal prosecutors to review the case. Do you anticipate any changes in the charging decision?
You're sick in the head.
We don't know. We don't know what all the evidence is and who said what in terms of interviews. If the feds were to bring a charge, it could be, for example, unlawful possession of a weapon by a felon, if that applied to this case. We just don't know what their review is going to produce. We'll have to wait and see. It shouldn't take long.
I got it. So we will continue to follow.
Okay, so that was part one, and I knew it was going to be whack, but I figured that she'd be in it. Ooh, where's the other one? Here we go.
Welcome back to Our Chicago. We are continuing our discussion on the public feud between Mayor Lori Lightfoot and Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx over the handling of an investigation into the deadly shooting on Chicago's West Side that happened earlier this month. We're now going to check in with ABC 7 political analyst Laura Washington to see what all of this means for City Hall. Good morning, Laura. Always good to see you.
Good morning, Judy. Great to be with you.
Okay, so what do you make of this very public back and forth between the two of them? They certainly have had disagreements before. Does this take it to another level, or is it just politics?
Oh, it's just politics. You know, there's always a lot of blame gaming in politics, and no one wants to take responsibility or the full responsibility for crime in the city. But this is, as you say, Judy, an ongoing battle between the two of them. It's interesting because Lori Lightfoot endorsed Kim Foxx in her last election, which was a very difficult and challenging election for her. So she's been a supporter in the past. But when it comes to the crime in Chicago, no one has solutions. And so everyone is pointing fingers.
Well, the mayor certainly has more than one battle going on right now, to say the very least. The Chicago Teachers Union, for example, taking her on over COVID protocols in schools, the police union pushing back against vaccine mandates for city employees. I want to know, how would you describe the political pressure right now for the mayor? And the second part to that question is, I'm curious, how does it compare to the time, say, during the Emanuel or Daley administration?
There's nothing like the pressure that Lori Lightfoot is under. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this in the history of the city of Chicago. We are in the middle of a pandemic. We're in the middle of a historic crime wave. We're in the middle of economic travails and a lot of huge challenges this mayor is facing. So I think in some ways, voters are going to give her. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, don't nobody really want to be the mayor.
Because it's been such a difficult challenge for her. It's just been a tsunami of one thing after another that she's been forced to deal with.
Yeah, it is hard to imagine. And of course, you mentioned the violence issue that is front and center just about every day. At the recent council meeting to talk about her budget proposal, actually for next year, aldermen, as you know, directly challenging the mayor for not doing enough to fight crime in the city. Other groups want less money allocated for policing. How would you assess how the mayor is handling and addressing that issue right now?
Well, she's in a no-win situation. As you say, there are two sides to this story. One side says that she's not doing enough, not spending enough on policing. The more progressive elements of her base are saying it's too much and the money should be diverted into anti-violence programs and other things. So she can't win on this one. I think she's trying to be a strong voice and a vocal voice. She's backed her police superintendent, David Brown, to the hilt, much to the chagrin of David Brown's critics. I think she's invested in his plans, in his agenda, and she's going to have to play this out. So she's going to push back, I think, on the critics and say that she's not doing enough. She's putting all of her balls, all of her power in terms of fighting crime into the hands of the police superintendent. And she's got total confidence in him, and she's going to continue to have critics that are going to be attacking her for that.
Well, I do want to ask you about the mayor's latest budget plan, $16 billion spending plan. Is it her plan to include more housing assistance and anti-violence programs enough to convince aldermen to back it?
I think that's a really important part of her being able to make the case. I think the thing that aldermen are most concerned about right now is the property tax levy that she's planning. It's a relatively small property tax levy. I think it's $76 million. But many aldermen are still saying they think that in these challenging economic times, it's too much, and they're looking for other solutions, perhaps some other financial adjustments that can be made to the budget, maybe outside more federal funding, or maybe shifting some federal funding that was supposed to go to the Chicago Public Schools, maybe will go to the city instead. So there's going to be some negotiating, wheeling and dealing before this budget is settled. But I think that they're going to come to some agreement on it in time for a solution.
And Laura, as you know, there are some questions about how much the budget relies on federal pandemic relief money to close the gap. Can this budget sustain when the federal money goes away?
That's a big question out there. And the answer is all the experts are saying is no. This is a one-time benefit that the city's going to have, obviously at a very badly needed time. But next year is going to be a very different conversation. And there's going to be, even because of all the economic distress we're undergoing now, there's going to be more pressure on the budget. Because
I thought they were cat fighting or something. Yeah. I thought they were cat fighting or something. I didn't know it's just a bunch of political showboating. I thought they was gonna get at it. They got me. Alrighty, y'all. I've been up since 6:50 this morning. It's now 8:28. And not counting the hour or so that I was live when I came from out the eye doctor. I'll give y'all 8.5 hours, almost 10 hours of content today. I appreciate y'all for watching. But I'm going to go ahead and fry me some of that fish. And yeah, Nia, she's having a tough tenure. I wanted to make some fish, but I forgot to thaw it. I forgot to take the fish out and thaw it, so I might bake the chicken. I don't know. I'm so tired. The reason why I was nibbling on so many oranges is because I told you I haven't ate. I had a handful of nuts. Y'all know the nuts that I got last week. I had a handful of nuts and took my medicine. And so that's been sitting on my stomach all day. And I made that the bowl of salad. And we nibbled on tangerines. I want some food. Yeah. So I appreciate everybody for watching. And I will see y'all tomorrow for Thoughtful Thursday. Therapeutic Thursday. Because I don't have a doctor's appointment. And I can go sleep and actually enjoy the sleep. But when I get off of here, I'm gonna start cooking, and I don't know if y'all noticed, but I did some shopping today in the market. We didn't get food. I got some seasonal because we were out of seasonal. We didn't get food. But what we did get was glue. Now, some of y'all are saying, well, what did you get glue for? If I can reach it from behind here, y'all know that the pangy bags, one of the pangy bags, that zipping sound you heard, this is what you heard. This is what you heard. This got caught in the back wheel, and it's actually a strip of Velcro. And what happens is you wrap it around the rack, and then you bring it back and you close it, and it holds it. Well, this got caught in the wheel, and it snatched it off. So I tried to tie it, and I've been tying it to the rack because it's really this long. It's really this long, right? This is only a patch of it, but it's this long. And it came untied. Remember that day that we kept hearing that zzz sound and we thought it was coming from the front? No, it was coming from the back because I had it tied like this and it came loose. And so that's what I've been doing. If y'all notice, it was taking me a while to get the right pannier bag off. It was actually becoming dangerous because it was taking, 2 to 3 minutes to get it untangled. I would have to take a key and loosen it. Well, that's leaving me outside, exposed, bent over. Not a good thing to do in my neighborhood. It's victim all over it. It says victim all over it. Actually, Nia, I did pack a snack, but I forgot to put it in the bag. Now, I remembered to get the water. Nia says, Liz, see, I began watching Maid. So, alrighty, everybody. Y'all have a great night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. And we are out. See y'all tomorrow.